Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? It hasn't been loading. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, very interesting start to the day. All of the activity in China, it was very bad. I think even Japan stocks fell around like 3%. Globally, did not look good. And then here in the morning, we had an ADP jobs report, and that came in double than expected. I believe it's about 11 months in a row of us coming hotter than ADP. However, this one was very, very big. It's leading us into the data tomorrow. The bond yields are going crazy. Today is the first time the 2-year yield has hit 5% in a very, very long time, or at least a decade or two. So pretty wild. We got a little bit of activity there. You got Yellen in China, and then we have a little bit more data along the way. But already we're getting some movements. The reactions are big. So Chatadonia, welcome to the second half in July. It's starting to heat up a little bit. But good morning. How are ya? What's going on, baby? How you living? What's up, man? What's up, Dropbox Chicken? Flav Gunner, Super Takeoff. Laker J. Oh, good morning. What's up, Zuwas? What's up, Riley? What's up, Maria? Good morning, Dan Kingsley. Good morning, last one. Colin, Gunner, RJ, Matthew, Armin, Stafford. Oh, my goodness, Will, Nepal. And hey, baby, good morning, Mr. Belvedere. Good morning. What's up, Chase? What's up, Christina? B. Dizzle, Mr. Garlinger, Mr. George. Oh, my goodness, good morning. Open Face Sandwich. Good morning, Ricardo, Craig, Surab, Jeremy. Oh, my goodness, the chat's active. Good morning, Nepal. Jay Samuels, Carissa Hines in the house. Al Gretel. Oh my goodness. Trading Dash, Sleazy, Gregory Ruiz, Wabba, Kelly Tradehead, James Jones, Edgar. Have many sons. Have many sons. Have Father Edgar. Good morning, Lucky Soldier, and Chris Combs, and Jerry Woods, too. Good morning, C-Money, and Christian Collections, and Todd Reed, and Trade Dash, and Sneaker Snot, blah, 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 Lil Shada, baby. Good morning. What about the Twitch? 8012. What's up, baby? T-Toxie, Angelus, Ahmed, Sadonian, Smeely, BDA Cookie Monster. Good morning, Blizzy B, Sasha Gray Matter, Payday Devo, oh, Dennis, Triple Three, Pre-Forbes, Charlie in the Tree, oh, and Dr. Suede, oh, and Robo Head Tech. Good morning, baby. What's up? What's up, Chatadonia? Oh, good morning. Hey, man. Sip there. What it do, dog? What it do? It's chill, man. It's going to be a very interesting day. We're already getting a lot of activity. You have a lot of activity overseas. I'm sure we're going to hear more, but tomorrow should be the big one. However, I wouldn't put it past Thursday to give us some activity. But, Chad, I hope your morning is good. Actually, I got some pre-market movers for you. Hold on. Don't worry. They're all here again. It's kind of light again. Meta 2, Meta Threads came out, so I hope you're aware of that. But we'll see. We will see. But Chatadonia, let's get into the news. Stock futures slide as traders bet on more rate hikes. Stock and U.S. futures fell with bonds on signs that the central bank will keep driving interest rates to tame inflation. Europe Stock 600 index sank the most in 6 weeks. Contracts on the U.S. gauges signaled more losses for Wall Street after Wednesday's Federal Reserve commentary stoked worries that officials will resume tightening policy. Futures touched their session lows after figures published Thursday by the ADP showed that U.S. companies added most jobs in over a year in June, underscoring the ongoing strength of the labor market. Private payrolls increased 497,000, more than double the median estimate of economists. ExxonMobil, they fell pre-market after forecasting a $4 billion hit to earnings, while Meta rose after Instagram officially launched an app designed as a rival to Twitter. In the United Kingdom, yields on the 10-year government bond climbed to levels last seen during the gilt crisis in October. Traders are now fully pricing in a peak Bank of England rate at 6.5% by March, the highest in a quarter century. Concerns about mortgage affordability also dragged down shares of home builders such as Persimmon and Vistry Group. Stocks are losing ground after a strong first half of the year as continued hawkishness from central banks damps hopes of a soft landing for the global economy. Minutes from the Fed meeting in June showed division among policymakers over the decision to pause rate hikes, with the voting members on track to take rates higher this month. Instagram. They unveil Threads app, a threat to Musk's Twitter. Meta Platforms officially unveiled Threads, an app designed a direct rival to Twitter, launching the most serious threat yet to Elon's struggling social media site. On Threads, people can post text, links, and reply or repost to messages from others. The app will let users port over their existing follower list and account names from Instagram, Meta's photo video sharing app that counts as its major brand. There should be a public conversation app with 1 billion plus people on it. Meta chief executive Mark Zuckerberg said in a post on his Threads account, Twitter has had the opportunity to do this, but it hasn't nailed it. Hopefully we will. Meta's new app garnered more than 10 million signups in the first few hours. Zuckerberg said that is still a far cry, however, from Twitter's more than 300 million. Wow. Did y'all see it? I made my account. I did. I was listening in the morning and all the people were talking about it, so I got one. And then my first tweet is that Zuckerberg is still a lizard. I was proud of that. Yellen arrives in China. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is the latest high-ranking Biden administration official to visit Beijing in a bid to ease tensions between the U.S. and China. She arrived Thursday for what is planned to be a 4-day trip, a couple weeks after Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is to visit China. While the government of both countries have played hardball over trade and tech is also a concern. Also Taiwan and the self-rule island, as Beijing claims its own. The U.S. does not want to decouple their economic interests from China. A full secession of trade and investment would be destabilizing for both our countries and the global economy, a Biden administration official said earlier this week. JetBlue walks away. They're walking away from their northeastern U.S. partnership with American Airlines in order to focus on closing the deal to buy lower-cost carrier Spirit. The move comes after a federal judge in May ruled in favor of the Justice Department, which had sued to dissolve the JetBlue Alliance program. American said it planned to challenge the ruling, although a spokesperson didn't explain how the airline would salvage the agreement if JetBlue unwinds as they planned in July 29th. JetBlue will now turn their attention to another legal fight with the Justice Department, which sued to block the Spirit deal in March over competition. Bitcoin touches a 13-month high as BlackRock CEO comments and growing ETF optimism. Ukraine and Turkey leaders are set to meet ahead of a grain deal expiry. Saudi Arabia sets August Arab light crude to $3.8 higher than ICE settlement. Ukraine and Turkey leaders to meet ahead of grain deal expiry. Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky is set to meet Turkish counterpart Recep Tayyip Erdogan as the expiration date of the Black Sea grain deal approaches. Erdogan is expected to host Zelensky in Istanbul on Friday, according to officials who spoke on the conditions of anonymity. Fed Williams says data supports more action on interest rate. Federal Reserve Bank New York President John Williams said policymakers' projections show that they think more work is needed for interest rates to get inflation back to 2%. Quote, we could take some time and assess and collect more information and then be able to act, knowing that we also communicated through our projections that we don't think we're done based on what we know. Williams said Wednesday during a discussion held at the New York Fed as part of an annual meeting at the Central Bank Research Association. Quote, and obviously we're absolutely committed to achieving our 2% inflation goal. European stocks dropped by the most in 6 weeks on hawkish Fed worries. European stocks retreated by the most in 6 weeks after a robust U.S. economic data reinforced worries about a hawkish for longer Federal Reserve, while investors also weighed early corporate earnings. The stock's Euro 600 was down 1.6 at 141 in London, the biggest intraday pop since May 24. Figures showed U.S. companies added almost 500,000 jobs in June, the most in over a year, underscoring the strength of the labor market. All European sectors were in the red, led by travel and leisure and real estate. As far as rest of the data today, 9:45, you're going to get June service PMI expected to come out at 54.1, which was the same number last month. And then 10 a.m. Eastern, JOLTS, June ISM non-manufacturing. And that's it. Oh, wait, 10 a.m.? No, we already got, yeah. We got ISM services. That's expected to come in at 51 versus 50.3 in May. And JOLTS is supposed to come in at 9.9 million versus 10.1 in April. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So I still got a couple more. Again, that's the quick recap. Let's get a little broader now. Let me see. So, selling the long term today, except Bill. No, unless you're buying a house. That's never. No. S&P futures are down 0.8 on Thursday morning, near pre-market levels. It comes after U.S. equities finished mostly lower on an uneventful Wednesday session with small caps and regional banks, chemicals, select transports amongst the laggards. Treasuries are weaker across the curve. Two-year yield is back above 5% for the first time, making a fresh cycle high. Dollar weaker on major crosses, particularly versus the yen. Gold is up 0.4. Bitcoin futures are up 0.9. WTI crude flat after gaining nearly 3% in the prior session. The focus today is around higher for longer Fed risk, labor market data coming in hotter than expected, and Treasury yields hitting the highest since the pre-banking turmoil. There's a lot of talks and worries of policy make, particularly with ongoing signaling and curve inversion. As well, there's going to be a lot of talk about dampened sentiment and positioning tailwind. There's the earnings risk theme right around the corner, and now soft landing expectations are underpinned by a strong labor market and fairly healthy consumer. That will be the bullish talking points along with disinflation traction. Busy day for data includes June ADP private payrolls, initial jobless claims, continuing claims, and then June employment report. And then Dallas Fed Logan said today that a June hike would be appropriate and that it's important for the Fed to follow through with the 2 hike SEP outlook. Meta has formally launched Twitter competitor Threads. XOM flagged a $4 billion hit to earnings. Bank of America raised their quarterly dividend to a quarter, or just by under a quarter from 0.22 after initially delaying the capital announcement due to talks with the Fed, which are still ongoing over the stress test results. FIS confirmed the sale of a majority stake in Wordplay and guided Q2 to the higher end of the range. Cody boosted full-year core revenue growth and EBITDA guidance. JetBlue said they would end the alliance with AAL in an attempt to get the Department of Justice to stop their opposition of a deal with Save. And then VMEO said U.S. CEO is leaving to pursue a new opportunity. American Express downgraded at Baird and Teva upgraded at UBS. Here are just some morning headlines for you. Fed minutes show diversion over June pace. New York Fed President Williams says more work needed on 2%. Bank of England Governor Bailey says you cannot say when rates will fall with inflation. RBA to raise cash rate to 4.35 in August, while economists split on when the rate would peak. Major U.S. autos report big rise in new car sales over Q2. The big rebound in German factory orders, but underlying trend is weak. Stubborn UK inflation may lead to 7% interest rate, economists warn. The PBOC for China-backed newspaper says that China has ample tools to stabilize the yuan. That was yesterday. PBOC concerned about a big rate cut to stimulate the economy, given widening rate differentials with the U.S. and risk of further yuan weakness. Dampening pricing power, sticky wage pressures are adding a risk to corporate profits. Exxon flags $4 billion hit from lower natural gas prices and refining margins. Bank of America increases dividend, and Meta launches direct challenge to Twitter, gaining 10 million signups in a few hours. And then U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen starts China trip and seeks to usher in more talks. Washington opposes China's export controls on metals, will consult partners and allies. And let's see. You already had it. ADP payrolls, big payroll beat ahead of the June jobs report. ADP June private payrolls rose by 497,000, well ahead of the 250 consensus, and May's 267, revised down from 278, the largest single month gain since February 2022. Service firms and goods producers both saw gains. Leisure and hospitality was the standout, though some job declines noted in manufacturing, financial activities, and professional services. Also, some geographic lumpiness, with the Northeast seeing 250,000 jobs in growth, but the South losing 10,000. Small establishments accounted for 299,000 of the growth, while 500-plus employee firms saw some payroll shrinkage. Our release also noted that pay gains for job changes also slowed for the 12th straight month. Elsewhere, initial jobless claims printed at 248 for the last week, a bit higher than the 244 forecast of the week of 239. However, continuing claims came in at 1.72, lower than the 1725 consensus, and prior week's downwardly revised 1773. We are still waiting for the May JOLTS jobs report at 10 a.m., which is expected to show job openings pulling back below 10 million. Wow. Again, we have a breakdown for the payrolls. That's going to be tomorrow. Fed minutes largely confirm participants favored a hole. History suggests rally has more room to run. Higher bar for Q2 earnings. And I think that's it. Oh, wait, did I tell you? Here, I got one more. Before the plays. And then, Ford coming out with sales. Ford sales just came out right now. They're reacting. They look good, but they're down. But on this day in history, ladies and gentlemen, July 6th, 2023, or well, this was a different time, but July 6th, Paul McCartney, I think it was 1959, Paul McCartney met with John Lennon for the first time at a church event in Liverpool, England, where the latter's band was performing. The duo would later form the Beatles, perhaps the most influential band in history. I don't even know what the day it was. It was 1957. Wow. The Beatles, they met today. That's it. Go meet a friend today. You might start the Beatles. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's your birthday, Surah, tomorrow. Happy birthday, baby. I love the Beatles. My girlfriend got mad at me because, like, low-key, man, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really know that many Beatles songs. I know. It's weird. I'm Egyptian. We didn't have Egyptian Beatles. They're called Scarabs, and their biggest feature was with the Mummy movie with, what's his name, Brandon Fraser? Yeah, I don't think they anyways, but let me get to the plays. Market cap's above $10 billion. BWA, they're up 1.9. No news on that. FIS, they're up 1.7. They sell wordplay, and they expect quarter two results above the midpoint of guidance. APTV up 1.5. KDP, Keurig, Dr. Pepper up 1.3. Again, no news headlines. Market cap's 1 to 10 billion. Genius Sports, GENI, is up 9.1%. They're extending their partnership with the NFL. Perion Networks, PERI, is up 7.5. Preliminary quarter two results. Sweet Greens is up 6.2 on no headlines. Probably an upgrade. PSNY, Polestar quarter two deliveries, they're up 5.4%. Mara is up on June Bitcoin production numbers. CSIQ, Canadian Solar, UBS upgrades them to buy. They're up 2.4%. Joby's up 2.3. Continuation, Save, they're up 2.2. Probably related to the JetBlue news. And then Archer Aviation is up 2.1 as well as Opera. Market caps under $1 billion. Mulan, they're up 61%. Just a continuation from yesterday. CRBU, Caribou Biosciences, up 24%. No news. Kazaya, KZIA. Oh, I think we have. That's we play. They're up 17%. Awarded fast track designation for Paxlovid or Paxlovid. I can't say it. BTAI is up 16%. Failed drug approval the other day. Lower than 10 billion or bigger than 10 billion trading lower. STM. And then American Express down 1.8. Bear downgraded to neutral. We still got more of these, bro? How many are these, bro? Affirm, Piper Sandler downgrades to underweight. They're down 6.1. All of these other ones are dropping. No other headlines. ASLN, Aslan Pharmaceuticals, Phase 2B Trek AD data. They're down 33%. VBI Vaccines, they're down 26%. They expand a partnership and then do a common stock offering of indeterminate size. CALT, Calidatis Therapeutics, down 10%. And the other ones are dropping, but they don't have any headlines. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So, Chad, not bad. I think we're making good time, too. I think we're a little bit ahead, a little bit behind. Let's see. Do we have enough time? I think we're going to have enough time. Yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a little bit. Get ready. We're about to start. 10 minutes till the bell.
A lot of users as well, they point out there are some UX differences that they don't like about Threads that they do like about Twitter. But the pace of adoption, that's what was really interesting to me Wednesday afternoon.
10 million, 7 hours. Mandeep, what is critical mass? How big do you think that needs to be and how quickly?
I mean, look, as you said, right now everyone is trying to grab their handles, but to me the key is, the feed and the algorithm that goes into driving engagement. And time and again, we have seen anytime you change the algorithm on Twitter, people start to complain. And look, they've amassed an interest graph over the last 15 years. It's hard to bring in that interest and follower graph on Threads overnight, even though Instagram has a great, stack and they can leverage a lot of the user data they currently have, but it still won't be able to replicate that Twitter interest follower graph. And to me, the algorithm is the key. That's what TikTok did with their video platform. That's what Meta needs to do with Thread algorithm in terms of how they curate the feed.
Alex, this effort clearly accelerated. Any idea where this leaves leadership over at Twitter and their next move?
And I'm sure we'll see the sort of fairly characteristic Elon Musk braggadocio saying everything's fine, no need to worry. the likelihood of things changing anyway with the new leadership, Linda Yaccarino coming in, trying to forge closer relationships with advertisers, many of whom have left the Twitter platform. I think the key thing, as sort of Mandeep partially alludes to, is like, do you lose the power users, the people who generate a huge amount of the content disproportionately to the number of users they are, even if there's only 10, maybe 20 million at this stage users over on Threads, are they those people? And therefore you're losing the stuff that drives a lot of your engagement, and by extension then losing the advertisers. Those are the people they really need to keep. And they seem to, at least judging by the current evidence, like old Twitter. If you've got your head screwed on, maybe you think about, well, do we need to be more like old Twitter?
Alex, how seriously do you think creditors will be taking this morning after that unveiling yesterday evening? Creditors to Twitter, to Elon Musk specifically.
I mean, I wonder whether actually anything has changed, because things already seem pretty dire over it.
Pretty dire over at Twitter. Oh, man, already dire at Twitter. So, Chatadonia, are you ready? Market's down about 0.8 right now on the futures. Again, China was bad. It wasn't really about their data. If anything, it was our really good data and all of the Fed speakers. Again, the minutes even from yesterday a little bit. We got some more data on the way. But, Chad, you got a couple of minutes left until the bell. What's your first play of the day? You're in the chat. You hear him on Bloomberg. Everybody's bad-mouthing Elon. What do you got as your first play? Are you playing Meta? What do you got, baby? What do you got? Post it in the chat. Let's run it. Play of the day, BXMT, Twitter, SPY calls. White for it. Tesla call, Flip ES, Tesla puts, bonds, Mulan, holding Disney and Intel, Foot Locker calls, sell Tesla, Neo puts, SPY calls, PSNY, UNG, Meta, gold short, Twitter calls, Tesla calls, UPST put, UNH calls, averaging down on Apple, Amazon, ES, Mara puts, Nvidia puts, holding Disney, SPY call, credit spreads, Meta and ZN, holding Tesla, holding Ryan, buying more PCT, SEMO calls, Meta puts, coin Tesla, Meta, long on gold, PKE, Palantir, Leaps, JetBlue puts, Tesla puts, Mulan calls, Beetle calls, NOG puts, Apple calls, Mulan, Bill and Paces, screaming 10%, Mulan shares, SQQ calls, wait till the end of the day for Tesla, you call, I call, talking badly means buy, Mulan shares, Bill and Patience, XLF puts, SQQ, watching the Cody, Pennant, PayPal, Broadcom, Riot calls, PayPal calls, MSTR, Win, Micron, sitting on hands, Palantir, Leaps and calls, Disney for the long term, Nike for the long term, SPY puts, Tesla, Strato, Mulan, baby, Mulan, SQQ, KCSP, added more PayPal coin to the long term, wait until 7 a.m. Why Mulan, CCL and VZ, good morning, sitting on my hands, Palantir, let's go, stuck in the gulag, watching my shorts go green for once, guys be good, Palantir, JetBlue, short banks, SPY calls, Thread calls, Google calls, Bradley Frizzle call, rotation of Tesla from Meta, Rivian long term, Tesla, Netflix July 500, and the final play from Carissa, Roblo and Tessie puts, and Jamie Dimon one, bink bink. Oh, I love it. I love it. So we're making good time here, or actually we're right on schedule. I got a couple of plays, Tesla, Meta, PayPal. Those are the plays from the watch list yesterday, as well as Netflix. They're coming up on there. HSTO, I forgot which one that one. I think that was preliminary earnings. I have three, HSTO, MLN, PERI, and then Genie and Cody. Genie has the NFL partnership and Cody. Which one was HSTO? I think it was preliminary data. And then what was the other one? I think it was one of these. I'm blanking on it. I had something with HSTO in the morning, but I'll get that to you in a little bit. But now, Chad, look at the time. Oh, no. We still have time, actually. Let me get you the HSTO. So I had HSTO, Histogen. Which one was this? Yes, strategic alternatives. That's what it is. Histogen, I think they're up like 16%. Yeah. The company decides to pause. No. Somebody said strategic alternatives. That was from yesterday and today. And then there was another one. Again, I like a couple of the bio plays. And then just like we said, Genie and Cody. Genie NFL partnership. Cody, that one. Oh, Microsoft's getting clapped right now. But Cody is a very interesting one. Again, they had preliminary earnings. They're good. It's a makeup company. They're already up. So I want to see how it plays out, but we have to also watch it with the context of today. And then also Wolf. That one will also be another one. But Chatadonia, it's game time. I hope you're ready for it. It's going to be a good one. I hope you're locked in the game. It's already Thursday if you're not familiar. But Chad, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. For real, God bless you. Thank you for your service. Even shout out to the families who made their sacrifices well. I hope you know all of you are loved and appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to all of your veterans out there. So shout out to the vets, baby. Thank you for all of your service, and big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, nonprofits, anybody giving back, man. If you leaving a good legacy and you helping out your local community, God bless you. Keep it up. I hope you know you're appreciated as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Certificates! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, good morning. Good morning. The Jets have been sent. Has the likes been sent? The likes have not been sent. Okay, hold on. We need the likes, chat. We need the likes. The wire, he get real shy, bro. He get real shy. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. We got to get ready, baby. So hit that thumbs up, call out any plays. You got any questions? You got about 2 minutes to let your voice be heard. If I could help you out with anything, you could help me out with the like button, and I will help you out with the news. And let's have a good day. Let's have a good day. Again, 10 a.m., 30 minutes after the bell, you're going to get more data. We're probably going to hear from Yellen at least some point today. And I do think we have a Fed speaker. So, yeah, we got Fed Logan, actually. We already got her. So we're pretty much good to go. Just get a couple of data. We'll see if in Euro close. Again, everything overseas was bad. So let's see. ES flips, we could. Just depends on, ES flips to the downside I could be comfortable with. I would hate to get trapped, but let's see by the ISM data and where we're at. But then again, it's Thursday, so we will find out. All right, Chad. 1 minute. Oh, we still got time. Oh, okay, we still got a minute. I don't know why I just thought the bell was about to go ding ding. I thought we were going to get this. So again, Tesla, the Meta thing, that one's going to be very big here too. You had bad news out of XOM, but I want to see how the rest of the oil plays go. What was the other one? MLN, long-term munis, and then Perion Network. I think that was earnings as well. So we'll see the coffee hidden, baby. I'm excited, dude. There's a lot of energy, man. You guys realize it's like it's Thursday, so I feel like we've barely been here and we're already ready to go. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very good. It's very, very good. So, Chad, we got about 30 seconds. Hit that thumbs up on the button. Let's go. 200 more likes. 200 more likes. The wire's ready to go. He's ready to go. Come on. All right, Chad, 15 seconds. Call it out. Again, I think even Euro close, you'll get some. 30 minutes after the bell, you're going to get data. And let's see what continues or not. And remember, yesterday was a weird rotation in terms of the laggers and leaders. So call out any plays. You guys have any questions? 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, we're off. All right, that's Perry. Where's Tessie? HD is on the high. Apple, okay, some things are starting to run. Watch for the cash open. Again, 0.8 down on the SPY, 1% down, gap down on the NASDAQ, and 0.5% on the Dow. Russell is already down. So, again, probably your weakest open in a while, especially if we end up holding it. So, let's see. Tesla's down again. Microsoft's actually barely red right there. Again, Perion Network, they had something there with their earnings quarter 2. Cote. What's the other one? HSTO. HSTO is still holding. VST again. Sweet Greens. A lot of chads keep calling that one out. Again, they gave like earnings, I believe. I don't see Roblo. Sweet Greens is up 12%. That's working. NCLH. Oh, I forgot, like AAL, JetBlue, all of those. Watch out for that. Is that Meta? Genius on the high. GENI. Again, NFL partnership for that news. Yeah, so Genie is moving up now, 13%. That one might be able to break out. Check Mubu. Mulan went crazy. Mulan went very, very crazy. There's Meta. Yeah, Mulan again, 52%. You saw that yesterday. Airlines starting to move up again. Don't forget about those guys. Airbnb or Uber's down, and Airbnb. Both of the travel names. Carry is dying, yeah. Again, Russell's down 2% or 1%. Carry's down 2%. Google's flushing a little bit. Let's sound dying. CRBU, they had something. Again, Google's at the low. Even Meta is now starting to give it up. SPY's still kind of holding these candles. Let me actually see where we're at right now. Let's see. Again, Yen was outperforming. Oof. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We gapped through every level? Damn. I didn't realize that. So, yeah, bro, you're in no man's land. You're about to break 4,400 for the first time since getting above it. Yeah, that's so. You could go for greedy short or you go for the bounce at 44, but you might have something there. What is it? Yuan. Yeah, the yuan's nuts. That, where's something else? Keep an eye on the 2-year and the 10-year. Again, the 2-year hit 5% today. So again, right when it hits 5%, we have our first gap down. But what I'm trying to tell you is, like, this is it's kind of a big level. 44.04, you got another 20 points top to bottom, but it's either going to die and flush from here or you're going to get a wicked bounce off of it. And then the next level down is what? It's like 5-6 points from there. Alibaba. What's going on there? It's kind of coming up. We'll see. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. So 4402. Where was it? Where was that one play? We were, I think, yeah, we were like 50 points higher last time. So again, 4401.15. You're at the low of the day. A lot of things still moving. It's kind of hard to say anything is up. There's Apple. Again, SPY here near the low. VWAP's kind of trippy. Bill is a good guy, Habibi. Very, very good guy. Make any trades? Not so far. I'm looking at some stuff, though. This Bill guy. Bill guy's good. All right. I just grabbed 200 shares of Cody, 1244, COTY. And they had early earnings guidance, makeup company. But we'll see. Amazon, Netflix on the low. Live dump. We'll see again. This is 4,400, so I may want to make a play around here, but you broke 4,400. Now you're getting the little bounce. We're either going to rock it back above here or we go down just a little bit more. Actually, I haven't opened a book map in a minute. So 4401 again. I mean, the last 3-4 days, again, since what, last Friday, I guess, you've kind of held this very, very good. So you're getting back here again. 43.95. You close the gap 4 or 5 points, and then the next level is 43.87. LEA on the high was at 9. Now, a couple things. Qualcomm still even going, and then Meta from the bottom. I just got Cody. Yeah, COTY makeup company. They gave Q2 like preliminary earnings today, and it killed it. I don't know how the other ones are doing. I think they're all kind of pinned. Ulta, Elf, all that. And then SPY's still working its way down. Where's the bonds? Bonds are absolutely murdered today, too. We take Citigroup and back. You could, again, Bank of America also had the dividend news today. They ended up actually selling it, though. And then what time is it? You got data here in, what, 20 minutes? The data today was very good. So if you're not familiar, the data this morning was very strong private payrolls. So it actually was like 3 standard deviations, double than expected, in the biggest private payroll jobs gain since 2022, the beginning of 2022. So it was just a very strong report. It messed up the bonds. And then on top of it, pre-market, just to give you an idea, China, the Hang Seng, Japan, they were down like anywhere from 1.5 to 3%. So some of that hawkish speak kind of started to hit. Tesla's still at the bottom. Again, there's Ulta. I think latest play was Coty. What am I looking to make on Coty? Just a little bit. I mean, I'm looking for a breakout. I think any company, it sucks that it's at the high, but I figured you might be able to get one of these breakouts to the top on that update. If not, it fails. Palantir, Bank of America, Raul. Win down 2. I put Corey. Yeah, they're up. Win. Yeah, remember, Win is actually below 100. They were bad yesterday. W's on the low. Wayfair. Skyworks on the high. ANET on the high. NASDAQ is down 1 1/4. SPY is now down 1%. Bonds are catching a bin. And then Dow is down 0.93 as well, too. TSM is starting to drop. Burlington on the high. Energy's weird. Energy's trying to work up, but it's still down. And then again, XOM did bad. Rivian's starting to move now. Rivian, 2 big candles now to the top. They're starting to go. Coin is dropping. PAR, Delta, Bank of America will never recover. Probably not. We'll see. Give me my dividend in the meantime. Yeah, bro, the 10 years back above 4% and the 2-year bond is up to 5. That's it. This is a new cycle high for yield. Some of them. It's like the first day, so you got to give it a little bit more time, but borderline, like we're about to hit a new regime of yields now. That's like, so, you know, a couple weeks ago we were hitting new highs on the market. Now we're starting to hit new highs on the bonds, on the yields. So starting to look like 2001 or 1999. But that is again, the 10 years at 4.02 right now. So the 10-year could still go higher by a quarter, but I believe the 2-year, that's the one hitting, the 2-year is the one breaking out. So the 2-year is literally cycle high. Like, again, in the last 25 years, today is a new high on the 2-year bond. So if you go look at the 10-year, he's climbing up there, but again, in March and also October, the yields went as high as 4.2. The bonds are going insane. And then it's not just us. It's also, go look at the gilts, go look at the foreign bonds. It's all messed up. Fed Logan says overall the banking system is strong. PGR. Let's see. Snap. Meta's still green. MPW lost the 960. Actually back down to 9 almost. Where are the rest of those REITs? Yeah, REITs got destroyed. But again, I think bonds are hitting a high. That's what I was saying the other day when everybody who kept buying these like banks and REITs, I was just like, it's interesting because the other day when we had data move the bond yields, I mean, the REITs were loving, real estate has been loving this. So we're going to see here, but the last 2 days have been carnage in bond land in terms of what, like, low key, the rates have just rallied and ran real quick. Or they went up. I wouldn't necessarily call them rally. There's Tessie. Apple, we're still kind of chilling. Cody's back down to the price we paid. Baba is doing decent. But everything's down again. The breakdown of what we're getting here today, it's not like everything's down again. Give me a couple minutes. We'll see. Rivian is booming. We saw that actually. Again, in the morning they were running not too long ago. And then yesterday there's even more Amazon news. Amazon said something about having like 5,000 delivery trucks in use. Zion slipping. Wynn just got a fat candle. Apple's trying to come up. Nari's on the high. SHPW. Yeah, retail's getting murdered. Nordstrom's and Macy's into the low. AI's on the low. UAL and the airlines also coming down. Again, travel's still pretty weak though already. Microsoft. You guys are 100 likes short too. There you go. Not even. You got 50 likes. Great. Good to go. Good to go. Good to go. The upside was fun while it lasted. I was telling my girlfriend that, though, the other day. It's crazy. Just because, like, I forgot how it feels when the market goes up. It finally hit me the other day. Like, that's it. When your long-term just keeps hitting highs and shit, and you're looking at it, and you're like, what the hell? It's just like, I forgot. It's like, it's kind of nice. I forgot how it is. Like, it makes the wealth effect is real. It gets everybody calmed down. It's crazy, but either way, agnosticism for the win. Amen. Uber down. A lot of names are down 2% right here. Again, even some of the bigger tech names, but you're having some big unwinds, and then real estate's down a lot. Healthcare's down points. Again, the Nasdaq's down 1.1 right now. Again, real estate as an index is down 2. XLF down 1.34. They're coming down. Would it be bad to start looking at June 24 TLT calls at the money? Yes and no. I mean, all that happens is that if anything takes longer than not, you'll kind of be caught. You know, you'll just get caught by theta. But I think there's both good and bad. I think you should own a little bit of the bonds for that play, but then also leave some on the table ready to strike when it actually confirms. Yeah, Microsoft just woke up out of nowhere. Data in, 1 minute? Is it 9:45? Yeah, S&P Global. So we actually have 2 sets of data. You're going to get Global Services, PMI, final, and then 15 minutes after that, we get ISM and JOLTS. So the data that comes out here in like 30 seconds, it's not going to be as important. It will still kind of give us a reaction, but the bigger set of data is going to be those JOLTS jobs openings. So be on the lookout for that. Got red day, 30 seconds. Rivian popping. Again, Microsoft 2 off the bottom. I think that's probably your biggest tech move right now. Even kind of Apple a little bit, but Microsoft's in the green. I think that's your only one besides Meta. And even Meta's starting to pick up here again. There's PayPal. PMI 54.4, estimate was 54.1. So it came in a little hotter, not by much, but again, the theme today has already been hot data, and the bonds have just been, again, your bonds are at 4 and 5% on the 10 and 2. So right now, ISM PMI is 54.4, estimate 54.1, composite The global composite, not services, 53.2. Last time was 53. But honestly, services are hot. This isn't good for inflation. So service PMIs are still, the fact that they're still increasing kind of just lets you know where we're at inflationary, but it's better than 2021 and 2022. Yields up, equities down. Well, that's what's happening. I mean, that's kind of, it's just what I told you since the last Fed. And ironically enough, the yields have been climbing, but the stock market is yet to hit a new high. So the first time we hit a new high, it was around this Powell stuff. So what happens now is, does the market rebound? If the market cannot break above while the bonds do this, we're going to find our answer. But if the market breaks out and the yields are at 4%, we're about to, on the 10-year, we're entering in a new regime. And it's then that'll be probably our next quarter. That'll probably be dependent on Powell and the earnings. Yeah, Baba is moving a little bit. Datadog on the high again. Microsoft, don't sleep on that one. That one's big. And then even the market here kind of trying to dance a little bit. You just got the ISM or the PMI data. Remember, we have jobs openings here now in 15 minutes. Recession. Well, we won't know until we open up the box. That's word to your quantum physics. But I'd wait till the curve uninverts if we're gonna be waiting for that, especially with how elusive said a recession has been. Why not earnings play for Meta? We could. It just, the thing is, Meta's moved a lot, so I don't have any plays on it. But like I told you last night on the watch list, you're gonna hear these updates, how many people they signed up, the advertisers, all of this stuff. So I like it, but it's like, dude, it's at 296. So even last week is at 270. So that's all you got to watch out for. Schrodinger's recession. For the physics. Again, the JOLTS data, 12 minutes. That'll be our big one. And then we'll see again. Bonds have yet to break out the range. SPY's still near the lows. Again, we gapped down 1%. Tesla's coming lower, and we're right at the, again, this is just 4,400. So if you haven't realized last, 10 minutes or so, 20 minutes, you're just hanging out around 4,400 flat, which we haven't been at since we broke last Friday. Generac on the high, SMCI on the low, Tesla's coming lower. Meta just got a candle to the red as well too. Yeah, no, this data, I think the job openings, just the ADP was hot today, so everybody's looking for the next clue as it relates to the employment market. Pins, Meta, Snap again. The Meta Threads thing, Snap was outperforming with Meta yesterday. I haven't looked at Pins, but Meta and Microsoft are the only big tech names that are green. Let's see. So this isn't updated. No, I sold VBIV. I took $30 loss. I got in. I tried to play the dip, and then Troy posted that it was a offering, and I was like, hell no, I'm out. All red. I think the ADP not that important. I could agree with you to a degree. I definitely see what you're. Again, the Hang Seng dropped 3%. It wasn't off of news. It was kind of more off of like our Fed and people reacting, things like the dollar. Again, even the yuan, people are getting worried about. But for the most part, it's like the jobs data though this morning. Just to give you an idea of why I'm saying it's so important, it was like a 2 or 3 standard deviation beat. So pretty much if you're waiting for non-farms on Friday and the CPI and the jobs and even like ISM data is showing this hot, we might be in store for some surprise data sets, more or less. But there's it's just a bigger shock in terms of the employment scenario, where the last 6-7 months we haven't really seen it that big. So I like my surprisers. That's it. It's just like I was telling you the other day. If there's nothing surprising, don't play it. But even then, I didn't even make a play off this one yet. The bonds reacted well before ADP came out. Kind of. So there's your ADP. Here's your 10-year. So not really. There was a little bit of a gap down from the close, but most of that move today was right at 5 a.m. But again, you're right. There's other stuff overseas, but I wouldn't be so quick to write off the data we're about to get and the data we already saw. Granted, but you know the market. Market's going to forget about it in 2 days and go to the next thing, so take it with a grain of salt. But for now, as it relates to the whole story and what we're getting into with non-farms and then Powell or CPI, it's up there. Prices for goods and travel. So that was one of the things on ADP. Do you guys realize it was like 290,000 jobs for travel, hospitality, and leisure? And Tesla's starting to flush now, 275. Amazon's going up. Couple of value plays, like I don't know why MO's green. Healthcare's just kind of staying pinned there. Materials, again, everything is down. Energy's starting to slip a little bit too. Yeah, well, ADP, that's the funny part, and this is to I guess, give more evidence to why maybe the ADP, again, we're waiting for JOLTS job openings right now, but even the ADP in the morning, usually we don't react that much. Again, ADP does not tell you what's going to happen in non-farms. It's a good idea, but it's not, the correlation isn't there, but just, it was a surprise. It wasn't supposed to happen today. But then again, your surprise came as China, Japan were down 3%, 2 to 3%. More lows on Tesla. Now Meta too. The threads ain't holding up. NATO Stoltenberg says it's time for Sweden to join NATO alliance. And then Chad has 1,000 likes. It's time for you guys to join the Newswire alliance. I'm glad you guys have joined. So thank you. Just run it 200 likes an hour. Brought to you by Tesla. What? Okay, bonds are going lower. See what happens here. Again, bonds murdered today. Dollar Tree on the high? What's this guy doing? Any thoughts on the mortgage applications? I think that was the only thing. And then I don't know. I'm surprised the mortgages aren't higher. But then like I'm like kind of finding out the scam. So like last time we had this talk. But let's see. Yeah, the mortgage rate, it's high. It's at 6.8. But, like, you guys got to read the disclaimers. So, like, it's very weird. I was talking to Lending Tips about this. Like, if you go to the bank, like, bank rate is where most people, like, come up with the average interest rate on a mortgage right now. Like, that's the data that they get. But it's like if you look at the average mortgage rate right now, it's much lower than what is really being issued. And... It's funny because, like, even if you go look at websites like these mortgage sites, like, dude, they are scamming because somebody was like, Josh, what are you saying? I could get a mortgage for 5% or 4.5%. And I was like, send it to me. And I looked at it, and the disclaimer on the mortgage is it's for a 15-year mortgage. So it's half the duration. And it's like a lot of these mortgages you're seeing at a lower rate. Just make sure it's quoted for a 30-year and make sure it's a normal, like, just read the fucking, the fine print. It tells you everything about it. But, yeah, the mortgage rate today says it's 6.85. But if you, like, what I'm saying is, like, if you ask Lending Tips, is the mortgage rate 6.85, he'll tell you that it's, it's probably like 7.9. My mortgage is 30-year at 4.5. Well, yeah. When'd you get it? You know, I have a bunch of like 3% mortgages, but I didn't buy them today. Oil futures extend losses. $1 a barrel. SPY. Another low, Chad. So you're going to fill that little gap here now, or that little close. So Thursday, Friday gap has now been filled. The next level, 10 points lower, a little less, 43.88. You are now below 4,400. Nvidia's on the low. Again, Tesla's selling out too. Rates now are going up to 7.6. I'm originating. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you ask the like mortgage originators, they'll tell you like rates are a lot higher. But then if you ask like the general public, or if you just go look at an average mortgage rate, you think the mortgages are lower. It's like a 1% difference, but still. I forgot what this felt like. The downside or the upside? I forgot what long-term going up constantly felt like for a year. I was like, this is kind of nice. I see why people like it. I get it now. I get it. Ooh, you got December 2022? Or was it December 2021? I guess no. Rates didn't go up till like March or May 2022. Meta break even now. Meta. Watch Tesla and Nvidia. Even Nvidia now, I think if Nvidia goes below 400, but today is it's 1.3 on the Nasdaq, 1.1 on the SPY, 1.0 on the Dow. It's pretty big. The Dow's already down 350 points, so we'll see. But that data, that jobs opening 2 minutes, minute and a half. So just get ready for that. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. That will just be the next one. Cannabis is linked to mental illness. Wall Street Journal. Psychologist Susan Pinker explores new discoveries in science and nature. I'm reading you what's on the wire, bro. I'm reading you what's on the wire. An IPR, NCR on the high. Nvidia, and then where's Microsoft? The Microsoft still holding break even. That's the best one on the day. Cold's on the high, so natural gas going lower. And energy stocks gave up too. They were already weak in the morning. Biomarin gave up the gains from yesterday. Cigna. All right, healthcare. I'm looking for a leader today. Somebody has to take over. Healthcare might be the one. Humana, Cigna, they're all running. Stoltenberg says possible to have a positive decision on Swedish NATO membership at summit next week. Yeah, ISM service PMI and JOLTS jobs opening. It's going to come out in 1 minute. So right now, ISM services PMI is expected to come in at 51, and last time was 50.3. So if that number's higher, that's not good. Okay, and a lower number, too low, won't be good as well. But pretty much if services are hot, that means inflation is hot, to give you an idea. So the hotter the number, not good. And then JOLTS jobs opening is expected to be 9.93 million or 9.9 million. Essentially, any number below 10 million is what we want to see. Any number above that probably won't be good. But let's find out. And then ISM service unemployment or employment index as well, 49.1 expected. So 15 seconds, 10 seconds. And get ready, watch the bonds too. Again, healthcare, first sign of anything trying to look alive right here. High really isn't good, no. All righty, 53.9, it's hot. Yeah, bonds are dry, it's hot. Service PMI is very, very hot. It came, where'd it go? Yeah, so it came in 53.9. Estimate was 50. 51 or 50. And then JOLTS, where's my JOLTS jobs opening? 9.82 million versus 10. So jobs opening was good. Job openings dropped below 10 million. I don't know. Again, services hot, not good. Job openings coming down. It helps calm you down from the ADP in the morning. And then employment index is 53. That's strong. So you got one decent labor data, two bad labor datas, and then hot ISM services. It's not good. Yeah, I don't think it's good enough. It's better, though. Again, the JOLTS jobs openings helps combat the ADP in the morning because now you're not freaking out the same way. Because at least the job openings went down, but the hirings were good. But again, every ISM index came in hot. So all of the services, even ISM service employment, it's all running. Again, you see it with the bonds. The bonds took another quarter. Watch CL go under 70. Yeah, watch even us right now. We're starting to drop here. So again, kind of the same theme from the morning. Just a lot of strong data here. Again, you had one good set of jobs data, but I don't know if it was good enough. But we'll see. And we've already dropped a lot too, though. So it's already 1.4 on the NASDAQ, 1.1 on the SPY, and then 1.13 on the Dow Jones, and 1.6 on the Russell. But the bonds already are just, it's hot. All that data is hot. It's just, again, everything from the morning. It's just these datas. That's ADP. This is ISM for now. And honestly, I think the market will stop moving once the bonds stop moving. We haven't had a 1% day in like 3 months. It's been like a month and a half. If you remember that one day where I had that, we made that video because we were like, it was the biggest day in a quarter. So it wasn't too long ago, but we have to close down 1%. That's the thing. So you'd be surprised because if we end up bouncing 0.5% right now, 0.75%, we won't even close down 1%. Roku. Oh, yeah, was last Friday? Amazon's at the low. Tesla, Apple, VIX is starting to go up. And again, SPY here at the low of the day for now. What was the other one? Microsoft. There's Microsoft. Let's check the airlines. AAL a little bit off the bottom. JetBlue is down. Even Saves at least holding up. SNBR, Sleep Number on the high ticker right now. It's relentless. But isn't this what you guys ask for? Because everyone's like, but then again, we haven't had our one bounce day. But I remember the days. Everyone's like, it never just goes straight down. Well, today it did. For now, but it's still early, man. We haven't even spent an hour here. So that's actually the crazy part. You already missed ex-dividend for Bill. I believe the payout for Bill is on the 10th. Again, a little bit off the bottom. The bonds have yet to flush. Again, it's been, what, couple minutes here since the data all came in hot, except for one element of the JOLTS jobs openings. We've already filled the gaps from last week. You were just down 1.5 on the NASDAQ, and you're what? You're maybe like 7 points away from your next level of support. You just hit a new low right there, 43.98. Mm-mm. 389. Bill hitting for real. It's a good one. This guy's very, very good. And that gas 30-minute Liberty Braves group price target cut. Bank stops drop as bond yields climb. Yeah, Threads. It hit 10 million signups in 7 hours. So remember, the app just came out last night, but they did very, very good so far. But that's what I was saying. Those are the headlines you should be expecting to get. Netflix on the low now. Again, SPY into the low. The bonds are trying to hold up with it, which is decent. Again, you're right next to the level right now. NCR deal reporter note circulating. Good call on that. NCR, they had a little pop and drop. Danny's posting that. Be on the lookout if that develops. NCR. Mm-mm. 706. Dude, it's still early. The Threads UI felt way smoother. I only put out one little, what do you call it when is it called a rethread or a retweet? I don't know what to call it. But it wasn't bad. It's just Facebook. That's it. We're going to see how it plays out. And then NCR, they're kind of going down there. Meta's starting to go up. SPY starting to go into the low as well here too now. So again, some things haven't even broken through the low. So like Apple, I think Amazon was hitting the second low. Amazon's already breaking down. Microsoft's holding. VIX on the high. Bank stocks even still on the low too. And KWeb. So watch the China plays too. And again, getting a little flush. It's called a repost. I don't know. That seems so. Just doesn't seem as excited. Again, you just hit a new low. Meta's working its way up there, but just take a look at the low ticker. Again, a lot of different industries. There's a couple things holding, like Wingstop's on the high, SD or SPDN, LLAP, SRTY. But again, the low ticker is just getting dominated right now with a lot of names. Kroger's breaking out to the high. So watch some of the values. MO is up. Let's go. Call real estate was dope last night. Very inspiring. God bless you, Josh and Chad. Hey, man, we got Brian Hunt getting in there, baby. Let's go. God bless you, my friend. That's what we need. That's what we need. My lap is popping. All right, one more low. All right, we might have more than one more, but again, this is 8 minutes off of the data. So the bonds have yet to hit a low, but the data came out here again. Job openings went down. ISM, all the service data is just hot still. It's actually wild. SDOW on the green again. More 390. Yeah, so anytime we've been, I don't know, it gets kind of messy anytime here. This is actually like a wicked price point. So I think that 4388 level, it's like literally where we're at right here. 1 point away from it, maybe 2. This is going to be an interesting level. Again, you're getting some volume here. It's a big overreaction. There's a lot going on because it's not like, again, everybody knew like what to expect from Powell and the Fed yesterday, but then like even the job stuff, I don't think it's not like the market was like the jobs market was weak. So there's a lot, but there you go, the chat, you got it on point. It's the bonds right now, unfortunately, and then you mix that in with some of the stuff overseas. It's like that's why we're getting this, but I don't know if it was like too surprising, but it's just now you have a 5% 2-year and a 10-year at 4%. That's a different world if it stays. SG, that's still holding. Lapla on the high, LPLA. And then again, this is the level right here. You haven't had a bounce at all. This has been first, almost hour of just straight going down. Yeah, the yield curve is awful. The Fed shouldn't have skipped. Well, they didn't really skip. They did. They stopped, but the communication, again, the Fed futures, we're going to find out really soon. Netflix and Coin on the low. Watch out if Meta now, too. Coin's down 4.7. Yeah, a lot of things are starting. I was just looking. The dollar is just starting to run. The bonds have not moved, but the bonds are down 1% right now. Dollar is break even. I think the yen was an outperformer, but that was about it. That's still kind of wicked. KR Kroger is still going. And then just be on the lookout right here. This is a low. Kroger's gapping up. Yo, check Kroger. KR. They were already running. I called it out earlier, but now they just had a pop. And Saudi Arabia news on prices. What is this? Bella Vita sold out Walmart. Kroger recalled for possible peanuts. That's all I see there. And now you're flushing more again. A lot of things are coming out. I think even, what's it called? Yeah, Cody went down. Again, that plays smaller. $75, but he is also dropping. Oh, look what else is dropping right now. On Friday, Junior, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you're even getting a little bounce, but you just got Bradley, Frizzle, and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. That's vibes. Oh, no. Is the market going to bounce off that? Bro, you about to really make it. You about to make the market bounce off that, huh? And then IXHL. God bless the Peach, baby. You got a runner, IXH. The Peach came in, things go crazy, Chad. The Peach comes in, things go crazy. Incanix Health, what is this? 641 shares up after trial approval. Oh, they had this in the morning. They receive ethics approval for bioequivalence, bioavailability clinical trial for IHL 42X for obstructive sleep apnea treatment. They were up 17% earlier. So IXH, this was like the breast cancer drug yesterday. So they had good data. They have good trial data all in the morning. Stock's not moving till now. So if you want to speculate, that's all you, son. APLD smacked off a Wolfpack short report. Interesting. IXHL. Yeah, I don't know. I think just trial data. Again, if you want to gamble on that, you might. Again, we saw that one yesterday. I think it was like ARRL, Arrival, Arrive, something like that. VIX still going. Wingstop still going too. Wingstop, Kroger, those are the runners. And then now this IXHL sleep apnea drug. Cody's getting murked. Oh shit, did that run? They just scam me? Ah. All right, well, I sold out of Tritium in Trata. Remember, this was the SRPT play? I got $200. I got 50 cents a share. I sold out like $16.50, and then it just gapped up to $16.80 right there. I made like $200. VIX is up. Yeah, that one. This one's very illiquid. I don't know if you got, like, literally, But this one, we bought it, and then it literally dropped 30% after Sarepta, and now it's rocketed up, and it's actually higher than the day we got it. But I'm out of it. I got a small gain, but if you're holding that, it's even up 30 more cents, literally within the 1 minute I sold it. I'm still in BioMarin, yes, as well. I got BioMarin and Entrada, I think, within a day of each other. So now I'm out of Entrada and then still in BioMarin. Meta's up 0.5. SPY's trying to work its way up here. So we'll see, again, if this one fails or not. VWAP's kind of all over the place. Dollar barely moving, but it's on the high. And then bonds are down here about 1%. Wave on the high. Yo, Wave, Eco Wave, Power Global, 20%, 2 candles. That's running up right now. Share repurchase program approved by a company general meeting. Share corresponds to 10% of the total number of shares in the company, which is the maximum amount approved by Swedish law. What? The maximum number they could hold is 10%. That's for Wave. That's literally just coming out. Sewing. Microsoft starting to move up a little bit. It's weird. You're getting like low tickers still active, but I mean, we've pulled up like what, 2 or 3 of these random runners right now. And then, remember, Netflix has earnings coming up. TZA. China names ain't really moving. Business. Let's go, baby. Horn. Good morning. It's my man. Let's go. There you go. No, you need a horn. You need a real horn. You know what I'm saying? Just so you wake up a little bit. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Again, we've already got all the data here. Let's see. Final set. No, we're good. Yeah, low ticker's very active, but it's weird what's on the high, and then again, the balance is just, it's kind of all over the place. So this one's not updated yet. This is going to be, oh no, this is as of 2 minutes ago. Hold on. All right, so now everything's red on the NASDAQ 100. There's literally 2 names green on the NASDAQ 100. 98 names are red. To give you an idea, the Dow Jones, nothing is green. Literally not one name on the Dow Jones is in the green. And then S&P 500, there's only 24 names in the green. The only sector that's green is undefined. So yeah, everything's red. 90% of the market solidly red across every single index. IXHI popping. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know how to get it back up. Word, undefined. Yeah, it just says, all I see is one thing up a quarter, and it just says undefined. I'm like, oh, word. KMLM. And then bonds are going lower, though. Watch out, no. Because this is what I want to wait. This is, we moved down when the bonds weren't moving, and then all of a sudden now, just, I don't know. I don't think moves stop until the bonds stop. That's it's kind of been a theme we've seen every day. Yeah, all the consumer plays clap. MMM at 96. That was your next long-term target. I think it was like 95 or 93, give or take. Yeah, I think maybe 93 then, but it hit both of those prices. I never picked them up. But this is where I'd want it more than not. The only thing that sucks is that now your dividend. So this is what I was saying with like Colt Sister yesterday. It's like we could buy 3M whenever we want, but or anything. Just take note though is like once it pays a dividend, It's like, this dividend's not going to pay out till another 3 months. So, or 2 months at the very least. So we kind of have some time, more or less. But I would like it at the lower 90s. And then Colt's sister, it sucks, bro. It's not, the cash has to settle. Like, I don't know if I guess she's not on the thing anymore. She's not on cash, or it's not a margin account, but I'm like, man, it sucks. An opinion on leg? I'm not looked into that. TLT danger zone. I think it's already there. I think that's it. We were just talking about it the other day. I said it's either gonna, now you have to decide. Do you want to hold your bonds or do you want to quit? You could get out of the bonds now because it's starting to look like 2001. That's it. It's not, even though the market hasn't broken out yet, we're going to find out. But, like, this is happening. You see the ramp in rates, just like 2000, right when they paused, because here in 1999, they paused, and then they went back to resuming rates, and that's what caused the 10-year to go to 4.8 to literally above 6.5. So now we're about to go, we just hit 4 today, just a little bit above it. But it's like you're starting to get that. So we're going to see. But it's like, it's one of those things now where, like I said, you're entering in a new regime of rates. And when this moves on and when this happens, it's now we're going to see what happens with stocks. Now, the difference is like, as I'm telling you, as rates are breaking out, the market is not. So that is the next step we're looking for. But for the most part, the don't fight the Fed, higher rates seems to be prevailing. But then again, the equities are still pretty elevated. So how long this takes to work out, we'll see. But let's, I make this simple for you. It's back to your divergence. Look how it's still very, very wide. So you're seeing how it's kind of reacting here. But ever since the Fed, we have not been able to hit a high without the bonds going lower. And as the bond yields have gone higher, we have yet to break out from here. So that's what all we need to figure out. We figure that out, you should be good for the next 6 to 8 months. Yeah, Chevron's dying, so is Exxon. Again, SPY here now, back at this low. This is a level, couple names still holding. Again, Microsoft looks like it's curling upwards. Apple's still kind of there. Low ticker is just still gassing, though, man. Hugh Hendry reiterated the long TLT. What are your thoughts? I think you should have a little bit of bonds. Like, I'm going to hold a couple of bonds, but I think the timing, unless you are willing, somebody asked me today, is it a good time to buy it? I think you should have a little bit, but also at the same time, you should have money to strike right when the event happens. But if you've seen Powell the last 6 months, if you're cool with waiting and you're cool with the back and forth and watching stuff dwindle, you know what I'm saying? You gotta do what you gotta do. But it's kind of like I have a little bit of the futures. I think any volatility events will spike the bonds up, but playing the big Fed pivot, Powell is not showing his hand as easy. So I think it's going to be I like the play. I love the play. The idea, the TLT going long. It's age-old, easy-ass play. That's what you do at this time in history. But the hard part's going to be the timing. That's literally what I've been saying. I mean, right now, this is probably going to be our last. We have 1 or 2 more pump fakes remaining. I mean, how many of you remember? How many of you, again, on any TLT play over the last couple of months here, we've been just talking about the pump fakes. So and I don't know if you guys remember me talking about it, but I just said there's going to be like 3 pump fakes, give or take. And this could be the 3rd pump fake. So this is either going to be the last one, or we're going to get one more yield pop or drop, and then they're going to pop back up again, and then the final one. So it's like this will either be the final one or we get another, oh my gosh, everybody buy bonds again. Then Powell says no, 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 no. And then that last pump fake, and then that will be the next. Again, this all works on the whole yield curve, 12-month inverted time frame and all that. I could be wrong, and we'll see. But at the very least, though, I'm not trying to predict anything, but what I have cautioned against is that the yield curve and the bonds, they are going to pump fake these pivot signals as they have. So that's where it's like, if you're like, should I buy long TLT? Should I go long on the bonds right now? What are you trying to accomplish? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to really understand what you're trying to accomplish, because there is going to be these fakes. So it's like, if you're trying to get the play to speculate, get it at a better price. And don't fall for the pump fake, more or less, or kind of understand how there's going to be waves and periods as it moves. But, are you trying to go for the pivot? You're buying duration, but what's your duration that you're expecting to benefit off of? But like I said, I mean, I said it. It's kind of like, it's kind of ironic of how it plays out. But like, I asked Hugh this question. I told him, and I said, why not go with the shares on TLT or ZROS? You know what I'm saying? Because and ironically, the answer is that the options give you better leverage. So ironically enough, it's like you kind of need more money to play the shares, but the shares are it's that way you could get a little bit of the bonds no matter what as it fluctuates up and down. You're not going to get killed by running out of time or anything of that nature. So in a weird way, going after these options on the bonds, just you're kind of going for the cheap leverage aspect. But don't underestimate, you could get around a lot of the risk by saying, hey, I'm down to hold a couple $1,000 for the next year. You put that into shares, it could kind of balance it out a little bit. And then we're still at the low. Bonds, again, wing, couple of things still moving. Where is this? Tesla gap in 43.90. Do corporate bonds follow the same mechanics as Treasury? Price up, yield down? Yeah, 100%. And then the relationship is like they'll react later. So there's still even a correlation between Treasuries and corporates, but then usually the corporates get the last reaction. Everything starts at the Treasury front, and then it's just a domino effect from there. Okay, I bought 2 MES. I'm going to try to flip one to the long side. I wanted to go with a bigger one, but I don't want to get trapped on 100 points ahead of everything. Biogen's make or break in moment is here in Alzheimer's treatment. Biogen. Again, Microsoft running towards the high. How does Bill fit into these bond movements? Super easy. Like we told you today, new regime on bonds. 10-year hitting 4%. The other one that hasn't happened in 25 years is the 2-year going to 5% or higher than 5%. So that's Bill is just short-term interest rates. That's it. So the bond moves, you're not getting affected by it. You're actually just benefiting every time the yields go higher and higher and higher. You own Bill, you actually benefit off of it, because that means you will get paid more and more and more for less and less duration because interest rates are higher. So the longer interest rates stay up, the better Bill will pay out. The higher interest rates go, the more Bill is going to pay out. Bruh, Microsoft on the high now. Microsoft is up almost 1%. Even Tesla's getting the candle. Ay. Traders raise Bank of England hike bets. 50% odds is 6.75 peak. We got out of Entrada. Damn, bro. Microsoft. Adobe's on the high now. That one's kind of surprising. They're still down 1%. But Adobe's coming up. CRM a little bit off the bottom. ANET, Microsoft's going nuts. Yeah, Microsoft's actually crazy. That's what I say and watch it all day. Disney, they're at the low. Disney's down 2. PayPal's down 3. I feel like we just did this the other day. Remember, it was right before the holiday. It was like, I remember like Roblo, Airbnb were up like 6%, and the next day they're down like 5. I feel like you're getting that again. MGM on the low. Again, SPY had 2 candles there, but you already got met with the red cheek lay. Win is at down 3.5 right now. Win's getting murdered. Meta is starting to lift up. Meta, Tesla, Microsoft. 3M getting crushed. Meta, Amazon's starting to go up now. Amazon's still down 1.5. APLD, Bear Cave. APLD, Bear Cave, also short. LABD. Oh, this thing's already dead. It's already down 20. Getting murdered. The bib options for PDUFA. I haven't looked at them, but like it's going to be like $50 both ways. Adidas 4. Kroger is still going. That was the earlier runner. Oh no, Kroger flipped. So remember, they were running there in terms of value. PayPal is at the low. PayPal's down 4. XLF is down 1.5. Ay. I don't know if APLD is halted. It's at the low, though, but I think we're late on it because it's down 20% already. Microsoft. Low ticker gas in. Kind of. I see even material play. SPY towards the low. It is. NASDAQ's not doing as bad. I think Russell is the one really paying for this. Russell's down 2.3 now. So I think last time we were over here, Russell was like 1.7, 1.8. But this is pretty bad for the Russell. You got a couple of tech names like Amazon's on the high now. You even got Catalent or CALT. Amazon, Meta, Tesla, they're starting to work. But I guess Tesla kind of chilled out. APLD is not halted. So it was just down. Not moved down 20% on the report. Again, Meta with another candle. Watch Microsoft. Someone said Editas and then EDTX. This is 27% runner. EDTX. I need to check what's up with that. Apple. EdTech investment. What is this? I don't see anything on it. They terminated a merger a couple days ago. That's a weird one. Oh, yeah. You see this? Whoa. So June 28th, they terminated their merger. And then now they're just chilling. Oh, no, watch out for that one. EDTX, yeah, like it could be a merger if they backed out of one a couple weeks ago. Mm-mm. 732. China's gallium and geranium bans. That was yesterday. Yeah, EDTX halted. Market still, bonds keep going lower, though. That's weird. So, again, another set here. Ever since, what was it here? Was it the JOLTS jobs opening? Like, the market and bonds Bonds didn't react at first. Market kind of stayed within this range, but now you're near the low of the day. That's another low on bonds. This has been a all-day theme, kind of like yesterday. Lift clapped. Meta. Yeah, Meta top right. They're breaking out up 1.1 now. The flow. I don't know anything about EDTX, just that. I just saw it there. Again, we've got a couple, like the high ticker has been spitting out some just random runners here, but you just got to look into it. What was the other one? IHX or whatever? IXHL. Yeah, that was the other one. And see, though, we haven't got out of here for a while. Bonds are hitting another low on the 10-year. This is 43.90. You have yet to hit the 43.87. And then next level below that is 43.50. Or, like, realistically, like 43.82 and then 43.77. There it is. Another flush. New low. Tesla. Meta. They're all giving it up. And then bonds are stopping. Even banks. Citi. I swear Citi was up. Or no, they were up yesterday. Chevron, another low. I think XOM too. Turkey Simsec said to criticize flagship Lira saving tool. Again, Citi, Meta, decent sized candle. Accenture on the low. My BA. I don't have a put. I just have old shares. I'm still down on them. They made back some today, but it's weird with Boeing. You get like really close to breaking even, and then the next day it just shoots back up. So, I mean, just this is the last 3 months of this. Pretty much the last 3 months, Boeing is at the same price. Actually, almost the last 2 years. All right, new low. Where my future at? We're down 30 bucks on the ES, the MES. Chevron with TechRom. Chevron's down 2, XOM's down 3, and even Oxy's. Everything is down again. So we're down 1.45 on the NASDAQ now, 1.3 on the SPY, 1.4 on the Dow, 2.5 on the Russell. But like I was telling you earlier, everything is down right now. So again, even on the S&P, NASDAQ 100, there's 4 names in the green now that Microsoft has flipped. Dow Jones, there's Microsoft is the only green one. And then S&P, there's just not one thing green. Yeah, undefined disappeared. So now everything's red. The worst on the day is non-energy minerals, and then energy, and then consumer discretionary, and then commercial services and consumer services, then finances, then utilities, and health. Yeah, tech's in the middle. Health, communication, and then consumer non-durables are the best. But they're all red. Everything's still red. Yeah, Microsoft, watch Meta as well too. But then the bonds, dude. Do you guys realize how crazy? Bonds are down 1.1. Is that the real you on Threads? It depends. What's the tweet? What does it say? The bonds, dude. Again, 5% on the 2 year. It's nuts. Zuck is still a lizard. That's what the first one says? Yeah, that's me. That's legit. You got the right one. It's weird, though. I have my profile as public, but then it's like, it's telling me I have to accept all of my followers. I'm like, this is kind of whack. Meta saving. You can accept all? How? I don't see accept all. You think God said it was whack? He had to accept all of his followers? Bro. It's like, are you calling me God, or what are you trying to say here, sir? Either this doesn't work in any scenario. So we're just I'm gonna try to figure out how to accept all right now. But it won't let me. I have to just press confirm on everyone. We're all gods. Word to Kanye. I did. I made a trade on Cody, got clapped on it, and then I did a MES. It's at the bottom, but then you have to make it to the bottom. Start it. Cody is fine. I like it. I mean, they had good updates here too, but we'll see. We'll see. Bitcoin dump. It was up a little bit earlier, and then watch oil and the market here at these levels. Good morning. Relief air brakes. I mean, we don't have much data. I think Euro close, but wait a minute. Is it already there? No, we got about just under an hour. That could be good. Again, today, China was bad in the morning. We talked about that a little bit, but it's not like Europe shocked us every other day in the morning like it has. Target 31. Threads, an Instagram app. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. Pretty much the fake Meta Twitter. But Meta is still actually holding, again, Meta, Microsoft. I think that's the only things that are, again, random names are green right now. But, like, legitimately, all across the board, there's probably, like, there's just a handful of names. I guess there's 16 names on the S&P that are green. So, like, Dr. Pepper's in the green, Borg Warner, Appaliv, Everest, Arch, Capital Group, Kroger, Quest Diagnostics, Meta, Microsoft, Chubb, Ion, and WR Berkeley Corporation. Oh, yeah, the bonds are still trying to die. That's what I was saying, that this is kind of the nuttiest aspect, is that we are just breaking through 4% and 5% on the 10 and 2 year. Overstock. I hope it dropped a lot. 7 point. Oh, it is. It's coming back down. I don't know. I want it to come down a little bit more, but at least, remember, we were talking, it was up 7 to 15% every day. I'm bullish, Joshy. There you go. Amen. Amen. I like bullish and bear. Again, I like it, both of it. It's so weird. Like I finally, like, I remember what it feels like to have everything be bullish and just hold your long term and then watch it hit a new high that feels good, bro. It feels good. But then it's also like, I also remember like the bond plays and like, hey, when you could read bad data, you could make $20,000. So it just depends. It just depends. But I like both. So amen to both. More downside plays I wasn't down on so much. The bonds would be the only one, but that's going to be the one. I mean, like the China ones, I think that all I have is China and BABA, and then I got to make back the NQ. But the bonds, at the very least, like I'm saying, think broader in the sense of it's going to be a side pistol or our main weapon at one point. We're just going to need it. Oh, the SQQ. Yeah, that one's down $6. But that's on like, what, 100 shares? But yeah, a lot of room. I forgot about those. So yeah, we're down $6. I got that at 25. Why is that so cheap? They don't even charge you for margin on that? Is that all cash? Forgot about it yesterday. How much did you go on it with? Did you do more than 100 shares? Congrats to the VIX plays. SPY's coming down here one more time. Bonds, first little pop. Americans have quitting their jobs. Have quit quitting their jobs. Surge in Americans quitting jobs has abated since peaking during the pandemic. Americans voluntarily left 4 million jobs in May. That marked a drop of around 500,000 from 4.5 in November. No, 100. Oh, you'll be good. I think that one, though, I'll probably average with any of the bonds. What I did forget about that one. How dare people retire? What happened to quiet quitting? I don't know, actually. I think quiet quitting was kind of partly the attitude as well. But they're just, if you don't remember, so that's what some of the jobs reports showed. But, like, you're not watching people quitting one job just to go get another job, like, as active as they were. So pretty much that's starting to decline, where you're watching, you know, at one point in the last couple of years, like you were getting so many job quits because people would go to another job. But now that's not really happening at the same rate. It's happening, but it's definitely a shift over the last 2 years. There's Teslonian. I forgot. Ford gave those numbers and nothing happened. Now they're saying loud quitting. Quiet quitting got replaced by quiet hiring. I just got my thread accounts up. I dig it so far. It's a nice UI. It's just like, it's just weird. It's Instagram Twitter, man. It's Instagram Twitter. I don't know how to describe it. How are other people trading day? Twittergram. It's just so weird because I'm just like, retweet. Oh, EDX halted again. EDTX. Damn, bro, that shit went up another 30%. That's the one I told you where they backed out of that deal. My goodness. Then SPY's trying to work its way up. The buyer's stepping in. If it could hold ADP on the high, Mondelez, a couple of value plays, and then a little bit of tech's trying to work its way up. And then if you get Meta, Microsoft, and the bonds just stop dying. That's it. So we'll see. As long as you don't, if the bonds could like get back up to here and not do this little like run up to here and then start to sell off again, maybe we'll get out of here. But I think you need the bonds to just stop with the death spiral. The market is difficult. It's not like a previous model. The indicators are rhyming with 30 different times in history. It's a very complicated template. I agree, and I think even then though that like it's just another testament. We have to deal with a lot of stuff daily. You're going to get a lot of stuff daily. We have a lot of things we're going to be moving forward with. You are dealing with Schrodinger's cat in real time. We don't know what's happening with the box. And again, you compare it to other times in history, it becomes a very difficult market. Again, even then, I look back at it, the trades, there's some really good ones, some really bad ones. You're going to be right for some time, and then you're going to be wrong, and then you're going to be wrong, and then you're going to be right. And then that's pretty much it. But what I'm trying to say, my main conclusion is very, very simple. The long term. And that's it. Get the long term. At the end of the day, the trades have been more 50-50, but your long term is forever. And although you can't compare it to any time in history, although it's this, although it's that, it's like owning the assets and then again keeping this 5-10 year time frame in line. It has worked. It has worked, and I'm sure again a lot of you who have stuck with the long term, you're going to be loving it. The long term is down today, but again, if I wouldn't talk shit about the long term. You know what I'm saying? It's just like at that point, great. But to be hitting all-time highs throughout the last couple of years, to be going through and just turning around what we've done, I mean, it proves it. And it just shows how no matter how difficult the environment is, like if you just want an account that goes straight up, get a long term. That's it. Should have trimmed. No, I should have done everything we did, and that's that's it. Again, it's everybody makes their own decisions, but at the same time, you see all of this. What happened is that the smart people lost. If you just fucking bought and forgot and were an idiot, you made money. That's what my long term did for me. So it's like you could try to get real complicated in a very uncertain time and try to use the best of your abilities to figure out the next step and optimize but it's like if you just owned good assets with enough time and you kept a balance with it, you were good to go. And that answered everything. Go get the long term. DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Grubhub sued over New York minimum wage law. Dash is getting a reaction. There you go. Uber, surprisingly not. I don't know. Does Lyft get affected by that? I guess, or it's probably just for the food people. Dash got a little chicle. How much long term? 9 months plus? Yeah, we're talking, no, 10 years. That's it. We act as if, again, I mean, that's what our long term is. It's just, if you've been on this channel, you've literally just watched me create another account. And I've bought stuff and I've never sold it. And we've held it. And I've always told people that's how I've gotten rich in the stock market. I don't know if they believed me, but it's just, owning assets is the way to go, and I wanted to make sure everybody had an example. But yeah, just a savings account, just with stuff you own. It's going to move around, but it works. The food news, it was just right now is DoorDash and Uber Eats, Grubhub, New York City suing them over minimum wage law. That's why I dashed it down. SPY's going down again. Bonds stopped moving, but we're making our move. And to get long terms, a couple. There's a lot. I mean, that's now I'm trying to let it work through and try to utilize our strategic position to our advantage. Where again, we don't have to move just yet, so we'll see. Some of this is related to Powell's speech, or yesterday, the minutes. And then we had other data in the morning, and then our data was very, very strong. Bob. Yeah, man, banks. Everything is absolutely destroyed today. There's really not much green. Less than 20 names green on the S&P. Less than 5 names on the Nasdaq 100. I think Dow Jones has maybe 1 name in the green right now. So still down 1.5 on the Nasdaq, 1.3 on S&P, 1.4 Dow, 2.5 on the 2.5 on the Russell. That one's hideous. Again, KRE is down 2.9 today. Warner green, is that Borg Warner? Still very early. You guys realize it's still 30 minutes till Euro close. So even then, this has all just been the first, I think, hour and a half, hour 20? Volume's pretty high, though. You're at 26 mil. Damn, volume's really high for the first hour and compared to the last couple of days. So we got a lot of gas in the tank for this. MPW got murdered alongside every other REIT. So again, even the REIT index right now is down 1.87. They all got, again, and interest rates have broken to a new regime. So that's why I said it the other day when the REITs were going up. I said it's very interesting how the REITs, like 3 days ago, they outperformed tech on a day where the interest rates were running. And that's why I was like, it's kind of interesting. There's Walgreens. PayPal down 4. SPY's still going lower. Again, bonds have not moved, which is good, but now your equity market's still edging a little lower. 3M. Uber's flushing now. Again, you have that news there with DoorDash and all them. 3M's at 95. A new low. VIX is on the high. VIX at 16.8. Oh, this thing kind of woke up. VIX is back to the June 1st levels. Oof. He was in the gulag earlier. Start getting flushy. Well, you have, again, I think any of the levels from here on out, we're looking at like 20 points at a time now. So you are below 43.87 now. First time since we've actually even called it out. We've been going really slow. But next level is going to be 43.77. I think there's another level at 43.82. Other than that, 43.58. And then maybe like 43.60, I believe, was the opening of Wednesday. Why big volume days, bigger down days, low volume days, or bigger up days? Because like people rushing to the exits, there's a lot of people selling, and sometimes the days where it's low volume, if you don't have a lot of volume, it takes only a couple transactions to bring it up. Yeah, VIX still going. Manu's on the high again. So Manu's making another pump. JP Morgan, watch if any of those banks come back up. Again, banks are like low-key borderline murdered across the board. Again, EDTX is resumed trading. That one's wild. So you guys, I showed you this one at 30%. It got halted again, went up another 30%. It's just got unhalted now, and it's still up for that 60% total now. What was that? The barrels. 1.5 million barrels in a week. Saw a draw of 1.6. So a little bit less of a draw than expected. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. Dude, this has only been an hour? That's crazy. Oh my gosh. EDTX is going. Bro, 73% now. That one's halted again. I think. No, it's only been 1.5. Yeah, it's halted. Uber had news related New York City labor laws about minimum wage, them, DoorDash, and any of the food providers they're getting clapped, or any like delivery. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Chattadonia. I will be right back. Good morning, good evening, and good night. Follow me on Threads, bro. No, okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, the S&P down 1.3% off the lows of the session, though. It wasn't just the blow at ADP, which it feels like no one believed the number, but they're still trading on the number. But you had ISM services still coming in strong, and prices paid fell to the lowest since March 2020. Prices come down, but employment still strong. New orders still strong. Most of the industries still strong, except for mining and agriculture. NASDAQ 100 down by 1.4%, sort of tracking in line with the S&P, and the Y is the pop in the bond market. A sell-off all across. The belly really taking the hit. The 2-year up by 12 basis points, so off the highs of the session. And Guy was talking about the currency market. The Bloomberg Dollar Index did hit its highest level of the session, as you got the JOLTS number at the top of the 10, and you got ISM services. Also, data still holding in strong, but nonetheless, it really is the rate market moving some of the equity market here that we're seeing a lot of the turmoil, Guy.
Let's talk about terminal rates. Let's talk about where ultimately these central banks are going, because it feels like they're going higher and higher and higher. We keep having to ratchet the terminal rate expectations up and up and up. So the yellow line here is the Bank of England, the white line is the Fed, and the blue line down at the bottom there is the ECB. I'm going to get the cameraman to zoom in because they're all ticking higher to a certain degree. The Bank of England really quite significantly. So the market is now pricing a 100% probability that the bank gets to 6.5 by next March. Terminal rate now seen at 6.59. The Fed is now at 5.63. We were wondering whether we were going to get to 5.5. We got there. Are we now going to get to 6? Where does that take the ECB? We are going to hear from Christine Lagarde tomorrow. Again, Alex, at the Aix-en-Provence conference, which is taking place in the Louvre tomorrow. Be interesting to see what she has to say.
Yeah, and speaking of, Guy, you spoke with Liz Martins earlier about her expectations for the Fed and the BOE. It feels like the ECB is sort of going to be the outlier here. Here's what she had to say about the UK economy.
We think the Fed's got one more to do. The BOE have 2, of which one is half a point. But clearly the market's getting more and more kind of hawkish in its expectations.
That takes us to our question of the day. Is the Fed going to 6%? Is the Bank of England going to 7%? Joining us now, Marcus Ashworth of Bloomberg Opinion, Liz McCormick, our chief correspondent, global macro markets. Marcus, you're standing next to me. You're wincing. I can already feel you wincing. The Bank of England, 7%. The market's already pricing 6.5. 7 doesn't feel like a stretch. The Taylor rule says 14.
Oh, well, you're the chatter, all right, I just think the market has got itself whacked sideways on the sense that their interest rate hedging, the tail risk, needs to be re-hedged again. We obviously had a bad ADP number. We know the correlation that to payrolls is almost 0. Nonetheless, obviously the Fed minutes day before set it up for us. If we get a strong payroll number tomorrow, then I don't think the markets react much at all because it's now fully priced in. If we get a weak one, whoa, we're going right back from where we came. So in that sense, I think these forward pricing are in highly liquid markets. SOFR and SONIA are not what dollar or sterling libel futures markets once were in liquidity. And I think it's overreacting. It's understandable that's how markets work. But I cannot see the Bank of England going anywhere near 6%, let alone 7. And as to the Fed, well, really, that's interesting. I think the way that all the markets around the world have moved, it shows you what the Fed does is the only thing that matters. Now, Alex was saying we don't need to worry so much about the ECB because the ECB is following the Fed. The Bank of England is following the Feds.
What about Japan? No? Okay. You waiter. Chattadoni. I like what they said. People didn't even believe the number in the morning. Again, jobs report was big. Tomorrow, though, is the main event, so you don't have to go too crazy. Tesla DTL crack above. Well, Tesla's chilling, down 2. Had a blowout day yesterday. Microsoft seems to be the standout. There's a couple of other winners there, too, but very, very few and far between. Am I even on the MES? I'm down $5 on 2 of them, so it'd be like $2.50 a pop. But yeah, borderline. And then it sucks. Shout out to the long term. Up 375 on 2. Let's go. I only got threads because of you. I had to see it. That's it. I only made one tweet, and it said Zuckerberg is still a lizard. So that's it. That's my trial. Let's see how it turns out. And that's it. And then we'll be good. Gracias, Habibi. Oh, the petition? I haven't I think last time I checked we had 150 signatures. I don't think our political activity is gotten legs yet, but I'll check back. I might have to post it on my threads. Is Threads going to kill Twitter? No, I just think Facebook has found a way to separate their retirement community from their young community. That's all. I think that's it. You got like Facebook, you got all the grandmas and grandpas on there. So now I don't know. I don't know what Threads is gonna do. Honestly, I think it's a wild concept. We're gonna find out. It's just like I told you. It's gonna be it's gonna take time. It's gonna take whether it fails or succeeds. You won't know for another like year, maybe a little less. It will end like Google Plus. No. Yo, you remember? I used Google Plus, bro. I used to use Google Plus. I used to use Hangouts back. That was before anything. And then Slack came around. Oh, man. Did you see it, though? Actually, let me ask you this. When you guys signed up for Threads, did you guys see what it said, like, under the security stuff? Did you guys see what it said about the Fediverse? I don't know. Threading into your privacy. But did you see what it said about that thing called Fediverse or Fediverse something? And it gave you like a thing on how they were like, oh, by using Threads, you will be able to like integrate this into like Mastodon and other apps and like, yeah, no, they had so it literally said Fediverse. Let me see if I can find it for you. It was hella weird. Yeah, here. Nobody reads that. It was like 5 a.m. in the morning I was reading all of this. I still hit accept because I was like, I need to see how this looks. But still, man. It says our plan to make Threads part of the Fediverse, a social network of different servers operated by third parties that are connected and communicate with each other. Each server on the Fediverse operates on its own but can talk to other servers of the Fediverse that run on the same protocol. We plan for Threads to use a protocol called ActivityPub to talk to other servers that support this protocol. Our vision is that Threads will enable you to communicate with people on other Fediverse platforms we don't own or control. That means your Threads profile can follow you and be shared by people using different servers on the Fediverse. Your content and information may be shared with those servers. For example, if you interact with content from another server, or if you have followers from others, if you have a private profile, you could approve follow requests before people on or off Threads can follow you. So, yeah, I didn't know. I don't know if you know that existed. I think it's an awful name to call it the Fediverse. You say Fediverse pertains to federating where you can integrate into others. It's very common on your everyday apps and whatnot, especially at work. I just want a different name. No, 3M hit $92, $93 not too long ago. Remember, and then they got a headline. They're trying to make it all decentralized and shit, but you know it's another way for them to track you. Well, duh. Again, I mean, you got to think about it. You know, Facebook's biggest problem in the last year and a half was stalking people so they could sell you ads. Now they got it. Now they're like, well, if you accept all of this and let us track you a little bit slightly differently, now we will have all of this information to sell you more advertisements. Am I adding 3M? I will eventually, but you know, there's a lot of plays that I want right now that have gone down, but I am taking everything slow. I don't need to move fast. My long terms are all green. We have cushion. We have plays coming back. We have a little bit of cash, about 4%, but in my mind, if you know what's going to happen, if the dividend, like I want Walgreens and I want 3M, but the divvies, I'm just like, I could wait. Because it's like, give it another month or so. I don't think I'm going to miss out on too much. You want Bloomy? Mine doesn't show for some reason. I need to see where's the mother at. Because last time you said I tried to pull it up. It's showing me some David Rubenstein ad. Rather, Walgreens. Any of them. I mean, a lot of them are making big moves, and it's just like, it just depends where you're at. So it's like, if you don't have anything in your portfolio, if you have a lot of cash, like, go take these things that are down. But again, like I said yesterday, my position may be different, but it's like, I want to buy stuff, but it's like, I know I don't need to. Does that make sense? All I know is like deep down, I could go take whatever little cash I have and buy it, but it's just like, at the end of the day, I really don't need it. It's just like, I would be better off waiting a little bit, seeing if we get better prices or not. But then at the same time, it's like, even if I don't buy anything, that means the rest of the portfolio is going to rip. So I'm just taking it a little slower here until we get a little bit. But there's so many names I want. Disney, PayPal, Walgreens, 3M. Those are definitely top candidates right here that I want. I'm not even like waiting for a deal. I'm just like, I want it to be like a no-brainer, but it's just like, I'm full. I'm at the dinner table and I'm full. Like, do you get what I'm saying? I don't want dessert. I don't want an appetizer. I don't need any. It's like, let me get hungry a little bit and let it sit there, because at this point, I don't want to sacrifice tomorrow, just especially if I'm full today, if that makes sense. So, having that cash, building up a little cash in the meantime, all these things that are cheap today, if they get even cheaper, I'm going to love them, and, I'll be able to execute with more certainty. Otherwise, they're going to bounce back up, and then everything else bounces with it, and then we'll, again, just build out this cash reserve so that we'll be good to go again like the other moment. Nothing happened too much today, just very strong data. And then China and Asian equities really, really dropped. But we had very, very strong data both on ISM services and jobs. And the bonds just kept ripping. And now the 2-year and the 10-year are breaking out at certain levels. Oh, Meta. They're dying. I thought it was going to be a Meta upside candle. Yeah. Hold on. Meta, 2 candles here. We're near the low. If your long term is not green, like, are you still waiting for them? So what else is in your long term? So like, do you have did you buy anything for the last 6 months or no? Are you more growth or are you more dividends? That's the next question. But if I didn't make purchases, if my long term is already in a position where it's like, whether it goes up or down, it wouldn't change me. It's not gonna, like, you're trying to get out the gutter. then yeah, I would make some purchases. But then again, I'd go for the value, and then the next question is, do you have growth or dividends? But if you don't have anything and you didn't make pickups, then yeah, you could justify a pickup, but make sure it flows in the sense of your rest of your balance. And then too, try not to just take anything at the highest point possible if you could resist. What do you think about? I like it. We're just up on it. So honestly, we should have bought Coca-Cola in October or whenever it dropped back down. But it's up a lot. I like it though. I like it a lot. I would love to add more Coca-Cola. It's just kind of, I'll hold the cash until I could get it at a little bit cheaper of a price. I don't know. The last long-term purchase was probably like 2 months ago, or a month or May. Yeah, we grabbed Walgreens. I think that was the last one. Love seeing fractionals that tells you drip is working. Amen. Amen. It's funny that ETF stands for End the Fed. Hey, man, I love you. Been watching since 2020. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Long term. Long term. MPW smacked around. Welcome to higher interest rates. As yields top 4%, traders wondered why the REITs were being destroyed. I want MPW at $7.77. That was a beautiful price. But either way, we got to wait. Yeah, so what I'm gonna make purchases even with the long term. I'm gonna make a purchase on sister's long term because again, she didn't buy anything for the last year. So the plan, and she saved up all that money. The idea is gonna be I'm gonna make one purchase with that, but again, balance it out as we were just talking about. Oh, yeah, Disney was the latest pickup. No, you're right. Is my long-term your retirement? Yes and no. So not the one you see here, but eventually it will. Honestly, you know, if I don't end up giving away this long-term or turn it into hopefully I hope one day our long-term will pay for a Chad building. But for the most part, I do think this thing will become something. But ideally, my other long-term is my retirement along with everything else. But yeah, you know, the idea is to keep this money and to have it over your years and hopefully to provide you with whatever you need in life, whether it be starting a business, whether it's paying for bills. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, like I said, this was just $200. If you had $200 a month, you know, I'm not here for any smart ass comments, right? All I'm saying is if you could get your hands on $200 a month, you will have an account that looks like this. I don't even care if you're like, how much, do you want an account that looks like this or not? If you could, you see what I'm saying? But it's just like, if you started this in 2019 and you only had $500 and you added your $200, it's like you could buy a car right now. If you want, literally, if you go qualify for a FHA down payment, you could have had 500, 1,000. Again, 2020, top of 2020, we had $3,000, $4,000. Today, this is a FHA down payment. You could use it for whatever you want. So it will be your retirement. It will be whatever. But the idea is just to own it and and you get to take advantage of the market and you just see how fast things can move. And this is why you want to own assets. Damn, we're about to go lower again. Again, Meta is starting to slip up too. Yeah, so watch out. In 2022, we did absolutely nothing. You know, like literally, your performance in 2022, The long-term hit 10,000 in 2022. And guess what? You spent the next year doing nothing. Your money did nothing. And that's even, again, and you had to make your deposits too. Isn't that crazy? But then what happened, it just took 1 to 2 months to literally go up 50% or 40%. That's the crazy. Again, we started this year with literally $9,000 in this one. And you already see what it did there. But it's just like, sometimes it does nothing. You know what I'm not trying to tell you that you're always going to be making money. It's just like, if you plan on holding and you plan on living life and owning it, it's just like little over little over little over little, and it just starts to grow and grow and grow. And it's like, some years will be good, some will be bad, some will be, very, very adequate and mediocre. But then it's just like, what it all compounds and leads into, it's going to be a big bag, and you're going to watch your wealth grow. It's called long-term because the idea is act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. So even when I made my original long-term that I still hold to this day, and then even looking at the ones I made for this YouTube, the plan is to never, we're not making decisions for 10 years. So you buy in 2019 is when you started it. You're not going to make any big sell decisions till 2029. If you're really going to hold on to it in that sense. But if you truly understand, it's not about daily. Again, we've spent years in front of you doing it, and it's just like, sometimes it's wild to see because you've seen it at different points. You see it up, you see it down. It looks like a little, looks like a lot, and then it just, over time, it just starts to go crazy. Yes. Statistically, the people who died did best on their 401ks. So just hold it. Unless someone cuts divvies, well, that could hurt it, but our whole portfolio is not just one company. That's it. Like, we have losers in that portfolio till this day. So even if they cut the divvies on some of them, the idea should be after 10, 15 years, it should be there again, I guess, or changing your mind. Then I will change. I will change my mind. But then again, it depends. Just the HBI one was weird. Yeah, Haynes, weirdo. He was just weird. I'm glad, though. I was right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just, I had to, when push came to shove, I hope you realize I don't just stand by the rules arbitrarily, but it was just like, HBI was a shit that wasn't supposed to happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was, that's it. For them cutting their divvy at that moment, it was, it would have been better. It would have been better. But because remember, we bought it at $5 and we were up to 10 within like a month. And then we still walked away with like 30% or so. Ooh, got my duplex paid off last year. Bought 107, 900 in 2008. Rents paid $80K in the 8 years. All income, baby. Let's go. Good work. If I didn't touch Tesla, I would have had close to 1,000 shares by now. Again, this is why I started my long term. Like, dude, everybody, you are going to do this. And it's just, how long is it going to take you to realize it? Because I did the same thing. So when I first started trading, I read the books. I read the Jim Cramer book. I read all the way to invest and what you buy stocks and hold them, right? And then after a couple of months, or like just under a year, what happens? You find this thing called day trading. And then you're like, oh, then there's penny stocks. Oh, and then it's like, and then you start getting these ideas, and then you start to see a whole nother world of the stock market that you want to learn. And then you learn it, then you get into it, and then you start playing it, then you start hitting, then you start losing and hitting, and then before you know it, it's been 2 or 3 years, and then you're going to look back at the names you traded and be like, wow, they're really high. And then the stuff that you just own, you're going to be like, oh, it all went up. It's like, if I did nothing, that's where I came up with the phrase. I would always say this. Do you know how many, like literally in my sister's situation, it ended up benefiting her? Because I always say it, more often than not, the biggest threat to your money is going to be you. Some people, most people, would be better off buying the stock, buying the S&P, buying 5 different stocks, then buying a baseball bat, and then taking it to their computer, and then just straight wailing on their computer so that it's inoperable, and then they never buy a computer again and never look at their computer or trading account. They would do way better than anything. Just because, but that's what you have to learn. I'm not saying trading is bad. Again, that's why you realize what I'm doing now. I trade. I will lose on trades. I will win on trades. Motherfuckers, I have a fat long term for both YouTube and another one in the background. Always have to be owning. Okay, you heard always be closing, always have to be owning, and that's it. So just, you'll figure it out, but over a couple of years, you're going to look back and be like, wow, if I just didn't touch it, it would have done this. So start doing that now. Always be owning, baby. Always be owning. So let's go. Let's get it, Chad, and that's why. But you're not going to be dumb this time around. You're not going to hear this fucking long-term discussion right when everything rallied 40% and be like, okay, I'm going to do it now and buy the expensive ones. No. So just please find the balance. It's slow. It's not this, none of everything I'm showing you on the long term, none of it is a result of hearing it today and reacting today. It is little by little every single month. So it's, again, the best time to plant the tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is today. But it's little by little. So y'all with me? Amen? Amen. Hold some, trade some. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not against that. That's why, but I really do hope you're responsible enough and you set that up, and then that's it. Like, it just, you got to have a hard limit. You get your trade account, get your trading amount, set that there, separate it from long term, and do your thing. And you're going to realize how comfortable it gets when you do own on the back end while you are going through your trading. When you entertain an AbiVi pickup, if it gets low again, I want below 130. I was actually running numbers yesterday, seeing what would happen if I added AbiVi. So I'm not against it. I would prefer, again, even for sisters long term, we grabbed AbiVi at 111. So it's kind of just like one of those things where, I like it. It's a good name. The yield is lower than interest rates, but, we could wait a little. Wait, I like that Josh is deploying Colt Sisters cash. Shows that people are indeed on the sidelines. Bullish. Well, if you didn't do anything for a year. So that's what Sisters' account, she made money. She missed out on 50% or more by not making 4 or 5 pickups. But then it's like she just hasn't done anything. So I'm going to redeploy it, but the difference is you should know damn well what I'm going to redeploy it on. I'm not going to buy anything that's at a 52-week high. What one name would you start planting your tree with today? Get a solid one. I would go for some solid, maybe AbiVi. But that's always the hardest one. And the beauty, your first play doesn't matter. If you've never planted the tree, it doesn't matter. Honestly, your first play should be something you use every day and that you like, that you can die with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, find a hill to die on. What is your favorite brand name and company in the world right now? Like, you got to really, and start there, because, again, you're going to be able to build out through it. Like I'm telling you, that first deposit, that first play, whether it hits or not, the next deposit is coming. You know what I'm saying? And then and then you're either gonna add to it or build something else. It's just like how we build it out takes time. So, but then again, think of the stuff that you actually like know and use. I love NFTs. Man, when was the last time you non-fungibled any? I don't even remember the last time I fungibled anything since learning about things being fungible or non-fungible. It's crazy. Yeah, Euro close 45 seconds ago. Maybe we do pop off of here. Let's see. Again, bonds are at the low, though, which I don't like. The last 30 minutes, 45 minutes, they weren't. Bad. No, it was a good joke. It was a good joke. Yeah, nobody talks about the NFTs anymore. But either way, start small. Start with something you like. It all adds up. That's it. It's just unfortunate. That's what I hate. This is why I tell you guys to do it. Because now this is fucked. You know that? The long term is going to be fucked right now. Because nothing I'm telling you now is going to matter if all you're seeing is it hitting a high, and now you're like, okay, I want to do this now. It's just like, remember, this is day by day. This is 1 month after the next. It was just adding up every single little purchase. Big account, small account, it didn't matter. But it was so slow. So the point is, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, they're not going to make or break you. The idea is getting the ball rolling, and then you will have an account like this that will snowball, and you will have an account that will always be going up. That is the goal. So I hope you start it now, but also don't put too much pressure on yourself with all that being said. Small good decisions, baby. Apple is kind of coming up here. Let me see Microsoft. Meta, we don't know why Meta came down. Last thing I heard is more downloads, and then that's it. But yeah, Euro close, starting us off decent. Captain Bein. Welcome, my friends. Your favorite company is priced too high right now? That one's super easy. Abivai and Coca-Cola. That I could take hand. That's one. And honestly, if you really want to start, just buy one of those and just average into it. But again, there's going to be the risk of things moving, but if it's your first one, but there's a lot. I mean, shit, dude, I even like Google. If I got, or even the Amazon at the $80, I like NVIDIA at $80, but it's just like Abivai, Coca-Cola, names like that is what I really, really, really like. I like MO too. MO is literally break even and it's chilling. I like 3M, but 3M's not overpriced. 3M is just fucking dying. That's bargain bin. But you know what I'm saying? I like Uber too, but that again, that's expensive growth. But Abivai and Coca-Cola are just, those names are not gonna go anywhere ever. That's it. And there's not gonna be any it may move 10, 20% depending on what happens, but it's not gonna fluctuate like a Uber or anything. You know what I'm saying? Coin. Why do you like 3M so much? Because every single person in here knows what it is, and I would argue has one 3M product maybe within 100 feet of them right now, let alone the walls that their house is painted with. But I like it. But then it's a deep discount. That's all. The same reason why I like it is the same reason I don't like it, is because it's struggling. But then again, that's the whole idea, is that I bought that this year. I am not trying to buy anything at a high. So even with the dividend, even with the value, you're telling me a 10-year low or multi-year low, it's like I'm going to go for that. But again, there's reasons why I don't like it. But at the same time, it's like, given what we did, we bought all the cheap stuff right before we bought the deep value. That's the point that people, you got to understand. Why did I buy MPW and why did I buy 3M? Even Walgreens. Why did I, again, not only going for the bargain bin, but why am I going for these deep value dividend plays? You have to think about what happened right before. We literally went ham on growth. We went for Redfin. We went for, even HBI was a divvy, but we even ended up walking with growth gains. You went with Meta. We had 100% on Netflix. Like, do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, that was like, okay, boom. We have our growth at discounts. Then they started running. That's why I was like, to start off this year, it's like we should be building our dividends and getting the ones that are cheap, because then if they keep dying, the growth is going to keep running and vice versa. But that's why I like it for 3M, and it's just a household name. Nike's getting there. I do like it. SPY about to run. I'm up $10 on my future. Yeah, 8-week bond auction, draw 5.2. Whew. So if you had gone into value and dividends before, would you go into growth now? Well, you tell me. So if you went into value and growth and then for the next 6 months they underperformed, do you want to pivot into the outperformer? So you got to find, if I was in your case, I would be buying PayPal and Disney, or maybe just PayPal. Or I would be going for growth name, maybe Coinbase or Overstock. But it's like I'd be going for the cheap. But then again, some of those names are 50, 70% on the year. Even Airbnb. Do you guys like Airbnb is 58% on the year. So it's just like you got to kind of find the balance there. So, and then pretty much, I guess you could break it down like this. You could chase one and everything else you chase one, the rest you go for bargain bin. That's it. If you bought dividends, you didn't buy growth, you could chase one growth name, the rest have to be bargain bin, and then vice versa, even with the value. That's kind of how I'd put it. First link for the long-term alerts. Honestly, your method is ridiculously wise. I've never seen charts like yours on the long term. It's because we're spacing it out. That's it. Like I'm telling you, it's not, you could get everyone, how much this, how much, what about the, don't matter. Do you want an account that goes all the way up, always and forever? It's not about throwing in your money all at once. It is all about spacing it out, playing the x-axis, and letting this work for you. And it's all supplemented. Now this watch, I mean, by maybe, who knows where it'll be, but it's going to start doing its growth and you'll be surprised. But it's just little by little. That's the whole goal. And even you're seeing what 200 a month could do. Russia's Nornickel says there's certain progress selling reserves of metals. You can just buy VU. You can just buy SPY too. Amen. It is straight up. You can. There's no problem. There's no issue with that. If you don't want to think about it, you don't want to play the game of balance and dividend and growth, just buy SPY. Go buy VU and call it a day. Don't mean to be negative, but if you don't even buy stocks and have constant deposit, the account will naturally go up. Yes, 100%. And now you link it and you own stuff. So just take a look at this chart. We'll go, was it year to date? So $9,000 was where we started at. We're 6 months in at $200. That means I've deposited $1,200 here, right? So we're at $14,500. Again, this account was at 91,000. Now it's at 132. $2,000, 6 months, you'd have $12,000. There is still another 20 or 30,000. Again, it all comes back, and then there's the growth. And then none of this, as part of the growth, you also have every year of dividends, which is only a couple percent, but it's still all, and that's what feeds and adds to it. That's why I'm saying it's just all, you're right. It will go up naturally, and then now by using the ability to space it out by the month, and then you get just the small adequate return and then one big return. Oh my good, what's going to happen? So there is deposits, but then again, you're just start to outpace, and then you own something, and then it grows and grows and grows. But any way we cut it, you're going to be better off than not. 50 VU, 30 SCHD, 20, that's it. I like to listen. I don't trade. I'd like to do my own thing, and I like a la carte, but like for real, especially now, since you got like such wild lopsided moves, but even in general, like you can make life easy. You don't have to worry about it. Just go get a VU, go get a SPY, and own some shit, and that's it. I have not been moved to Schwab yet, no. The big return is from accumulation of more shares. Exactly. And that's, again, even Altria and those dividends, but it all takes time. But yalla. Good index. SPY or VU. Again, and that's just mad. Again, obviously they're high right now, but it's just like the diversification of the indexes, it'll slow you down or it'll take longer, but honestly, that safety it provides is worth it. And I see a lot of people, it's like if you don't want to be on the sidelines and you feel intimidated by making the picks, you get you the ETF and call it a day. And at least just get something linked to the market, and that's it. The guy keeps telling me my account's not going to switch. He says I'm good. All I got to do is keep it there. Dish's Charlie Ergen looks to consolidate his telecom empire. Oh, that's old. Sorry, it's popping back and forth. I've been holding Apple long term. I kind of want out. Cost basis is below 120. Well, listen, you ask that to anybody, like in this day and age, again, the average holding of a portfolio is 30 days or less. A lot of people would love to tell you when to trim and you should trim and do this and do that. My logic when it comes to my long term, I only sell if there is something I am going to do. So there has to be a life event or something of where I'm going to put that money. If I'm going to sell out my 120 Apple, what are you going to buy a house? Is there what are you going to do with that money before you do anything? So it's like if you don't have a plan for it, that's why I always sit. But it's just usually if you go and keeping the money moving from one investment to the next, and okay, I want to sell out of Apple, I want to put it into a property, I want to start this company, you're more likely better off there. Again, maybe to pay off your mortgage. I don't know. Maybe you wanted a car that I could get behind buying a car to sell Apple than selling Apple just to sell Apple. Does that make sense? It sounds so counterintuitive, but I feel like some of you have seen how this plays out. But it's just like, that's how I view it. It's like legitimately, even if you wanted to buy a car, like the most useless thing ever. If you were like, I want to sell my long-term or Apple to buy a car, I could get behind that more than saying I'm going to sell Apple because it's too high, in my opinion. So it's pretty crazy. don't understand how you were not switched. I don't know. I don't know. Is it? If you're future looking, selling Apple here would be prudent, but why? I think that's too arbitrary. Everybody has a situation, a different situation. And if you plan to own Apple in the next 5-10 years anyways, why are you going to sell today and for what reason? So I genuinely believe it's just like, it's prudent if there's a logic behind it, right? It's prudent to move something, to sell your house, to buy another one. It's prudent to sell a car to get into another one. It's like, planning ahead. But I don't think there's anything prudent about selling an asset without a plan of where you're going to put it, especially for the future. Wix, a little bit. It's weird because we're, 15 minutes off Euro close? That's where we bounced off of? I liked Intel up until the divvy cut. I still think they might have a shot, but I think it's kind of expensive trading. Whoa. Yeah, the volume is already high. Bro, you're getting these little weird wicks, but now you're getting a little green shoot out of nowhere. Again, this is still all like 15, 20 minutes off Euro close. We bounced from under the 4387. So we're still below 4,400. I'm sure that's going to be a test. You're getting a really weird move right now. You had a wick down and then just a fat green shoot up. Can we sell Apple to buy Apple Vision Pro? If that's what your heart desires. But I like that better than just it's too high. To me, the long term is used to gain an equal or greater asset. Yes, I like that. It's a great way to put it. 100%. I think that's there you go. Equal or greater asset is what you should be thinking. I agree completely. Off to the gym. Enjoy it, my friend. Oh, dude. I was getting flexed on at the gym. Dude, oh my gosh. Dude, I got so embarrassed yesterday at the gym. Oh, it was bad. DJ investigation after car firebombed outside of a prison? What? It's a Sky News article. I want to accept the cookies. Reject all, sir. Police launch investigation after car firebombed outside of Perth, Australia. Damn, that's a brand new Honda Odyssey, too. That's wild. But, yeah, so I was at the gym yesterday, and, I got a nice workout in. I did a lot of back. And, I'm dying, right? And then I'm finishing with biceps. And, I'm already, I've already done, 5-6 different sets now. I'm wrapping up, right? And then I go to this machine. And then, this old lady just keep looking at me, bro. And she's I think I stole the machine from her on accident. Or I think, she was eyeing it and I got there a little earlier. So she goes to the machine next to me, right? And this lady's, 55 years old, right? But she's built like a tank. I'm telling you, ripped. You know what I'm talking about? Those jacked old ladies. You know exactly what I'm talking. You've seen it before. They all look exactly the same. So she's huge, bro. I'm very impressed. And I'm okay, word, my bad, whatever. And then I'm tired. I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. I'm at the end of my workout. And then I'm getting to the final sets. And I'm on low weight, bro. I'm on I'm doing preacher curls on the little W bar, and I have 10 pounds on each side, just trying to bump out reps, right? And then, bro, this lady, I was gonna call her a girl, but I gotta respect my elder. This AARP buff ass lady is just staring at me, just doing these sets, and I'm like low key like having trouble with it because I'm tired. Okay, and by the end of it, I'm looking like nah, and then I put this down. She's staring at me my whole set, just straight eye contact, and I'm trying to just look ahead, and then I put it down, and then right when I put down my weights, you know what she does? She goes and she takes double the weights, throws it on hers, and just starts pumping them. And just starts hitting like 20 of them. And then just looks at me like I'm just some little bitch boy. And I'm like, yeah. She's like, yeah, what's up, son? I'm like, damn. Bro, it was crazy. I've never that was like asserting dominance, bro. And it worked. She straight asserted dominance on me. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, fuck. Dude, it was crazy. This was yesterday, bro. I was tripping out. I was like, did that just happen? No, she was not hitting, dude. She was good. I don't know what, there was a lot of tension, but I don't know if it was not sexual tension. It was just like, dude, I've never been stared down like that. And then had someone just double up my weights, especially an old lady, and then just do it so aggressively and making sure she knew I was that's it. She wanted me to know I was a bitch. I don't know. That's the only way I could describe it. If I could break it down into one sentence, she wanted me to know something for sure. No, she didn't want me. She wanted me to know. She was like, you weak piece of. I was like, what? I was like, this is crazy. But yeah, that was my fun gym story in the last 24 hours. So enjoy the gym, NA. I hope you get a good workout. I swear, like that. It was like, oh, I don't stop. Oh, it was crazy. Did she jump on after? No, she didn't. I don't think so. Mark Zuckerberg says Threads, 30 million signups as of this morning. That's old. Life Alert built different. No, dude, I wish I recorded this. But, it was funny as hell. If you were there, nah. It was a trip. It was truly a trip. I'm glad I experienced it. It was a great story. Don't worry. Is it true people are getting censored on Threads already? Shit, you want me to try? I got a couple Pfizer quotes, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll just live in peace. And maybe I won't try to poke the bear. Let's be real. It's not like it's 30 million new users. Oh, well, yeah, duh. It's just all the Instagram signups. I'm just gonna turn my Threads into my tin webpage. Imported 0, and it looks exactly like even the little bubbles when you refresh. It looks just like Twitter. It's like a copy and paste of Twitter. That's it. But then again, I mean, there's one question that we haven't answered though when it comes to this. Nobody knows? Because everyone's like, yeah, it's going to be, but there's something about this. Oh, not the monetization. You're close, though. It's reverse monetization. Is my data safe? You don't know the answer to that question? That's crazy. Yeah, the cost. That's it. I mean, because now it's just like, if it's not all new users and all of this, like, how much does this cost to run? You know, everyone's like, okay, it's going to add all these people who are already on Instagram, but like, don't you need servers and cloud? And yeah, I'm still worried about Zuck burning money. And now with the stock back to 300, like, that's the thing. Because this, again, what's the problem with Twitter? Everyone's like, oh, Elon spent all of this money on this little pet project, right? But it's just like, what happens here if they're spending $1 billion a month to power this fake thing that has the same amount of people looking at stories? You know what I'm saying? So that's it. That'd be my only issue I'd have with it, is if we find out the costs are too high. It probably cost $50 billion to develop. You should have bought Twitter. But oh man, I'd be so mad. Meta stock back to $90. No, but I think the cloud cost, like active keeping this up, operating cost is high. I don't think it cost money to develop. I think they spent less than $1 billion. They probably spent $20 million to copy Twitter. I don't think that was hard. Buys Twitter. Oh no, man. It's interesting. Like I said the other day, you got to ask yourself, you know, why it's been 10 years. Zuckerberg's had over a decade to copy Twitter, and now they're doing it. So there's an election coming up. There's all these other little changes that have happened with both Facebook and even the politics of things. So it's interesting, but that is one of the bigger questions I have, is why now? It's not why copy. You know, copy and Facebook, we know why they copy. That's fine. But it's just like, why are you copying now? You know what I'm saying? Look how they didn't hesitate to copy TikTok. How come? You have to think about it. TikTok, they let TikTok go on for a year, and everyone's like, oh, TikTok's just for kids. It's just people dancing. Oh, yeah, fuck that. A year and a half later, that's it. YouTube, Meta, Reels, Shorts, boom. They said, no, we're not getting involved. They copied it within a year. Stories, Facebook, Snapchat copied it within a year. Metaverse, non-fungible tokens go up for a fucking quarter, and they changed their name to Metaverse. Why did they wait a decade to copy Twitter? That's the question I don't think we have answered yet. They're doing it right now to ride the wave of Elon haters and critics. But that's still, I don't know. Although it could be Elon, that's still like, I don't know, just the hatred of one man. I mean, why? I guess you could bring up Trump, but in a weird way, it's still like, there has to be more to, I don't know the answer, so I can't even say right or, I just don't. This is my question. I'm genuinely asking this question with, I don't know what the answer is. Like, yeah, I don't know if it's about, you could bring up election, you could bring up Musk, you could bring up the scraping. There's so many things. Again, and he's working on the metaverse. Like, what? After Apple it's the fun. Apple copies your new name, and now you're copying Twitter. Like, what? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is all so weird. Like, so Zuckerberg changes his name to Metaverse, burns all this money, and then right as the burn is done, Apple copies Mark Zuckerberg. And then right as Apple is copying Mark Zuckerberg's like, I'm going to now copy Twitter 10 years later. Well, I don't know. But these are just my questions. The angles you speak are dope. How do you tap into such knowledge? Following along, my friend, you know, because it's like, I'm glad you guys like the conversation, but sadly, it's not that innovative because I'm just asking some, like, the first question of how much this is going to cost. That was the last year and a half that plagued Meta. Again, I mean, I've owned Meta since IPO. If you're not familiar, I own a lot of Meta, and we even bought the dip at 90, but literally is like, you take a look at how it's all played out, like it was all about their costs. So now everyone's like, wow, he just added all these people. And like, I am, as somebody who has a lot of money in Facebook and has watched the company from day one, I get excited, but I also have to ask the questions of like, wait a minute, as a shareholder, if you've held this company, you know damn well anytime Mark Zuckerberg comes up with an idea, it costs at least $1 billion. So that's why I'm asking this question right now of, well, they're going to add all these people that were on Instagram, but how much is this going to cost them to operate? At one point last year, Facebook's operating of servers was billions and billions and billions of dollars. You bought Facebook at 17. I think I got in at like $20 or $23 or so. Yeah, I was in college. It was after my first flip. Yee. But that's why I'm like, it's just all of these interesting questions. And then too, again, I've owned Facebook from IPO. I remember back in the day, there Facebook put an offer for Snapchat. Facebook, there used to be Twitter buyout offers in like 2014 to 2016. I don't know if you guys remember that. Some of you might, if you followed, like back when Twitter first came around. I think it was 2016. There was a bunch of Twitter buyout offers. I don't know if Facebook was linked into it, but that's why I'm just like, it's so weird that 10 years later, you end up having all of this happen. I'm snoozing on plays. That's cold, bro. I bottom tick the SPY off of MES, and you snoozing? That's cold, man. But that's, thankfully though, I don't take offense to snoozing comments. You know why? I have a long term. I don't care. I'm supposed to snooze. I'm doing way too much. You don't. You have to realize I shouldn't even be here right now. I'm long terming it up, man. So amen. But I got an ES. It's working. It's working a little bit. If they're switch over, yeah, you're 100% correct. It's not new eyeballs. It's just more time on the platform. I think they'll get new eyeballs if they're going to go for everything else, but that's about it. Like if they try to go for the whole, sap up the Elon haters and all that. I wish the treasuries pay you, but again, like, it's fucking the S&P. Everything. Why didn't Facebook? But again, back in the day, there were talks about it. It's either the valuation was high or, again, only Musk was the only person who would put in that offer. And then they trapped him. But then they didn't want him to buy it. Then they did buy it. It's so weird. Well, we're back up to VWAP. We must have had different charts. I don't see any trend lines to help with entry ideas. Well, whatever it is, though, but that doesn't sound like I'm snoozing, So, amen. But I'm using my basic levels. But I'll call out anything. If you got anything you want me to look at, you call it out for me. We'll work together, but I'm not. Last thing I saw was the bonds, the data. I played the buy off of just simply that support level, and we've been watching the Meta, and there's nothing else for now. I'm waiting. I made Cody, and that's it. But that one's down. Cody's on 100. What's the sphere located in Venetian? I saw pictures of it, but I don't know what it is. You want to buy your house? I do. But I don't know if it'll work for both of us. So you could email me the address, tell me how much money you want for it, and I'll tell you what I think it's worth. and then we'll go from there. Only benefit for me is I could save you the 5% on commissions. And if you need the money, well, today's Thursday. I could get you the money by like Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday, you could close. This sphere, I saw it, but I don't know. It looked kind of creepy. It's like this big like globe. I feel like that's some like, I don't know. I feel like that's in the movie Left Behind with Kirk Cameron. Rivian's up. Are you buying a property at almost 7% rates? If I need to, it just depends. So like, give me the property 30% off. I don't give a shit about the rate. But I've been buying a lot of houses cash, or at least the ones I've been getting outbid like crazy. I bought in one recently on cash just because it's better than bill. So that's the thing. What's better than bill? A property yielding cash, if you could buy it cash. So like I was telling you, I was looking at, I had these properties, 80,000, 110,000 bucks, Indiana, 2 units, cap rate, net is like 10%, way better than bill. You get to buy a property, get more than bill pays out, and then instead of having it linked to a bond, it's linked to a house that most likely will either hold value or, again, it will go up. Do you want to buy my house for $3.9 million? Not if it's worth $3.9 million. So I can buy those houses, but those I'm not going to buy it at market price. So I actually buy a lot of those, and they work the best because the people who have properties of that value, they usually need flexibility. So if you're willing to give it to me at a discount and you need $3.9 million by Tuesday, I'm the person to talk to. Otherwise, that's, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it just depends. But if you want 3.9 and you want it top dollar, just listed on the market, I mean, I think you'll get it, but I'm not going to pay it. You fired your realtor. You saw your house last week. Wow, let's negotiate. I love your house, Christine. Don't take my offer. Your house is fire. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. It's turnkey. You got like a little theater in there. You got a big backyard. It's affordable. Like, it's not, but I told you my offer is going to be like 270 or like 250. I really think you could get I think you'll get 330. I think you should go hire a co-agent, have them list it if you fired the last guy, but I think you'll get it. I will buy it though today for 250 if you want to. I will sell it. We would do this by Wednesday, but it's not, I don't think that's a good deal. I'm going to list it at 330 or I'm going to just rent it out. It's a good house. I'm telling you, her house is fire. Her house is fire. I loved it. She sent it to me. It took her like 2 days to get the email, and right when I saw it, I was like, Christine, this thing's beautiful. I don't know why it's not selling. How come? I think you have a comp down the street, which is a little bigger for the same price, but it's not the same condition. So it could be, I don't know how hard it is to show or not. It's in Ohio, I think. Ohio or Texas. I'm sorry. I'll give you 260. Well, there you go. Anybody higher than 260? I think it's worth 330. But see, I mean, let me see if I could get it to a chat agent, but if you really want me to buy it, I'm down with it, but I really just think it's too perfect. It's just, that's like that, those aren't, I usually don't end up buying those unless it's like a new build. It looks like a new build. Should we auction it to the Chad? We got some offers, 288. You've only had it on the market for 26. Yeah, wait, why did you fire the agent? It's only been 26 days. Let me see. Green shoot, Tesla running. see. You had an out clause for lying? Wait, what did they say to you? My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. If any of you would like this, I will do this exact same thing for you. That's all. I don't know what you guys expect from it, but it's like I'll tell you what I think it's worth, and if I'm ready to buy it, but if again, it's like going to CarMax, but I'll just tell you to sell it on the open market. She lied about the marketing, pretty open lie. Can I show the pictures to the chat? I'm not going to show the address. I just want to show like, this house is beautiful. I'm telling you. But see, Christine, email me the lowest price you could get on it. Otherwise, I think best interest would be to get it to a Chad. I'm telling you, hire one of the Chad agents, let them do the listing. They'll have this shit sold in a month, if not already by today. Because I'm surprised this hasn't sold. So this is the house, bro. It's in Ohio. It's beautiful. Again, yard, look at wall. These are brand new painted. Good walls. I look like you got a stager or you got some good designing. Where's the other stuff? Yeah, wait till you see. Man, it's nice. Brand new, painted. It's clean. That's why I was like, this is so weird. I'm like, this is a very nice property. Well, stainless steel oven. I like it. I like it. I'm down with it. For that price, for $330. $330. Comp's good. Again, there's other homes near it that are. There's a couple homes that are cheaper near it, but then there's also several homes that are even double the price. Just different areas, different size, and all that. That's in Ohio. Send me an agent. I will. I'm going to forward your email right now to Colt Real Estate, and then you'll be good. Oh, yeah, I got it for her. I forwarded to them. They should reach out. Ohio is not the vibe. Oh, it is. For rental properties, too? No, Ohio's been killing it. Ohio's is still one of the areas where you can find cheap properties, and then, like, some of the areas are just, like, calm. They're not, like, anything crazy. Them in Indiana. I sold Tritium. Or I don't know why I call it Tritium. Entrada. TRDA. We got like $200, 50 cents a share. We have one chat in Columbus and one near Cleveland. I just said it to. I told him. I saw the co-realist. I said, listen, man, find her an agent because I want to buy this, but my offer is way too low. So I think you guys can sell this so fast. Remember those houses for Philly? Some of them are still there, but the Philly bubble kind of popped a lot. The Philly had two different bubbles at two different times. So even in like 2018, when they thought Amazon was going to go there, Philly went crazy. But there was also another 2020 pop. But low key, Philly's kind of been it's kind of been taking the back seat. It hasn't been running up the same way. My house is in New York. Are we talking 3.9? Are we talking Hamptons, or are we talking condo? But email it to me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'd be interested, but I wouldn't be paying cash. What are some offers she's gotten? I don't know. Biden's pick for U.S. Health Research Chief stalled by drug cost fight. NIH without permanent director since December 2021. Biden to pick head NIH held up by drug price fight. Senator Sanders refuses to hold hearing without White House drug plan. You buy in Chicago. I buy everywhere, and we have agents everywhere. So, again, all of these, especially if you're a Chad, I might not even be buying the house, especially if it's not in your best interest. But pretty much United States, any state, there's really nothing off limits. Phoenix market's hot. It slowed down heavy last year, or like end of last year, but it's still pretty good. But you got to watch out. Just make sure you don't, just don't fall for the hype. San Antonio, baby, of course. That's Tyler Royke, baby. And then we also got Canada. I forgot. Yeah, we do. I haven't purchased in Canada, but we have agents in Canada. And then SPY's still holding up. Mattel on the high. ACLX is actually a brand new high of the day. This thing's Arcelix. Why do you buy so many properties? I do real estate. Again, stocks and real estate is pretty much all we've done. But I've been doing this since 2015, 2016. And then it went crazy with 2020. And I've been making videos of telling the Chads to do this forever. I say go buy $80,000 properties in 2019. Meta on the low. Baba, a little bit. They were up earlier. Where's Win? Again, travel plays were kind of all over the place. The Colt REIT, I'm one filing away, but I kind of don't want to do it. I'm gonna get sued. That's it. It's not worth it unless unless I get my banker buddy on board, and I don't really want to. But unless we're my guy told me, and he asked me if I'm trying to raise money, and I said no. I want to have an easy vehicle on the market where I can buy properties and then give people an easy way to do it and benefit off of it. But he said that's the only way we do the REIT is if you're trying to raise $100 million. So he said it's if you're going to take on all of that risk and liability to not purposefully raise money. He borderline called me an asshole, but he said he would be taking on an extreme amount of liability for no real interest. So that's the only problem. You get sued because what happens? How many company that's what you guys got to welcome to the stock market. How many times have you clicked on a stock and then you see class action lawsuit by so and so? Do you realize this is just an industry? So injury lawyers and how you always see the injury ads and all of that, the lawyers, they got their own little racket on the stock market as well too. So that's the whole point. Is if you are going to go on these public markets, if you say or do anything and it's just again, we're not trying, if I'm making a public company with the purpose of not trying to raise money, and we do anything, and then if we say one thing or this or that, you're more likely he said we're going to get hounded by these guys who just crawl looking for class action lawsuits on stocks. It's easy. He said you said we would just be an easy target. No, he didn't think we were scamming. He wanted me to bring more money in. So that's it. I told him I wanted to make a REIT. I said, let's do $10 million, $20 million. And I said we could put up this amount of money. I could put this. I could do that. And he just said, well, do you have any institutions? Do you have any banks? He said, are you trying to raise money? Because he was like, what are you going to do with $10 million, $20 million in property? Well, I told him what the plan was, but he was just saying, no, you need $100 million, and then you need to get somebody on board to fund you and get behind it. He's like, what's the point of going public? Otherwise, he said, just do private series, or he said, go raise money elsewhere. But then I told him, I'm not trying to raise money. I want to take some of my properties in the investment vehicles of a REIT and bring it to the market. But unless I'm pretty much willing to open up the door to raising and taking everybody's money, there's really no point to it. Well, both investor best interest and like because all of this takes time and money, and there's the risk of it too. He didn't want you to shine. No, well, we could do it. That's all. Like, this is, he gave me his honest opinion. Where, like I said, I'm one filing away from it. All I have to do is sign papers, put out the fees, and we'll be good. But he told me to think on it if that's what I really wanted to do. It's crazy how not trying to raise money is more illegal than equity. It's not illegal. You'll just get opened up to liability. Again, those guys, the guys who do the cash grabs, they get the liability too. But then again, they just start getting so much money behind it. It's again, you're not going to care about a $10 million lawsuit if you have JP Morgan putting $100 million through your pipeline. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it is. If you get underwriting on an IPO, you're getting somebody willing to buy 20, 50, 100, 200 million of your stock. You could deal with a $10, $20 million lawsuit. That's going to be fine in the nature of it. But like, that's what I'm saying. It's all a game. It's all a game of big money, time, and knowing how to operate it. So it's just, if you want to, the question is, do I want to do that right now? And that, I'm kind of down, but it's also, I don't know. We're going to see. Get into the meta. You sent me tradingfraternity@gmail.com. In Chicago. Yeah, bro. I was just looking at that. That Chicago place is very nice. Is that a good area for Airbnb? Have you looked into that? Because if this looks like it would kill it on Airbnb. I just don't know about the demand in that area. That's beautiful. Are you trying to sell that, or what are you trying to do? I'm going to look into that area for Airbnb. If they could, it kind of looks like my cabin. That's like, so I have a house that's not as big. That house is fucking massive. But it's not as big, but it looks like that, and that's the cabin that kills it. All the Dans. Well, I don't know. I don't share everybody's like info on them. I try to keep everyone's info so that's up to him if he wants to tell you the city or anything, but I'll tell you the state, and that's about it. The Colt Compound, Greedy, did it get so? There was a couple. I had several deals like that we went from 2020. I had a condo building I was gonna do, and then that one they were the greedy ones as well. But no, I wish I did it though. I should have done that. The Colt Compound, I should have grabbed it in 2020. That was our shot, and I was ready to go. I just got too picky. Would you consider an ETF? No. I mean, I already have a ghetto ETF. Copy the long term. That's it. You don't get charged a fee, and you don't have to pay anything for it. That's it. That's the only way. It's kind of far. Let me see. Go to like Air DNA, I think is what it's called. You could check there. But just look up the area. Iran's Revolutionary Guard sees a commercial ship in Gulf waters, possibly engaged in smuggling activity. U.S. Navy deployed maritime assets to monitor, did not respond to events. You said the offer was greedy. Oh, no, that was somebody wanted to sell me their house in Austin. That just never worked. Am I in the CIA? Why? I wish. You kidding me? If I knew all the if I didn't have the tinfoil and I was like, yeah, I already know. Hell yeah. Like low key, I would work for the CIA. So some of y'all, you think I don't know what type of champion for the people you think I am. But like if Inspector Gadget hit me up and was like, yo, you trying to get a job at the CIA? I'd do it for like a couple weeks. You know? I would do it for a couple of weeks. And then we're keep ripping. Microsoft again, leader all day. All right. I'm checking out your Airbnb. I'm trying to see what this area does. Why is no here? Oh, it's gonna make me pay for it? Why? Meta, 30 million members. We're going to see them. Because, again, most of them, we should be assuming they are new. And then what do we do here? I'm going to sell the MES. $110. So I'm out of the MES. Meta pop. We have no other news for the day. I mean, a couple of things could still happen, but we will see. Yeah, so in your area, that Chicago place, it looks like average occupancy is around 58%. The daily rates have gone up a lot recently, but then revenue, it's again, this is very, very broad data. It's saying you could expect $35 to $1,000 a month. $3,500 to $1,000 a month. But there's not a lot of rentals there. Very interesting. But it has been picking up. So compared to last year, you have like, you pretty much have 5 more Airbnbs in your area. Interesting. You ever been to Long Island? I have, yeah. 6 months ago, my address, best area in Chicago. Oh, I think I did. I remember you, bro. You don't remember? We played this. You did the same thing last time. And then I gave you an offer, and then you were like, I could get higher. And I said, go. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I don't know. Maybe I could be misinterpreting. Maybe it's not you, but I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, Boeing is selling off a little here. Airbnb came up. Again, I sold MES $113 or $111. Well, Microsoft keeps running. What time is it? 9:30. Oh, my goodness. 40 million. Still pretty good volume. UK trade union, talk about workers. No, this is working. DraftKings price target raised. That could be from the morning. Zero days. Well, just remember too, tomorrow we still got more data. So it's like, it's part of we had this reaction to everything this morning, but we are going to get a follow-up tomorrow. Again, non-farms will be big. I can't believe it's already Friday Junior today. Do you think there's more competition in Airbnb in recent times, or demand will surpass that? I think there's always competition in Airbnb, even from like 2018, and then there's also not competition. So I just think travel demand is high, and it depends on the area, but in a weird way, people don't like to hear this. There's actually not enough Airbnb hosts, believe it or not. I know it sounds weird. Airbnb's crashing. It's supposed to be bad, but if you actually go listen to their conference calls, and if you've watched Airbnb, and if you've had an Airbnb, part of Airbnb's success, they need more hosts. That's otherwise the prices go too high and a lot of things happen. So essentially, I don't think there's enough competition, more or less. But it doesn't mean that I just don't. There's a lot of stupid people in Airbnb as well, too. Is just to counteract, in the sense that if you really overpaid on a property and, like, you know what I'm saying, and you just thought you could, Airbnb anything magically, like, those are, you have different tiers of your hosts, more or less, but you would be surprised, though. But in the broader sense, Airbnb does need more hosts. They need more people on their houses. Boeing, is Tesla still up? Video. Microsoft. I like it. It's up again. I remember I was shorting Microsoft. We got out of it. We made money on it, but I was shorting it at the beginning of the year because they were going through some stuff. But remember, end of 2022, the names that were still holding up were Microsoft and Apple. Those were the ones with premium. Google, Amazon, all the other ones, they started to go back to 2020 lows, or the highs of 2020. Is Airbnb difficult to get started? Not really, but it does require capital, like if depending on what you want to do. So the cheapest and easiest way is for you to host properties for other people. So you never buy a house and you just you manage it for other people. But I would say I've gotten an Airbnb up for $6,000 in LA too. I created the Bel Air ghetto spot, and I furnished that house. I furnished a $2 million house with $6,000 of furniture. Don't ask me how I did it, but actually you can. I got Amazon beds. I went to IKEA for a couch, and then I got one table, and I don't know how we did it, but it worked. I might have a video of it still I could show you, but pretty much that's all you need. If you end up buying the house, one, you have to pay for the house. That maybe we should start there. But the other one is that you have to pay for the furnishings and all that other stuff. So that usually is like $6,000 to $15,000, depending. It's not as nice as yours, Christina. So like I'm telling you, it cost me $6,000. If you guys saw Christina's Airbnb, she got like one of those like beautiful theme ones with like flamingos and like neon lights and shit. So like, yeah, it was mine was way more ghetto comparatively. It was fucked. It was bad actually. It was very, very bad. But other than that, your like furnishing costs are how you get it popping. Yeah, yours is like top tier. Yours is like that's like those are the Airbnbs that dominate too though. So that's the thing. It's like the themed ones, the ones that are good. It's like people always love those. I just made a ghetto spot that was in a nice location and just cheap to stay at. But then again, I had weird experiences. Airbnb was cheaper for me in Miami. I found one with free parking, all hotels charging $50 per night. What the fuck? What the fuck you just say? Don't you ever say that again. Okay? Hotels are cheap. Airbnb's expensive. Hotels don't charge you excess fees like $50 to park your vehicle. Just don't you ever say that again. Okay? Go on Twitter. Go download Threads or something. Go read a little bit more. Hotels are cheap. That's a good point. No. You should pay to park your vehicle, and you should pay 10 times the normal limit. And then you should get mad about a cleaning fee. And then you should be accepting $12 water bottles. Okay? Stop. You know Airbnb is bad for the earth. Gosh, you evil It's moral. You're morally evil now, too. What? He said, silly goose. Why we got to do the laundry and take the trash out? Why? Because you deserve that. Do you know how to book an Airbnb? I don't know if you guys are familiar, but you go to the website, you find your listing, and before booking the listing, there is something called a description. Yeah, it's crazy. And in that description, it tells you everything you were supposed to expect. So you could spot the weirdos from a mile away. Like, you know, like where it's like, you can't come in at 4 p.m. Every guest needs to submit their ID. You have to do this, take out the garbage dispenser, make sure you put WD-40 on all of the doors. It's like, they usually, like, you know what problem you're getting into usually. It's not like you book that Airbnb and then all of that was, you were blindsided with it. They were like, oh my gosh, the description said all of, usually. But the ones that are extreme where they're like, you have to take out the trash and do this, like, you should have that idea from both the reviews, the description, and all of that. Because you're part of the family now. NVIDIA AXSM. Didn't we just see that one? No, that was another one. How is taking out the trash extreme? That's pretty crazy for hospitality. Like, I don't make my guests take out the trash. I say, go ahead. You paid for cleaning. Whatever. Relax, bro. Enjoy it. But like, some people are very like, you know, but then again, I've had somebody throw a fucking screwdriver in my toilet. So I don't know. It's like, that's it. But for hospitality to like tell guests to clean and to do things, I don't think those are not going to be the Airbnbs that do good. Okay. Like, I haven't heard one Airbnb success story where they're like, I kill it on Airbnb. I made $50,000 a month because I tell my guests to take out their trash. It's like, no, like, you get them bags of chips, you get them themed settings, and like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but the ones who are like, you guys just got to stop booking the woke Airbnbs and getting mad. They're like, I booked the Airbnb and they try to force me to go vegan and take out the trash. I'm like, you should have read the description. Did you not see the bio of your host? Like, come on, bro. I'm sure you got to put 2 and 2 together on half of this shit. You'll figure out what you're getting into. What do you mean? It's an Airbnb in San Francisco. Like, come on. Like, what do you think? It's not even an Airbnb. It's a living room. That's the whole house. People don't read generally. Yeah, that's why I back in the day on the LA one, I used to like confirm it. And I was like, you read the description, right? And then they were like, yeah. And I was like, so you know it's awful. And they're like, what? So I'd always clarify with them. But yeah, even then, a lot of people don't. I booked the Airbnb and they made me commingle funds. Oh, no, sorry. Ask me what? It's a new FTX Airbnb. Damn, Robert, you got nice houses, man. You just chilling. You chilling. I like the other Wisconsin. I don't have too much on. I like the that Chicago one. I don't know. I feel like you could either turn it into a luxury flip, but I need more info on the Airbnb. But I don't know. I don't think Airbnb would be as viable there, unfortunately. If that house was in another location, though, I don't know, though. Maybe. NBA is next to the All-Star game. How much should I charge? A lot. But just compare it. Just make sure you get booked. Lower the cleaning fee and pay the service fee, and then just charge a lot for the room. But just make sure, try to see like the highest comp and go like 10% below there, maybe 15%. But just make sure though, because like if you do have a holiday weekend or like one of those big ones, that's where you make your bag on Airbnb, right? If you get one hot 2 weeks in a row, you could do a lot. Anybody books Airbnb. It's like, that's the weird part. Like, what's the place called? It's in Ohio. It's fucked. Is it, I don't say it correctly. Chagrin or Chagrin? Chagrin Falls, Ohio. Have you ever heard of that? It's like, that place is a random place in Ohio. And the properties are kind of expensive considering it's Ohio, but that place is booming for Airbnb. It's really, really weird. They have like waterfalls, they have like lakes. That place kills it for Airbnb. Again, there's like, where else? There's that one place in Tennessee. It's like a random ass lake. I forgot what it is. There's a bunch of them, but pretty much it's like any place with like nature, hiking, or if it kind of just is around something, you would be surprised. But like I'm telling you, I already did a quick search on that area in Chicago. It does not look like it's popping. Damn, you guys have all been to, what is it, Chagrin or Chagrin? What the fuck? I thought nobody knew about that place. I just discovered that place not too long ago. I was like, what the hell? I said, why are there houses in Ohio for $400,000? Or they were going for like 700. Greenville. It's Ohio. But that place is crazy, though. Because if you get one of those $100,000 properties, like during the summer, they rent for like $250, $300 a night. That's crazy. Dude, you're talking 6 to 12,000 a month on a property worth less than 200 grand. I don't think you understand the cash flow on that. It's insane. Look at Peninsula, Ohio. Well, those are the good cheap property, high Airbnb. Because my girlfriend, she wanted one. She wanted to make an Airbnb, and I was just telling her she wanted to get like an expensive property, and I was like, no. Like the winning formula with Airbnb is low property price, consistent rental. That's it. It's not about high rental, consistent. So if you have a low purchase price on the property, low mortgage, that's how you dominate on it. It's you can't lose, because if the mortgage is low enough and you're in a high enough rental area, as long as you get it like just again, and don't. It's funny because in reading all of the Airbnb FUD, you have people saying that like, oh, Airbnb hosts are searching for 70% occupancy. No, if you ever listen to what I've said, I told you it's the opposite. I go for 30% occupancy. So even then, it's easy to do 30% occupancy now. So it's like if you can, as long as you could get something consistent to the tune of 30 where your price covers that mortgage and it's cheap enough, then that's it. It's the low property price. Airbnb is how you win. The Ohio House is 37 miles straight to Chagrin. Yeah. So I didn't think that is in Ohio. But yeah, Chagrin is popping for Airbnb. Check that area, though. I might have to look into there. But Chagrin, I didn't know had the nature and then the waterfalls. I didn't know people pull up to Chagrin Falls. It's weird. And then AXSM keeps going. Paycom and PayX. Garmin. It's funny because the high ticker's been running, and even then, man, we've been rallying since Euro close. Ukrainian military spy chief Kirilo Budanov tells Reuters that the threat receding at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. I think the Fed wants to lower interest rates when no one has capital to buy assets. When the recession comes, the middle class tends to be the highest. Yeah, that's the whole logic with the uninversion, but I agree. I think once, they need to actually spur demand is when they will cut it. It's pronounced chagrin. I call it chagrin. Chagrin. Oil. A lot of the oil names are ugly, though. That bounce could not even XLE though. It didn't even bounce with the market. But I remember this morning, Exxon $4 billion profit hit. I live by Chagrin. It's a nice area. That place, I think is it the most expensive area in Ohio? I just didn't know they had that. I was shocked by it. Again, even Airbnb activity. Lapla. We're kind of chilling. I feel like only Microsoft is going up. Apple kind of had a pretty big rally there. There's Cody. We're still down on that one. The market is down. I mean, there's kind of a lot. So it's there's just a lot going on today. China did very bad. It kind of as a reaction to our Fed minutes and the hawkishness. Then we had very strong jobs data this morning. Even ISM service data came in hot. Job openings dropped, but everything else was very, very hot in terms of economic activity and employment. And that's kind of what brought us down here. And that's it throughout the day. There hasn't been anything else. And it's kind of just been this, this little holiday hangover. It has been a short week. Tomorrow's already Friday. But it's kind of what we've been getting at. Oh, so you guys know that Chicago area? If that's good to Airbnb, Rob has a dope house, but I just don't know about it. But it's good. 3M at 95. Looking in the most bargain bin, it's the same exact names I've told you. Disney, PayPal, Meta, or not Meta. Disney, PayPal, 3M, maybe Pfizer, but and then I feel like I'm missing one more. Walgreens. Is this the second half adjustment? Not yet. It's too early. It's way too early. It's only been 2 days since the month, so I think we gotta give it some more time to work through. But I think it's kind of the holidays, and then just as we are getting into a very big week. We're getting prepared and ready now for big jobs data tomorrow, big CPI next week, then bank earnings, then tech earnings, then Jerome Powell. So there's also a little bit of that anticipation on the back end too. APLD responds to short, obviously refutes it. Walgreens. I still wanted. Was it $28 I was looking for? I wanted to see how it looks there. MRNS on the high. Like y'all, we have PayPal for the long term. I think we're up like 5 to 9% depending on how it moves, but that's just a bargain bin growth name. Oh, and I finally saw your house is crazy, bro. I like this Long Island one. This thing's far. Interesting. But yeah, I'll get you an offer on that. I didn't know you already had it listed. It just, again, that's the, like, properties like that just take forever to sell. It's a beautiful house. Dang, this whole time, y'all be living in the best houses, huh? That's beautiful. Long Island. Yeah, Long Island's huge. I didn't know it was like, I used to only think Long Island was just like the Hamptons. More people live in Long Island than Ireland? Wow, that's crazy. A litigation for 3M. There could be, I think, well, yeah, 100%. Not there could be, but yeah. The yield curve 10, let's hear it. It's Long Ireland. It's funny. It's KGX. Oh, no, they changed their financial officer. It's German. PayPal, I'd add it if I go negative, which is pretty much like $62, I think. Anything below 62, 62.90. So we were just up on it like 10%. Now I think it's like 5. But we're at like 62-ish or 61. What time? It's about to be 10. Volume is still pretty high. And then let me see. I don't think I think if we make the move towards, I don't know if we're going to fill the gap. So we have 40 points in today if you think we could actually go here, but this recovery from the bottom, pretty nice. We didn't do much. Borderline where you were after the first little drop. You're about another 10, 11 points or 9 points away from the next level, and then another 20 points from there, then another 25 points just to fill the gap. It looks like the bond. It's just weird. Again, all day, like the shape kind of does look like the bonds and stocks, but dude, the bonds are in their own little world. The bonds are getting murdered. I can't believe it. We have a 5% 2-year. That hasn't happened since like the 80s or some shit. Or the 90s. It's crazy. Yeah, Wolf not moving. We should be crashing. Yes and no. I think at other times you could have said that, but yeah, we should be crashing with the bonds, but it's like this was all just because of strong data and then a Fed that everybody died on a hill to say they already priced it in. Like, I thought everybody knew the economy was good. I thought everybody, even the Fed, factored in GDP and economic recovery. Everybody, even though they got the pause, the Fed futures still priced in rate hikes. And even with that being said, they're still kind of catching people off guard. But then again, I don't think we're just going to go up every day. Bill is not getting affected. Bill is loving all of this. Bro, a 5% 2-year is very good for Bill. So your bill is actually going up to 5.2 right now. So after July, Bill is going to go up another 0.25%. So I don't know how much does that. So pretty much every rate hike, to give you an idea, every rate hike, you're making 2% more yield back, or like 0.02% back. Is essentially you get a quarter of a quarter of a quarter every time they hike rates. But now it's at 5.2. So it's good, pretty much. Bill, rates are going higher. It's good for Bill, which is not good for anything else. It's not good for big banks or whoever else has to compete with high interest rates. No bad time during the month. I prefer to get it at the beginning of the month, but theoretically no, because even if you hold and it resets, your dividend will give you all of the money back. So that's it. Intraday tradable news is really, it is. I mean, it's holiday hangover. That's it. We're coming back from the holiday. Most of the news has been in the morning, but it'll come back. I would argue some people still on vacation. This is close enough. Yeah, I don't think you'll miss out on a little bit. You've missed out on, I guess, 5 cents, but it's going to go higher this quarter or this month, and then it'll reset. But again, your dividend should pretty much give you back whatever it is. The bill dividends are taxed, I'm pretty sure. So you do have to pay taxes on that. I'm in bank play still. Still in Bank of America and Citi from the beginning of the year. Citi's closer to green. Bank of America is down 20%. I haven't averaged down on it yet, though. But, yeah, that's it. Well, 6 to 8. I mean, again, everybody is saying everything. Like, remember I was telling you weeks ago, the minute we go above 4, now the question is, when do we go about 5? But once we start talking about 5, we're talking about 6. And like literally today, that's it, bro. The 2-year yield is at 5%. Next level, 6%. Now, once you hit 5, you have to talk about 6. Now we're at 4. You got people already talking about 6 just because 4 opens up so many doors out of there. So that's where we are at with it. So yeah, I don't think 6 or 7, that is going to be part of the narrative moving forward. It should. I don't think bonds just stop after doing all of this. The interest rates, I think we could go to 8 I think highest would probably be like 8 or 9%, maybe. I said that as tinfoil not too long ago. I said I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they just take it even as higher than 10. Who knows? But if you could get away with it, I think they will. Then we talking tens of trillions of underwater paper. Yeah, but not if the Fed just backstops these banks. Who cares? Hold till maturity. Stick to the plan. There shouldn't be a loss. That's why they don't recognize them to begin with. It would blow up the banks, but what if the government makes sure the banks don't blow up and then they take the rates to 10? I don't know. Hear me out. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking crazy, but I don't think I am, considering this is exactly what they did with the gilt scenario. Does anybody recall? You don't look at your gilts right now. How come Europe's not dead? It's because they already did this. Again, we're like, I don't know how equities will handle it, but come on. We're at 5% right now. Equities loved it. So I don't know. I think Main Street can take a lot, and Wall Street could take a lot of pain, especially if there's a government-backed, alteration to hold it up, more or less. I mean, it is very fascinating for sure. It could get ugly fast. I think it has to get ugly fast. Otherwise, you're going to keep playing this game very slow. That seems to be the only scenarios. But we'll see for earnings. Earnings, very big time. Very, very big time. Okay. 10 o'clock. All right, chat. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. I'll be right back.
A little bit of selling pressure over the last several days, but up about 8%. We understand South Korean traders may be behind a lot of that, but it is up about 200% year to date. That pretty much dwarfs Bitcoin's 80% year-to-date gain, though certainly, Matt, that's nothing to sneeze at either.
No, I'm also starting to notice a lot more flows into crypto-related ETFs. I've got ETF Go up here, the function that we use every day on ETF IQ, and Eric Balchunas pointed out yesterday that we've seen 1 month flows of $533 million. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but if you look at the year-to-date flows here, you can see that we're only up $456 million. That means for the entire year, with the exception of last month, we've seen negative flows, a real pickup in June, Kaylee, as these ETF filings started to push investors into crypto-related ETFs globally.
Okay, so let's have more on that point. As we've been discussing, issuers are hoping to get across the finish line with approval for a spot Bitcoin ETF here in the U.S., and they've been busy refiling their applications after the SEC had indicated initial documents were insufficient. For more on the latest update, let's bring in Bloomberg's Vildana Heinrich. So, Vildana, what is the latest?
So basically, we've had this absolute flurry of applications from all kinds of issuers looking to get one of these spot Bitcoin ETFs out into the market, possibly in the coming year or so. But basically what's happened is that the SEC regulators went to the issuers and asked them for more information because the initial applications lacked a lot of the information. So some of them said they had intents to enter into surveillance, so-called surveillance sharing agreements, whereby an exchange might provide pricing data and just more data so that the regulators can actually be monitoring the crypto markets, which they've said in the past, can be prone to manipulation and a lot of other worries. And so we've had a lot of issuers coming out refiling or amending their applications to say, okay, we'll be working with Coinbase, basically all of them listed Coinbase, as the exchange that will be helping them with this potential surveillance sharing.
I actually caught up with 21 Shares co-founder Ophelia Snyder yesterday on ETF IQ, and I asked her about the differences and similarities between a Bitcoin ETF and other commodity baskets. Listen to what she had to say.
Settlement is a lot faster. You're accepting physical delivery. It's a very different structure from that perspective. There are some peculiarities to do with crypto ETFs, and it's things like forks and airdrops and specific security issues and specific custody issues. This is not a copy paste from, hey, I've run a legacy commodity product. There's nothing new here. There are specific things that are new here, but they're now well understood and well documented, and there's a way to handle them that's actually very positive for investors.
So they've teamed up with ARK to file for an ETF in the U.S. They actually have 37 crypto-related ETFs globally. I think they offer some expertise that others maybe don't necessarily have in dealing with things like forks. That's not the kind of thing you have to deal with when you're putting together an ETF of gold or oil.
Yeah, actually, it's one interesting theory that I heard, because the question now is, if the SEC does grant approval for one of these or all of them, who would be first? Would the SEC say, okay, you can all go on the same day? Again, if approval does happen, because we do not yet have approval for a spot Bitcoin ETF. So the question really is, for issuers and also for potential investors, like, which one would they be going with? Like, do you buy BlackRock's ETF or do you buy Invesco's ETF? And one thing that I heard from people in the crypto space is that there's a potential for investors to actually want to go towards a product that is actually made and created and backed and issued by a crypto company, because crypto companies know the space really well, have been in the space for longer than, say, one of the more traditional players.
All right, Vildana, we got to leave it there, but thank you so much, Vildana Heinrich. We appreciate it. Now, speaking of one of those traditional players, of course, it was a behemoth institution, BlackRock, that kickstarted this wave of spot Bitcoin ETF filings, boosting overall sentiment in the crypto space along the way. And it was something that was discussed by the company's CEO, Larry Fink, yesterday. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We do believe that if we can create more tokenization of assets and securities, it could revolutionize again finance. And so we look at this as an opportunity. It costs a lot of money right now.
That was Larry Fink on, he was on Fox. Mr. BlackRock. President Biden delivers remarks on Bidenomics. Yeah, you want to listen to Joe? Why? You guys are going to get mad. Come on. Bro, I was still thinking about it yesterday. They literally asked, hey, what would be the potential punishment if somebody brought cocaine into the White House? And they said, we don't want to discuss a pending investigation and talk. I was like, what? If you brought cocaine anywhere, I feel like that's an easy question to answer. Otherwise, I have a lot of other questions. Bro, I was driving yesterday thinking about that, like laughing. Like I'm just driving my car around, like cracking up, just thinking about it. It's just, oh my goodness. That was hilarious. So I don't know. We'll see. They found all the January 6ers, but they couldn't find the cocaine bandit. That's cold, dog.
This is in Dalton, Georgia.
Yeah, fuck Georgia.
You may find it hard to believe, but that's Margaret Taylor Greene's district.
Awful audio. Look at that little smirk.
I'll be there for the groundbreaking. Look, just today, the Department of Energy announced new incentives for companies to bring solar power manufacturing back to our shores. We're in a real race. China's ahead of us. This is another step in helping us meet the goal of 100% clean, renewable energy electricity by 2035. By 2035, all of that by clean energy.
Oh, shit.
It's a big deal. It's saving billions of tons going into the air, pollution. We see the same story in semiconductors. Those small little computer chips.
Cocaine bandit is hilarious.
That affect everything in our lives. From your cell phone, automobiles, and refrigerators, the most sophisticated weapon system. They need these. And guess what? America invented these chips. We're the ones that invented them. We sophisticated those chips. We made them what they are. But over time, we went from producing nearly 40% of the world's chips down to less than 10%. That's why we designed and I signed the Chips and Science Act. All these names don't mean much so you know what they produce. Because I knew we had to reclaim America's leadership. Now, all over the country, semiconductor companies are investing a record hundreds of billions of dollars to bring chip production back home in Ohio, New York, Arizona, all across like outside Columbus, Ohio. Intel is investing in 1,000 acres outside of Ohio, $20 billion. $20 billion. It's going to take 7,000 people to build the two, they call them fabs, factories, and it's going to take 5,000 permanent workers. Here's Syracuse, Micron, is investing up to $100 billion over the next 20 years, beginning now. In Phoenix, Arizona, TSMC is investing $40 billion. losing thousands of good-paying jobs. As I said, for example, in Ohio, those 7,000 jobs building the facility are going to generate economic growth in an entire region outside of Columbus, because they're generating, they bring along unique stores, unique drugstores, you need a lot of things to maintain those jobs. And we're also seeing 3,000 jobs, those 3,000 jobs working in the fabs can make $100,000 a year. That's the average salary. And you don't need a college degree. Make $100,000. The middle class, this is a game changer. We're investing in America in general. It's about bringing supply chains home. Clean energy future, made in America. Before the pandemic, supply chains weren't something most Americans thought about. If I said to you 6 years ago, we're worried about a supply chain, you look at me like, huh? Well, I would have looked at you the same way.
I do think the eyes just looking over you are
delays
fitting.
in parts and products. Everybody knows why supply chains matter. We know for too long, China's dominated the production of raw materials needed for critical products. That's why we're building alliances with our friends all across the world, increasing our production here at home to create alternative sources for the minerals we need. Our goal is to bring full battery supply chain home. We create a battery belt stretching from Michigan to Georgia. In Chester County, South Carolina,
excuse me. Oh, I wasn't muted.
Albemarle is investing $1.5 billion.
See, usually if I'm muted, I'll be like spitting on the mic. My bad.
That's not only creating 3,300 permanent jobs, it will lift up a whole community. A whole community. Restore some pride. It matters. The lithium will power components like it's going to be being made in redwood redwood materials near Charleston. Where the company's making the largest investment in the history of the state. $3.5 billion to build a battery materials manufacturing plant, creating 1,500 jobs. That's another community changer. It's a game changer. And those materials will go into batteries that will be recycled by companies like Survey Solutions, which is investing $300 million here in Richland County, creating another 300 permanent jobs. That's community after community after community. There's been that change. That's on its way. The change in up community is going to change the state. It's going to change the country. And Jim Clyburn's Institute, Promega Energy Storage Technologies, is investing $279 million to manufacture batteries, to store energy, to power the grid. Look, what do you think we have said if I came when I was here trying to get the nomination 3 years ago? And I told you about, while I was campaigning, that we'd see this kind of investment in South Carolina, billions of dollars. I think you would have been a little skeptical. That's why I fought so hard for the things I wanted to do. Didn't get much help from the other team. That didn't stop us from getting it done. That's going to transform America. All told, since I signed the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act into law, companies have announced $11 billion in manufacturing and clean energy investments just in South Carolina. $11 billion. Companies across the county, across the country, are expanding factories, building new ones, creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, most of which don't require a four-year degree. And when I say every job in America should be a good job, including a free and fair choice to join a union, I mean it. That's right. The manufacturing of clean energy technology will be made stronger by collective bargaining relationships. That's up to you to decide. It's not just manufacturing. Through the bipartisan infrastructure law, we've already announced over 35,000 projects all across America, like Brent Spence Bridge, which is a $1 billion operation over the Ohio River, from Ohio to Kentucky. And today, in New York, we're investing a record $1 billion to renew the Hudson Tunnel. We walked through that tunnel that was built 100 years ago. It's falling apart. to be able to go through at 100 miles an hour instead of 30 miles an hour. Up in Union County, South Carolina, we're building 6 bridges critical to moving people and goods across the street. Each bridge is over 60 years old, with weight and volume restrictions that cause detours, congestion, and supply chains. The oldest one is where South Carolina 49 crosses the Tiger River. The biggest one, right here in Columbia, Malfunction Junction. We all know it. How many years have we talked about fixing Malfunction Junction? Now, thanks to Jim Clyburn and help from the infrastructure law, it's finally going to get fixed. It's going to get fixed. We're removing every single lead pipe in America. More than 100,000 lead service lines go into homes here in South Carolina. And they're a risk to everyone's health, including children. So it's time to get them removed and replaced. We're building. We're helping Richland School, District 1 here in Columbia, purchase 16 new electric buses. Woo! Because guess what? The diesel buses cause accidents. They cause problems. They cause additional problems. You all remember, during the pandemic, that thousands of people in this state didn't have a connection to high-speed internet, wherever, in their business or their home. Everybody now talks about it. We're going to close that digital divide. That divide between those who have reliable internet connection and those who don't. South Carolina is receiving $1 billion to close that divide, connecting every home and small business across rural America, rural South Carolina, that doesn't have reliable high-speed internet. Thanks to Jim Clyburn's Affordable Connectivity Program, fancy name, but it's real. That's saying that 359,000 South Carolinian families are already saving $30 a month on their internet. Look, we're doing this in communities all over the country. You can see exactly where the money's going and whether you're effective in your community here by going to invest.gov. Click on to invest.gov, put in your location, and I'll tell you what's happening in your community. We all see projects we're delivering in communities all across America. Look, implementing this legislation also has another transformative impact. All those members of Congress who voted against it suddenly realize how great it is, and they're bragging about it. Like my mother would say, God love it. I want to thank Senator Grant for voting for the bipartisan infrastructure and the CHIPS and Science Act. I wish he had voted for the rest. Every Republican member of Congress voted against the Inflation Reduction Act. Everyone. Every Republican member of the House in this state voted to repeal the clean energy provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act. That attracts all these jobs. You know, and then after that effort failed, the Republican Study Committee, which includes over 3/4 of the House Republicans, just released a plan to go out and try to repeal it all again. That hadn't stopped them, though, from claiming credit. Now the billions of dollars and thousands of jobs are coming to the United States. It's not unusual.
You could see him.
The distinguished senator from the state of Alabama, former coach of the university.
Do you guys want to keep listening? I'm getting lost where I am.
He said, quote,
but I'm chill.
Great to see Alabama receive critical
We're just chilling at the high of the day.
Broadband efforts. Yeah, it's great. That's all right. Because I'm one of those guys that believe in conversion. Look, folks, I'm very serious now. When I got elected, when I proposed these pieces of legislation, I made a commitment that I'd be president for all Americans, whether they're elected officials, voted for their events or not.
Next time he yells.
Wherever you voted for America. And I've kept my promise. In fact, some analysis has said that the laws I've signed are going to do more to help red America than blue America. That's okay with me. We're all Americans. Because my view is, wherever the need is most, that's the place we should be helping. And that's what we're doing. Because the way I look at it, the progress we're making is good for all Americans. All Americans. Let me close with this. I'm not here to declare victory on the economy. I'm here to say we have a plan that's turning things around quickly. And we have a lot more work to do. When I came to office, we had a fundamental decision to make. Would we continue down the trickle-down economic path, a policy that's failed us time and again, that grew inequality, that saw jobs shipped overseas, towns hollowed out? When I ran, I promised we would not continue down the trickle-down path. But here's the simple truth about trickle-down economics. It represented a move.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
We walked.
I'm not here to declare victory on the economy. I'm here to declare war on the economy. Yeah. No, I'm not tired. I'm fine. I'm here. I'm ready to go. Come on. I want all Americans to know. Yeah. And get a Hummer. Oh, man. I have a hot take, though. Honestly, you guys, did you like the video? Honestly, nah, fuck it. You deserve this shit. Actually, I don't know. 1,500 likes? I'm about to piss you off. I don't know. That's it. 100 likes, too, if you want me to piss everybody off. I'm just saying. Because they're like, thank you for turning it off. Just wait. I'm about to piss them off. Honestly. Just give me 100 likes. Come on. I got a hot take. I got a hot-ass take. It's just, I can't even hold it for this long. And I know, look at 50 likes already. 600 likes. I fucking love Carissa. I'm taking Carissa. I need to take you shopping for houses with me, Carissa. You know that? Carissa is the Arab negotiator you all need in your life right there. She ain't even Arab, man, but I love it. It's beautiful. She's just like 600. Amen. All right, you guys are going to get mad. Yeah, you're going to hate how divide. Well, I don't mean to divide anybody, honestly. And it's just like, I don't know. I think especially if you think that I view a certain way, I think maybe this will be refreshing to you. And it's just, again, these are the things I think about. But here it is. Are you ready? Hot take. Biden is the only president. I wouldn't use the word bold, but his legacy might be defined in a way by being the only person willing to spend that much money. Like no other president, even for political motives, even Nixon in the 70s, and you like look at it all, it's just like people spent money and these politicians love to, but in a weird way, Biden might be the only person who is willing to fucking spend money at a unprecedented scale. And I don't say that negatively or positively. If anything, I'm insinuating that if there was going to be something positive from it, it would be that he would have, that's why I said, I don't know if the word is bold or not, or reckless or whatever you want to call it, but overall, it's just like nobody has ever been so willing or discussed it or been allowed to get money out like that than any other president in history. So I was just thinking about it because, again, we've heard this speech many times. You hear more money, this. And I hope you realize I don't say that negatively nor positively. I'm in the Bidenomics, yes. That's why I'm just like, wow, this is you're witnessing something and that really you don't see in history. Again, the way of spending is, I don't know if this is a new era or not, but it's definitely a characterization of his administration. So just an interesting thought I had listening to that. I thought I'd share. And honestly, you guys didn't get too pissed off. So good job. Good job. I love it. Good work, chat. Good work. It's like New Deal-esque, but bigger. Yeah, exactly. But this is nothing. It's way different than that. It's just no one's ever seen anything like this, to the point we're fucking questioning our economics because of how much money is out there right now, where we're like, wait a minute, how is there this much inflation, high rates, and a strong ass jobs market, and everybody still has money and real estate does not respond even though it's interest rate sensitive? It makes no sense. But maybe money supply does. But then again, it's there because I don't even because Trump, he gave out a lot of money, but it took a pandemic, and then that only lasted for a little bit. But in a weird way, I would even think Trump, whether he wanted to or not, I don't think he could have gotten away with giving that money. No other president could have. It's not even about getting away. It's just that is his characterization. So Bidenomics is a lot of money. And I don't say that positively or negatively. I think you're 3 years beyond that. But it's interesting. We're going to see how this plays in the history books. We will see. Stock sale inflation won't help. Well, that's because somebody was saying it before we started playing that. They were asking, they were like, well, what about the Dow? They say the Dow looked pretty flat on the year, but it's like, remember, the Dow rallied in October. And kind of this, it's like, what that led me to think is like, we're still in the middle of all of this inflation bullshit, because it's just like, when we feel good, even with the interest rates high or not, we buy tech. The minute things go bad, what do you think, if we get worried about inflation again, what do you think's going to happen? If we genuinely have another inflation wave and the market freaks out and the market stops dropping, it's going to be because people sell tech, but then what's going to happen? The bubble will go pop, but then what if people buy the damn Dow like they did last time? Or what if now they start rotating to cyclicals, or then they start buying utilities and materials? Kind of like what happened at the beginning of inflation. So it's like pretty much as we do the bullwhip effect, maybe the market and rotations will too. So it's just something to think about, but the main point is that the Dow is flat, but just remember, the Dow rallied before everybody. And the Dow rallied ahead of everybody. Bull market, the first bull market was the Dow Jones. So keep that in mind. Well, commodities, that's where your interest rates come into play. So I don't know how that's going to play out. That's still the next level we are all scratching our heads on. Across the world. Applied Digital, Wolf Research, or the Wolf Pack. That was old. This is the point. Inflation picks back up. We're one gas hike away from skyrocketing. But that's why I think they need interest rates high. But then there's so many discussions. But the discussions cannot be had until we open up the box. Oh, I forgot about Genius. In the morning, they extended the NFL partnership. That killed it. That ran. It's coming down a little. TSN and T-Mobile on the high right now. HD, Wayfair on the low. Microsoft got a candle, and so is the SPY. And even without all of this, I hope you guys realize that was like a 1% gap down in the morning. We're still down 0.97 on the NASDAQ, 0.89 on the S&P, and 1.1 on the Dow. Pretty crazy. This is dumb. Let me see. I get the recaps maybe in a little bit. The battle for high-tech supremacy has begun. The world is entering a new era of a high-tech war as countries compete to control the most advanced chips. Economic policies are to blame for inflation, not corporate greed. UK, what is this? This is like a weird recap from The Economist. So I got a couple of movers here. Again, DocN is up 8.9. DigitalOcean, they acquire Paperspace. Lucan Coffee's up for no reason. BWA, BorgWarner, we saw that a couple times. They're up 3.2. They got a Bank of America upgrade. Rita is still up 2%. Initiated outperform at TD. Affirm is down 15%. Piper downgraded them to underweight. Susquehanna comments on solar. Sunrun is down 9.7%. And I think that's it. Then Genius, they extended the partnership. Sweet Greens, Bank of America upgrade, 18%. Perry, preliminary Q2 results. PSNY, Polestar, global deliveries for Q2. And then APLD, short report from Wolfpack Research and Bear Cave. Oh, Meta. Yo, Meta with the Reds. Yeah, Meta's kind of flushing right now. Yeah, Meta, I don't know if there's any news on that. I think, again, it's done that 2 times. I think we saw the earlier drop. Again, that was not on any news. And the other positive driver was the Meta threads coming out today. And then we still got a couple of top stories. Again, June ISM services beat highest since February. ISM service index is up 3.6 month over month to 53.9, beating consensus. It was also the 6th straight month of expansion territory. After falling into contraction in December and the highest print since February, business activity is up 7.7 to 59.2. New orders up 2.6 to 55. Supplier delivery index improved again, down 0.1 from 47.6. Employment index also turned into expansion territory, up 3.9 points to 53.1. Earlier takeaways noted that the further divergence. Amazon iRobot deal gets EU in-depth probe. iRobot's on the low now. Again, this is the buyout, so be careful because if it fails, you might see a bigger drop. I think that's why I was reacting there a couple days ago. All right, Sam, both reports, where was it? Further divergences between services and manufacturing after this week's ISM manufacturing index fell to the lowest level since May, and manufacturing employment fell into contractionary. However, prices paid in both reports continue to fall, reflecting the latest disinflation momentum and adding to support for the soft landing narrative, though employment side of the narrative continues to see some mixed signals. ADP jobs report, again, that was the other big news today, rose by 497, well ahead of the 250,000 consensus, and May JOLTS jobs report showed openings at 9.8, below the 9.9 million consensus and pulling back below the 10 million after a big April jump. Dallas Fed Logan is the latest to offer hawkish commentary. Speaking at the Central Bank Research Association in New York, Dallas Fed Logan, a voter, said a June rate hike would have been appropriate. Logan also said it's important for the FOMC to follow through with the signals that they sent in the June SEP, where the 2/3 of the participants projected at least 2 more rate hikes this year. Logan also downplayed the potential for long and variable lag effects to show up, saying she's skeptical about the potential for large additional effects from that channel, and she noted inflation remains stronger than expected while labor market has eased, though the overall pace of rebalancing means slower than previously expected. Logan also said that the balance sheet does not affect the Fed's rate choices right now, and this comes after New York Fed Williams, a voter, said on Wednesday that data suggests that the Fed has more work to do on monetary policy, though Williams declined to offer any hints on July moves. So that, and then June Fed minutes, everything else is old. And payrolls tomorrow. Again, we're looking for 225,000 in non-farm payrolls following a 339,000 increase in the prior month. Non-farm payrolls averaged over 315,000 in the first 2 months of quarter 2, which may mark the 14th straight month in which non-farm payrolls beat expectations. Previews highlighted the market's consistent underestimation of payrolls growth. It's still a tight labor market and some potential seasonal factor headwinds. Unemployment rate is expected to tick down 1 basis point to 3.6. Average hourly earnings is seen going up 0.3 month over month, but pushing the year-over-year rate down 1 point to 4.2. Average weekly hours is expected to hold at 34.3, and the work week may get some extra scrutiny, given some recent downtick in potential signaling for softer demand. The report is expected to play into the expectations of a 25 basis point hike at April or at July. TSM. FedEx tells UPS customers worried about strike to jump ship by mid-July. That's an interesting one. But yeah, again, jobs tomorrow. Honestly, no. Yellen is in China, but I'm surprised. And then iRobot's still on the low. Again, market took a little bit of a dip here. It's still 10:30. We got 2.5 hours left, Chad. Ay. But yeah, no updates about Yellen. Cover me, I'm reloading. But very weird. Again, Fed Logan is a voter. Williams a voter. They were both hawkish, both backing more rate hikes. But it's weird how everybody on the Fed, it's like they all kind of view the economy pretty different. Some of them, they don't care about variable lags. Others do. Others see real estate going up. Some of them said it's not. It's doing the opposite. They're very, very spread out. But again, that's kind of the whole point of all of this, is that we're entering in now the final set of data ahead of Powell. So all this communication, I mean, this data and then Powell is gonna culminate into something. IEF, as long as IEF doesn't hit a new low, that'll be the crazy part. I mean, you'll get a wicked move. If bonds somehow could hit a new low by the end of the day, we might get something there, so we'll see. Say Tesla, I'm going to get away from iRobot now. We need the peach was actually near the bottom. So I think I made my play shortly after the peach. I think this was the peach. I don't know, but we had a good peach play. Peach was good. Peach came in. It was great. I think the overall economy or the data needs the peach. You know, it'd be good for them. Maybe Powell. That's the thing that is. I mean, actually, would it? Inflation was down in January, right? Was CPI? CPI was down in January? That's actually a funny concept to think about. That sucks. I'll show you what I'm talking about. 6.4. Or maybe you'll have till like April, May next year. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, CPI headline was at 6.4 from 9. But, yeah, you got to think about something. All the way even up, yeah. It's like right around here, but like really like February and after. It's actually pretty funny. So like all of the inflation that you've seen like come down, like you see how this is all coming down and it looks like inflation has dropped a lot. Remember, this is year over year, right? So like I was telling you the other day, the year over year, I would argue most of any disinflation stuff we've seen is probably been because of the baseline effects. So again, 4%, 5%, you know, you're comparing it to 8, 9%. It's easy to not go higher. Again, going 5% from 8% is way better than 8% than 8%. But it's like if you had a high print the last year, it's going to be harder to beat. So a lot of this year, we have had base effects helping out the inflation readings. Can anybody see the problem? Anybody? What's the next step? No? Nobody? What you got? Services is still high. Core is not going down as much, but there's something we got to think about. And that's why I'm saying just keep in mind by like March to May next year. No. It's not going to be the pendulum. It's not really entrenched. Okay, you guys are getting close. So remember, I would tell you that a big portion of the disinflation that you have seen is because of the base effects. Just comparing a big number is harder to beat. So the problem with this now is what happens coming into 2024 if the economy keeps staying where it's at. And then now all of your inflation prints next year, we're going to be comparing it against lower numbers half as much now as last year. So the base effects might come out to hurt us 12 months from now, depending on if we go lower and then how the economy starts to ramp up or not. But essentially, that means by May 2024, you have to beat 4. So it's gonna be interesting how that plays out. Instead of comparing that to like a 9 or an 8 the year before that. And then SPY working its way up. Recession talk soon. Just wait till the curve uninverts. So, I mean, for now, well, we'll see, because even then, you'll have another CPI next Thursday or Wednesday. And if that goes even lower, it just, again, though, it's like starting this year, we started to go below 5. And so now all CPI will be compared against that backdrop. Got some PayPal. Ooh, 65 calls for two years. Why not shares? That's an expensive call. You could have bought, what, like 30 shares, I think, I guess. Yeah, a little leverage. So that's how inflation becomes detrimental. Keep comparing year over year, missing out on the big picture. And then eventually it does get entrenched, but yeah, 100%. And then the problem is when you're very sensitive to react to it, right? Because what happened when we first were like, oh, all this money, inflation, everybody started buying these assets. It caused more inflation. And then we're like, oh, no, high rates. And then, oh, it's not. And then now it's going to come. And then everybody panics. And then they go into that. And then guess what? It shoots back up. So it does. You have everybody kind of missing out the bigger picture. And then if you're very reactive to the just wherever the wind blows for that sector, whether it's higher inflation one period or not, then you're going to react accordingly. And it kind of even highlights, too, just perception and how it gets people to respond. How when people feel inflationary versus not, they again, activity in markets and consumers and businesses, they operate very, very interesting. Big news is tomorrow. There was big news today. Again, that's why we're there. We just recapped everything in terms of like the jobs report. And then you had, again, China just did bad, no data. But then tomorrow is the non-farm payrolls, and that will be big. And after today's ADP report, people are worried that it'll come in hot. And I think it's been like 11 months in a row of CPI coming, or excuse me, non-farms coming in hotter than expected. So it's been almost 12 months in a row of non-farms stronger than expected by every economist in the world. So that's tomorrow, and that'll be the big one. Is that AMD or TSN too? Check those again. Microsoft's still the leader. Yeah, TSN's going up. Regional's down 2. They came up. Bank's still down 1. Is everything still down? The Dow Jones. You got 2 names, United Health and Microsoft. Healthcare services on the Dow are good. Communications on the NASDAQ are doing decent. You got 11 names green on the NASDAQ, 90 names red. NASDAQ 100. And then everything's still red on the S&P. And you have 430 names red, 74 names green. No, it's 14 reads? I thought it was 11. Even worse. So that's over a year. That means a year and a quarter. If tomorrow, it'll be a full year and a quarter. More liquidity. I mean, today was big volume from the get-go compared to the last couple days. Like right now, it's almost 10, 11. We still got 20 minutes till 11, and you're 8 million shy of yesterday's volume. So we're going to do like, well, we'll probably do like 80 million in volume, I think. Maybe 75 at least, but it'll be a decent volume day. So there was much more activity in the last 2 days. And it keeps pointing towards the labor market, strong, better than expected, resilient. Yeah, and it's funny because in a weird way, we let Powell kind of get away with it. Just remember when Powell used to outline the 3 criteria? Labor market was always on it. And that really has not done anything close to what they expected, and that criteria has never been met. So it's interesting to see. Again, we just had the fake pause and everything. Bro, he said he wanted pay. That's what you guys know that? That's the thing. Because here's the funny part. Like, it's almost 1 year since Jackson Hole. So that's where Powell made the comments last year. It's phenomenal. This short speech in August that changed the market forever, or at least for that period. Remember, this was Jackson Hole. You were coming off July, your most hated rally. You were feeling good, and then you had this Jackson Hole. Powell came on, shortest speech, and he was just emphasizing the pain. And he said there's going to be pain and more pain, more. Well, fast forward. You're 1 month away from the Jackson Hole, the 1 year anniversary. Will be 12 months from now. And now we are higher than that point by I think, almost 10%. Pop, pop, pop. More. He thought he had it whipped in. Now he knows he was wrong. No, I don't. I think the banks came out of nowhere, and that's it. And their only answer was turn on the sink. I'm not playing any bank pre-run-ups. The banks are gonna. I think they should do good or borderline neutral, but I'd rather wait and get the sentiment and then go from there. Crazy timeline. The timeline is wild, man. The wild. All of it, again, but just 1 year. I mean, to see how Powell feels. But I think Powell, he turned on the sink. He turned on the spigot. The BTFP. It even sounds like buy the fucking dip. They literally, that's it. Like the economy. I mean, I think Powell wanted pain. He had the market and interest rates right where he needed them. And then you started off the year with everybody saying, oh, Powell's going to cut rates. And then big banks, literally 2 banks failed the size of 100 banks in 2008. And then how did you stop it? You bailed out all of the rich people, and then you created over $200 billion for immediate loans, and then protected them from any other further losses, as well as stopping any other further negative sentiment. So that was the thing I think kind of had to put Powell in this. But then again, Powell was dovish before that. I will argue that no matter what. That being said, although I do think the banks got bailed out and that changed a lot of the whole liquidity profile for the market, I will tell you, in January, it was right here. It was like January, I think, 26th. Powell was bullish as ever. Remember, he came on during a speech, and Powell switched to a dove. All of a sudden, we thought Powell would have beaten down the stick, and nah, he let the market get out of this range. So Powell did start off the year. Yeah, he just stopped being mean, but like he did start off this year with a much more accommodative attitude. So, all interesting. But 1 year since Powell's pain speech, market's up like 10%. And nobody feels pain. But interest rates are as high as ever. That's the crazy point. 1 year ago from today, I think interest rates had to be, I don't even want to look. It'll disgust you if I show you. You guys, I don't think you guys realize it. It's kind of crazy. Like, would you believe me if I told you? Here, before, just don't look, okay? Just don't look. Would you believe me if I told you that around Jackson Hole a year ago, the 10-year bond was below 3%? Would you believe that? Again, just Jackson Hole 1 year ago, August, market starts dumping. What if I told you the 2-year bond was below 3%? You would believe me? I wouldn't believe you if I look at it every day. That's what's fucked. I wouldn't believe it, though, because I look at it. I'm like, how the fuck did that? Bro, the 2-year bond in Jackson Hole was at like 2.5. And then again, the time before, look at it was already at 0. But like, go pull up a 10-year bond right now. Dude, this was Jackson Hole. You were at 2.8. Do you realize that means your mortgage was almost cut in half? Like, that's even from Jackson Hole, which is crazy to think about. So the market's up 10%, but so are the bond yields. I mean, the only pain has been in the bond market. Wonder if the regionals will reveal how much they've utilized in the program. Do they have to? I know you could see right now. I think the facility is even almost maxed out. I think there's like 115 billion out of like 120 or 200. Market's down on very strong jobs data. We did recover it a little bit, and then China was pretty awful. Not really awful news, but more so just awful performance out of their equities. The market is forward looking. It's already looking at 2024, 25. I mean, people are slowly starting to look towards 2024, but yeah, I could get, I don't think 2025, not as much, because there's still a couple of questions here for this year. But again, I mean, the main story is where rate cuts are getting priced into, and that's 2024. So again, even people talking end of this year, next first quarter. And then here's the deal. If you're buying anything with a dividend or a yield right now and you plan to hold for 12 months, you're going to be in 2024. Otherwise, cut out all your fixed income in half if you don't want to look into 2024. Damn, we haven't even broken out the high. Just chilling. China, I think they have data tomorrow. I'm not too sure. We haven't got anything. Root is at 10. Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. Isn't that? Wait. No, we're in at 11. I want the lawsuit for this, Habibi. Get to the lawsuit, you know. Tell them. China. In the morning news. I mean, if you go through like all the news sites, like you'll get all the news most of the time. There's like little company stuff and other things, but like it's not even about the news. So if you really want to have a better feel, like when you start your morning about what's going on in the stock market, you got to break it down into geographies. So it's Asia, then Europe, then America. And then even Asia includes like Australia, believe it or not. And then there's the European equities, and then there is American. And that's how they kind of connect by the morning. Because every time we wake up in the morning, there's a Europe session and an Asian session. So that means no matter what, if sometimes there's not any news. Like today, there was no news out of China. There was no data. There was a couple of headlines along the banks, and those come out at like midnight, 2 a.m. So like you may not even care about it, or the market may not, but that stuff does happen. But then with China, their stocks were down 3%. And then Europe was also having a bad day. And then Europe had a couple of pieces of news, but again, not anything crazy. And then in the morning, it was our data. So that's why like today is very easy to explain. Very strong United States data. Bad China was obvious, but there was no other news. And then that's kind of where we're at now. And then the thing is, why it was so bad is because the data now factored in even with yesterday's minutes, the hawkishness. But to get an idea of the morning, if I could teach you all something, it's the regions. And just know every morning, Asian session and then a European session. So there's going to be something there. And then there'll be American companies and then like updates, upgrades, downgrades. What happened yesterday. You got the Rivian news, something like that. But it's a super easy, just make it easier in that sense. And then you go through, hunt the news. If you make it, I mean, I do it every morning here too. So, but you go through all of that, you should be better prepared. The relay race, yes, the batons. See, and that's just to understand why we look at Euro close, and it's just like I said, by the time our market goes ding, 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 there was 2 full sessions with like a lot could happen in Asia, a lot could happen in Europe, and in this environment, that stuff has been affecting us. I will tell you, back in the day, like it used to be like shit would happen in China, we wouldn't give a shit. Like there was a good several years where like unless things are like really bad in China, we wouldn't care. Again, and even a lot of other countries, but especially when there's volatility, you're hearing a lot from global central banks and everything else. It's there. Would disagree. The charts tell you the news. I mean, they tell you something good or bad happened, but I mean, if you just looked at the chart and you didn't have one or the other, I don't think you would get the full I don't think you could look at this and be like, oh, there was a 3 standard deviation jobs report, yibbity bobbity boo. But here's the best thing. I think you need both of them. I think that's the paradox and the irony of the stock market is that the charts feed off of the news and the news will feed off of the charts as well. And depending on what's happening, everybody uses one or the other to try to explain what it is, which, again, the irony and paradox of all of it. Because like sometimes if I told you the news and I didn't show you the chart, you don't know how it's going to look. You're like, oh, very good data. You're like, stock's up. No, it's not. And then vice versa. It's like you couldn't really pinpoint it. I mean, a lot of people today wouldn't even tell you that China and Japan dropped 2 to 3%. And then it's like, this is on the data. And then even looking at the shape. So I think they both work hand in hand. And then if you just get a long term, you just sit and you're good. SPA, geez. I think we got a nice fucking bottom tick on that. I sold out. I only made $100 on it, but would have been better with a bigger one. But that's it. We just sold off first 2 hours, hit the levels, bounced up, and then chilling. ES would have been nice. That would have been like $1,000. But it's good. You hit a couple of those. But then again, you don't want to get too trapped coming into the data. That's the only problem. Long term all the way. It's beautiful, baby. Beautiful. A big pop. You're making a move up again. Nasdaq's still almost 1%. SPY's do it. SPY's the best on the day. And then Russell's still murdered. Apple. I don't know if Apple's even green, but Microsoft, that's like your only green on SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow. The MES is nice. It was good. It was kind of like, I don't know, it was aggressive in the morning. People were saying it was a little bit of an overreaction, but it's kind of been slow either way. We are approaching 11, so we got 2 hours left. Maybe the final approach. Meta off the bottom. It's about to go break even. Still down. Coherus on the high. Oh, I forgot. There was another Humira drug that came out. They've been dropping left and right. Nvidia is trying to make a move up. Apple green. AMD 113. Where's Tesla? Non-farm, after today's data, I just like, it sucks. I wish they didn't release today's data. I have to think it's going to go higher. The job openings did go down, and maybe that's because those people got hired. I don't know. But I'm leaning towards it should be higher because it has been higher every single time and the data, but in a weird way, I don't think it matters. Is that I think we're going to get a move, but I'm just not like involved with it in the sense that I don't think the data, it will move something and it'll get people thinking, but the Fed futures are already at 90% unless I don't think a strong print or a weak print would change that. And I think it'll kind of just set you up of should you be a little bit more fearful or can we get more stability ahead of the CPI? But I hope there is a strongward leaning expectation, and I hope today kind of even prepares us for it. But yeah, it's I don't know. I just think we've seen some non-farm. Even the last non-farms was really hot, and I don't even think we went down on that. When do you think Wall Street is going to adjust their models after 20 missed prints? I don't know, or they keep it until the model gets it right. So ideally, reversion to the mean. Maybe I think they're trying to slightly get it up there until it turns around. My ads are getting creepy. Should we tell them? Let's see. I don't know if we should tell them. I don't know if we should tell them. Like, have you ever looked at how to buy an ad? Have you looked at what they're selling on you? Like, this is the ad, this is the landing page. Reach your customers, get your audience's attention and drive result. I'm not advertising. So remember that. You've never seen a trading fraternity ad. I'm not like, you're on my channel now getting an ad, right? So just look at, like, they're like, go beyond demographics, discover new audience, learn how to reach them, match your audience, diverse content, reach your customer with YouTube and Google ads. We know what your audience wants. So you could, but yeah. So you've been looking up creepy shit, Doc. I'm sorry. It's not me. Let's see. If I go, my ads are like usually like weird Jesus shit, like steroids or hair treatment, or cars. That's usually all I get. I have YouTube Premium, so it doesn't show up. Lots of supplement ads, yeah. That means they know you'll click it, or at least you're interested, because they get me with them. It's stupid, bro. Like, it's stupid. I hate it. Because, like, they know damn well. I told you, they hit me with some, like, testosterone thing. And, like, I'm not trying to take no testosterone, but, like, I was interested. I looked into it. I clicked on it. I looked up the side effects. I consulted with my physician. But still, it's not. It's just like, wow, that's amazing, man. They knew. They know what type, like, they know you'll spend, like, an extra 3 seconds on that ad. They only advertise cruise ships that are hiring. Where you searching a new job, you're like, how can I do real estate while vacationing for 12 months of the year? Boom. Boom. Has anyone gotten ads for single Ukrainian women? I swear I'm not looking. I need help. My wife gets them too. Nah, I get those. It's on Zero Hedge. I think that's just a Zero Hedge thing. You need to get off Zero Hedge because every time I go to Zero Hedge, I can't do it around my girlfriend because she like, why are they advertising single Ukrainian women to you? I'm like, fuck. It's not. No, it's not. I don't know why they are, actually. I don't know why that's not. So that's the only one I can't explain. I can't. I really can't. I'll take it. That's fine. You know, if like you want to be like, hell yeah, Josh hella looking for Ukrainian single, that's fine. I mean, you could judge me however you please, but that's the only ad I can't explain. And every other ad is like it coincides with my personality quite well. But that one is just still like, I don't know, maybe deep down, maybe I'm down. I don't know. My girl, I guess, she's not from America. Maybe that's it, but energy stuff called Bump. It's a vial that looks like Coke. Nah, they ain't advertised that to me. What the hell? Why? That exists? Oh, that's crazy. Why is Zero Hedge's pick a dude with abs? Well, we got another uninitiated. Well, I hope I could welcome you. So if you don't know, because that's what my girl would ask me too. She was like, why are you always looking at a Zero Hedge thing when she was like, why are you looking at something with a guy with his abs on there? And I'm like, that's Tyler Durden from Fight Club. If you know what the movie Fight Club is. And the guy who runs Zero Hedge, that is his moniker. So instead of calling himself Josh Answers, he called himself Tyler Durden, and you had no fucking problem with that, huh? Isn't that funny? I say, I'm Josh Answers, I don't show my face, you don't have a problem. Somebody's like, yo, it's Albert Einstein stocks, Twitter, and you're like, fuck yeah, I love these. This guy's legit. He's pumped me 18 penny stocks over the last 6 months, and I don't know, something about, I love this. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? The fuck? And I'm the bad guy, right? But yeah, that's Tyler Durden. Yeah, Brad Pitt from Fight Club. You should watch the movie if you haven't. I'm Jack's complete lack of surprise. Instantly makes it manly, I guess. They hate him though. You know, he's not allowed to trade stocks. The Zero Hedge guy is banned. I think it was in like 2001 or 2008. They banned. That's it. They barred him from ever trading. So the guy who runs Zero Hedge isn't even allowed to trade stocks. Isn't that crazy? I feel bad. I'm like, that's cold, bro. I forgot what it was. You could look it up. Was it insider trading? I think it made $800. How do you know this? I know a lot of very random stuff. That's why I'm in the stock market. You didn't know that? Did you not realize for like, if you know a bunch of random, if you know many topics, not deeply, in just a random series of collaged events that you put, that's why you trade stocks. That's the only place this random information may have a random value to it. It's actually crazy. It's true, yeah. Like, bro, like, I could tell you, like, random shit about, like, PDUFAs and biotechs all the way down to, like, random shit about a cloud server, and then I know just enough about crypto to buy it when it was invented. That's it. That's all. But, you know, you just random shit, bro. You just need again, you got to know a little bit of the history, know a little bit of the politics, a little bit about wheat and agriculture. Then you'll know a little bit about bonds and interest rate, just little shit. And it'll all culminate into something else. It's crazy. Surface level about everything, nothing deep about much. Well, yeah. Because, like, if you knew that much about anything, why the fuck aren't you doing that? Like if I could tell you way more about crypto, like what the fuck, I would own Coinbase. I wouldn't be fucking buying Coinbase. I would be making some crypto shit. That's what you're supposed to get on. So that's kind of where the balance is. UK plans to reverse MIFID ban on free research for clients. They said yesterday was the hottest day the planet has ever had. Gold, I think gold, you wait till the interest rates come down and just be careful while they keep interest rates elevated. It's a commodity and it's there, you know, it's good. Can you code? I could code very surface level. I could code just enough. I mean, nowadays I don't need to. I got my friend Mr. GPT. He's a great guy, but I could do HTML. I know basic stuff. Like, you know, that's all you got. That's just surface level, and then that's all. Hello world. Yeah, HTML on MySpace. Good old days. They called me MC HTML. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, I think I could read it. I could read code, but I could only, like, I know the basic stuff. But, like, if I read code or certain things, like, I know what it means, but not to the point of, like, I couldn't do anything advanced without the help of ChatGPT or another individual. SPHR. Sphere. Oh, I think we saw this earlier. Rep range and workout plan when doing chest getting up to 20-25. Like the sets I would do, or like even then, even when I got up to 225, I could only hit it like, I think it was like 6 or 7 times. And then I was able to even like work it up a little bit more, but like it hurts your wrist, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old, but like 225 is heavy. So, but I don't know. I just hit different. I do the chest flies. I do the little fucking machine. Just, I don't know. You just do chest 3 times a week, bro. Every other day. Or that's it. Or maybe 2 times a week. And then that's it. But like I could still throw it up, but I just like, I don't even, it hurts. If I do 225 like the next day, the next 2 days, I'm gonna have wrist pain. It's fucked. I'm old, man. I don't know. It's so weird. I never thought this would happen. That's it. But usually, no, I wouldn't do. Oh no, how I work up to it. So I do the bar. I sit down on the bench. I do empty bar, 10 reps. And then I do 10 on each side. I do one arm things to warm up. Then I do rows on the bench, like forward 5 times, then backwards 5 times. That's my warm up. Then I throw on 1 plate. Then I bust out 10 or 12 on the first set. Then you throw on 25. Then I go to 185, and then I finish it with the 225. And then I just try to go as many as I can. And then no, I'm not. I don't do anything. I mean, you guys made fun of me for wearing gloves, so now I still got soft hands, but I don't wear gloves no more. Or nothing. I do need the wrist straps, but that's kind of a commitment. Buff lady would double that probably. You should wear gloves. I should now. On how you got to it. I'd say it took like 5 months, I would say, of just like literally chest at least 2 to 3 times a week. And then just I go up and then try to raise your weight 5-10 pounds every time you go to the gym. 3 sets of everything and try to go up on weight every single set. That's what I don't know if people agree with that, but that's what I do. I don't know if that's like the thing. But because some people just say try to do more weight and more reps, but like I like to go 10, 12, 15, or like something like that with more weight, or max out on the last set. Genie's up, man. That's the NFL partnership. I think that's the best day it's had in a while. DraftKings. Add push-ups after your bench. Yeah, and that's something, that's something Lending Tips taught me for the bench. Are you ready? When you do, don't take a big rest in between. It sounds hella weird, but like you'll actually lift more weight. So like after you do your first set of bench on the warm-up, don't sit for more than 60 seconds. Like low-key, it should be 30 seconds, and then get right back on it and start pumping. It's like your chest just gets activated, and then we've had so many random conversations today. I'm telling you. I don't know. I don't know. It's like Lending Tips told me that, and that's what I started doing, and like it works. It's so weird. It's just so weird. It works for me. I'm able to lift way, way more when I do that. So like if I sit on the bench too much after the first set, if I take a break for longer than a minute, like it's harder to lift. It's so weird. But then if I take a 30-second break or less and just put more weight on and keep going, you pump it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Bench presses for rookies. Well, yeah, that's your bench press tips for the day. And there you go. There you go. Anything else? Any other random life questions we could get to right now, I guess? Just do steroids. I mean, you still have to lift. That's the thing. Like, steroids ain't Ozempic, dog. I'm waiting till they have the Ozempic version of steroids. I can't wait, bro. But that's right. That's the thing. Steroids is a pyramid scheme. You still have to work out. You know that? Like, so you could go take steroids and then watch the stream for 7 hours. You're not going to get swole. Like, you know, if you are not in the gym with those steroids, bro, like, it's just not going to work how you think it is. I need some, like, I need that, like, ass to be like a Ozempic where you just take it and get jacked, then yeah, I'm down. Twitter's broken. It's not oh yeah, you guys were saying that. I think wasn't it trending on Twitter? Goodbye Twitter. And then Truth Social is trending on Twitter. What is this? Why is Truth Social trending? Uma Thurman. Threads is trending in the United States. Stock market, buy Bitcoin. Lillard. Free Top G. Hero. Tyler Hero. And then Warmonger. They're your trending topics for the day. So interesting. Oh, Cody came up a little. We're still down on that. Ain't worth it. R.I.P. Joe. Wait, what? No. Are you serious? Bro, this guy died? Oh, no. Oh, that's sad. Bro. You've seen this guy, bro. I've messaged him. I've talked to this dude. I've taken his, like, bro, I haven't, like, if you go on Instagram, like, bro, I save all of his workouts. I love his workouts. No way. No way. Yeah, bro, he died a couple days ago, it looks like. Damn. No, that's just weird. I swear, bro, I talked to him like a year ago. Damn. Dude, he's only 30? That's crazy. Dude, he has great workouts, man. That's sad. Yeah, bro, that's nuts. Yeah, I saw it. That's crazy because I saw that podcast clip you guys are talking about. I saw it. I didn't know he died. I just thought he was talking on a podcast. That's crazy. Oh, that's sad. Twitter is threatening to sue Meta over threads. Yo, Meta's, I don't know. Is this what's going to happen here? Yo, that's coming out right now. Twitter source is Semaphore. Is that CNBC? Twitter is threatening to sue Meta over threads. Take it to the octagon. It's not coming up on this one. But again, market's even coming down already. Genie's on the high. A big initial mode. People like the thread, but the Meta is like, it's like weird. It's not, it's all people from Instagram. Oh. I just opened up my Instagram. See, bro, that's what I tell you, bro. I get them. I'm trying to see my threads. It's weird, though. It's just like, it's not even like an app. It's like, all it is like a timeline. And then it's like, I don't know. It's just like, that's it. And then you hit like a weird like mention button. And then like, it's not like a real app. I don't know. I thought I've accepted all the follows on threads. I don't know about my other Instagram is just like the actual Instagram is so much harder to do that. It doesn't show me all of them. I was able to accept all the other ones on my threads. But then like, who are these random people that keep showing up? It's literally digital newspaper. It just, I get it. It's just like, it's super simple. It's like, there's not even like that, like the reply interaction. Like, I don't know. I guess Twitter kind of has like, Twitter is organized a little bit better, but it just, I don't know. It's so weird. Dollar Tree long on news it might upcharge. Wasn't that a couple days ago? Mad Tin on threads. It's phone app only. They want your data. Well, yeah, 100%. I would bet a lot of my money that this is Facebook's way of getting a what's it called? Of getting around the Apple workaround. This is their workaround. I bet you they found a certain way through the terms and service that by doing this type of thing, it will allow them to, again, do the iPhone tracking to maximize their ads. And then, again, whatever they're working on with AI. I'm 100%. I don't think it's just, don't forget that little iPhone tracking thing changed a lot for these companies. So I definitely think this is what they're trying to do with it. The U.S. loan funds see 53 million inflows. That's 100% what they're doing. I mean, I'm in a weird way, I'm kind of glad. It'll make sure Meta keeps going, but yeah, that's what I would say. So if Apple comes up with another way to block that short Meta, maybe if Meta admits it, but I don't know if they will. I think a lot of companies like Snapchat and Meta, I think they learned from last year it's better to just respond to it than guiding and talking about it like it's big and scary. Mulan traded 6 times the entire float today. Dude, we saw it yesterday at 12 cents. That thing is weird. They might get people on to control election narrative. Could be as well. Again, a lot of people brought up the election stuff with it. But it's weird. It's going to be, again, though, you get ready to, it's something new. So you're going to hear about it for the next year or so until we find out. Let's see how much it costs. Like I said earlier, I just want to see what this ends up turning into, but it'll be a long story. And then Genie keeps going up. Genius Sports. Altria. And I kind of wish we bought the Altria dip. I'm kind of mad, but that's it. They just took the divvy, sold off a little, and rocketed, but Altria is looking good. Your Bud Light 4th of July thesis is going to hit. We'll see. I even think 4th of July just wasn't even like that active. I don't know, but it was the busiest travel day for the airline. So August 3rd, that's their earnings, but you'll see. We're barely up on Altria. I think we're in at like 43 or 44 average. So we're barely up on it, but then I think we've gotten back like 15, 20% just from the dividends, but we've reinvested them all. July cost cheap. See that I probably might bounce around. I think that's just the one-day news event, but I wanted to trade it in the morning, but I wasn't trying to get the leaps on them. And just, I don't know. It's hard. Just make sure the stock can move a lot. I've seen people post about leaps today, but I'm still kind of like, just get the shares. But then, like we saw with the Meta, sometimes those leaps could go pretty crazy. MOS for the long term, I don't think so. I don't have any companies like that. So I think those fertilizer plays and stuff related to agriculture, I think you trade them with the times as they come up, but I don't know if I would ever add anything like that to my long term. The only thing utility-wise I would add to my long term or related somewhere in that space would be water. I would buy water stocks, maybe solar, but again, I don't even like energy, clean energy, nor dirty energy or whatever else you want to call it. Zuckerberg spent $0 while Elon spent $44 billion on the same thing. I think that's an extreme statement. I don't agree with it. We're going to find out, though. But like I was saying, I'm sure he spent a lot less money creating a very simple platform. But I want to know how much it costs for the data centers and to run and operate, servers for an additional 30,000 people. But it's the same thing, too. So that's the other paradox is that most people already on there, they're already paying for servers, I assume, but we'll see. The letter Elon's lawyer sent, where is it? There's production cost. I think operating cost. I think production was limited, but to operate it, I think we gotta see. How many pro athletes and famous people are really gonna use Threads instead of Twitter? The non-Republican ones. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of right now. That's why I'm like, there's no way this is the only answer. That's why I'm like, there has to be more to this, but maybe there isn't. Yeah, people that already have IG followings. Because that's what I see. I'm like, who are these? On my threads, I'm like, who are all these people? And it's already just people who's already like doing it. Like, Boop, boop, boop. Look, just made parlor for the opposite crowd. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Low key, but then again, I mean, we'll see. Maybe it keeps people on Instagram more. That's another thing that they were not doing as good. So again, you make money if you keep people on your platform, or at least investors like that and advertisers. So now this might be a good way to just get a boost to user time on that at least for the next quarter or two. I'm gonna hurt Twitter. I wonder how it's gonna. I don't know. We'll see. I wonder if you get the same stock market community on Threads, and then I'm like, I wonder if this will affect stock news. Again, algos, scraping, and how it's all posted. Twitter surprises tech world with sudden revival of API services previously shut down. Rovient said to attract interest for $7 billion plus bowel drug. ROIV. Check ACAD. If that's the case, because ACAD, I think that's a bowel drug too. ACAD, are they halted? Or yeah, this thing's not moving. Bro, this thing's up. It's at 1073. I don't know why it's not loading. ROIV. Again, pause due to voice. It's literally on the wire right here. You got the halt. ACAD's another one, if that one's going up. I'm seeing if they have anything coming up. It's weird. SK offered to acquire Protoviant. That was in July 3rd. Huh? Did they get a buyout offer recently too, or something showed up on that? There you go. Again, it's halted 1073. So interest from large pharma companies for their treatment of inflammatory bowel disease, which could be worth more than $7 billion according to People with the Matter. While deliberations have focused on the treatment, it's possible the entire company could be sold as well, some of the people said, asking not to be identified because the matter is not public. Rivian pop in. Again, ROIV, ACAD could be a sympathy, and I don't know where they're at. Oh, they're already at $8 billion. So I don't even know. Let me check their enterprise value. Is it? IBD. It could be. Again, ACAT is in irritable bowel syndrome. I think it's IBS or inflammatory bowel disease. Yeah, the company's already worth a lot. That's why it's weird. Lucid running. Enterprise value is how much it's worth after debt and everything. So, like, you could see the mark. Again, you didn't watch the buyout video. It would have helped you in this situation. But it just like the total net value of the company. Let's see. EV 8.1. So they're already, again, at 10.12, their enterprise value is 8. So prior to the halt, their enterprise value is already 8.1 billion. So it's kind of weird. So they're saying it could be sold for 8 billion, the stock pop, but even now, after debt and everything, this company is worth $8 billion right now. And then that's why the report says, it says that just the drug could be worth 8 billion. That's why they want to buy the whole company. So very interesting. The ticker is ROIV. Yeah, it's big. It affects a lot of people. Again, there's a couple of biotechs that are related to it. I think ACAT's IBS, not IBD, but I do think they're similar. But those bowel drugs are big. It does affect a lot. You'd be surprised. Rivian to face lawsuit over claims of defrauding IPO investors. FIS is on the high. Rivian's going up on that. ACLX too. AGEN. No, that was one of the biotechs, right? Dude, a lot of the biotechs I've seen have been awful. We're going to get PDUFA, but like low-key, I've seen a lot of misses on some of these biotech like reports or these PDUFAs. We haven't had like the FDA is kind of low-key. This last month, they have not been on point with it, or they have not been favorable. Bax is on the high. That was a buyout one the other day. A lot of smaller names, and then anything that was doing good earlier, they're still able to go up here. FIS is going up, yeah. Meta Threads, picking up Twitter's loose threads. So Meta's much answer to Twitter was launched last night, claimed over 30 million signups as of the early afternoon. Analysts were largely positive on the initial launch and app features, with some noting that it addresses many of Twitter's challenges but won't likely contribute to Meta's top line in the near term. The Threads, Instagram's Twitter killer, has arrived. Threads looks nearly identical to Twitter in many ways, but does not offer direct messaging. Instagram hopes to make Threads operate with other platforms to appeal creators and influencers. Instagram Threads, all of the updates on the new competitor. There have been over 95 million threads posted to date and about 190 million likes so far. Instagram flooded Threads with celebrities and brands at launch. Zuckerberg's goal is to get Threads on a clear path to 1 billion people before figuring out monetization. You can't just view posts from followed accounts. There's no web interface. Deleting Threads profile also... What? Huh? Wait, what the fuck? Nobody told me this. Is that true? So if you delete your thread, it deletes your Instagram account? What? I'm reading the news live to you. This is how you guys know I'm not a robot sometimes, because I get it the same time you get it. You know, most of the time I could think about it in my head while I go to the next sentence. But what the fuck? I ain't know that shit. I knew about the Fidelity universe, whatever. Bro, no, it says it literally. No web interface, deleting Threads profile also deletes Instagram account. Why the fuck would you do that, lizard man? What? That's stupid. Now what happens? I don't know. That could backfire. Damn it, I better change my first tweet to not call him a lizard. That's fucked. Gotta read the fine print. You could delete Threads if you delete Instagram. Yeah. That's what I just found out. That's stupid. But like, what happens if like everybody doesn't know this and then Facebook loses 1 billion people? Oh no, man, that's crazy. I just signed up. I don't like E. Yeah. Damn, that's fucked. Damn. But guess what? All you anonymous motherfuckers on the internet, they're getting rid of it. You know that, right? Because that's crazy now. You know how many trolls they just got? I think that's why they're doing it. That's crazy. Dude, I didn't read all of the EULA. No, I did not. Clearly. That's crazy, bro. If you delete your Threads, you lose your Instagram account? What? They will get all the trolls, yeah. Even then, I bet you half of the people stalking me just made a Threads account, and now they just left a little bit of that meta trail for me to find and convict to the highest form of available charges while I pursue it patiently. Amen, amen. So, I don't know, but that's fucked up. Even then, unhalted, Rovient, 5%. Again, enterprise value is $8.1 billion at 10/12 at $11. They're at 8 point. It's already higher than that. You clicked accept without reading? Nah, they slipped that one into the fine print. That's crazy. Sue you. I don't like to sue people, and I don't. And if you know, it's very hard to break the law. You know, so most things I can't really sue people for. So, you know what I'm saying? Someone just sent me, though. They just they said you can delete your thread without your Instagram being affected. So somebody just said, like, deactivates it. All right. Again, ROIV. I don't know what value is present there. You need more updates on the offer. Tiva's going crazy. Again, remember they had something yesterday too. So Tiva might be going on something else there. UBS upgrades and then what was it? They had opioid litigation a couple days ago, if you remember that. Well, one of the Chads just tried it. But like literally a Chad just sent me a screenshot and it says, "Are you sure you want to deactivate your profile?" It says deactivating your profile is temporary. Your profile threads replies will be hidden, and then on the bottom it says this will not affect your Instagram account. So, I don't know. I think this is going to be the confusing part of it. Because that's crazy. I didn't know that till I just read it to you. I didn't even finish reading the whole report. So Threads is fine. It's basically Twitter. So Threads is live. Here's what you need to know. Baggage includes privacy, moderation, and algorithmic feed practices that have turned people off Zuckerberg's other networks, such as Facebook, limited to 500 characters, and they plan to make it compatible with ActivityPub, and that's it. Spy, a little pop. Our way of moderating. Deactivate. Yeah, delete it. Yeah, I still have the ZT. I'm absolutely destroyed on it. But I'm just going to wait to add. Like I said, this, or we bail out now. This is the moment. It should have, yesterday was a real bailout too, but now it's already unwound. So it either goes crazy or we go nuts. But I'm going to hold those ones and add. I'm mad it's a little bigger, but we have enough room to maneuver. Deactivate. I don't know. That's just weird. Well, I guess I'm going to have my meta threads for life. And I'm glad I bought the stock. I hate you, Zuckerberg. That's crazy. What time is it? It's 11:46. Did I get a carbo? I don't. Did you guys remember me sipping a carbo today? I can't recall. Because I'm like, it's kind of late. Thread sucks. You can't even search. I mean, it's interesting. Maybe I'll use my Instagram. Maybe I'll start posting some stuff. I never really thought about it. But that's how I was when Elon bought Twitter. And then I got over it after a month. Maybe, again, I don't know, man. It's just, all of it's so, none of it makes sense to me. Again, the timing. But, I mean, I will tell you this. I could think of 15 ways how this is all just like a stunt rather than anything like of what it's actually supposed to do. Like, does that make sense? Like, again, you could say election, this and that. And I'm just like, bro, this could also just be a scheme to boost up time on platform for the next 2 quarters. That's it. Again, do you know what's going to happen now if everybody spends an extra hour just playing with Meta or Threads for 3 months? And then they're going to say, oh, look at all of our advertisements. And it's like there's so many ways you could spin all of what they're doing. Kron is on the high. Weed? Yo, Kron, weed. Yo, Kronos Group, weed stock pop. What the hell is this? I'm not seeing anything on there. I don't know if you saw anything come across the wire. Yo, Kron is popping. That's a weird one. I ain't see a weed pop in a minute. See, Kron. I'm not seeing anything. It's not coming out yet. Again, you're getting some movement. Is it halted? That looks like a buyout. Yeah. It didn't hit anything. I don't have it yet. Do you guys have it? Tilray? Something just happened with weed, but that's weird. They don't move like that usually. Yeah, even Tilray popped. Oh, 11. Pause due to volatility. That's it. Damn. Yeah, it's up there. I don't see anything either, but that's all across. Kron halted, Tilray with a pop. I think a lot of the other. What's the ticker? What's the ETF? I thought it was weed. There's an MJNA. That's the old penny stock. What's it called? What was the weed? I thought it was weed. Oh, MSOS. Yeah, that's the one. Up 1%. MJ also. Yeah, that's the one, I think. MJ and MSOS. But they're all moving. Something's there. No news yet. Keep an eye on weed stocks for now. Oh, Kronos Group explores sale amid acquisition. So there you go. It is a buyout. It's starting to hit. Again, Kron's already halted. Which one? Wait, doesn't Altria own them? Which one does Altria own? Is it CGC or Kron? Again, I think they own Kron. So hold on. That play, the real play might be on Altria. Yeah, the real play, no one gives a shit about Kron. It's the plays on Altria. If they sell that, that's your fucking dividend right there. But that's stupid. Remember I was telling you Altria has so many things they could sell to guarantee your dividend? So I didn't think they would sell their weed exposure. I thought they would sell AB InBev, but they own it. So if they're the one who owns Kron, you might get, depending on the dollar amount, this might be bigger for MO. Yeah, Altria owns 41%. Yeah, Altria is the real play. So if they get anything announced as a sale, and then I forgot, they overpaid for Kron, but they've already written it off. But it's worth almost $1 billion right here at this price. So just think about that. They're going to get whatever amount that it amounts to. They are the beneficiary. Or at least half of it. Banks line up $9 billion for GTCR's WorldPay takeover. Oh, is that the one related to FIS? Kron is apparently exploring a takeover or sale as acquisition interest increases. All the weed stocks got to pop. They're halted. And like we said, keep an eye out for MO. Kronos to explore. Okay, that's starting to hit. The Kronos thing's hitting more. Top tick, Josh. I grabbed 300 shares of MO, 46.32. Just to, again, even if it goes down, I think it'll be smaller. But yeah, I think they should. Depending, I mean, it's going to unhalt. People are going to talk about it. Something, I mean, again, they should benefit. So now Kron is down. Kron is unhalted. So again, if people are talking about exploring the sale, where was it? I don't know. This wire hasn't hit the same today. I might need to update him because he's not showing the Kron. I have the Kron headline on another one. Well, yeah, they have resumed. Excuse me, USTR tie comment. Okay, I need to go bathroom. Are they having the press conference now? Press secretary. Pentagon press secretary holds briefing. We haven't heard anything from the Yellen in China. And there's Kron again. MO kind of came down a little. Apple's on the high. Visa. Even the market's starting to go up. Yeah, USTR Thai says Mexico's basis for restricting trade on biotech agriculture products remains issue from standpoint. Apple FIS is going up again. Cron came down, still up 7%. MO is still holding. Apple has gone green now, actually, for the last couple of minutes. And then Visa's going Marriott. Oh, I guess even Airbnb, but Airbnb is still down too. TGTX, Apple, I thought that was a PayPal. No PayPal. Everything go, everything. Except BioMarin, they hate him. Root is a rooted, is very good. Pete Dubs. I don't think Uber and any of them came up. How do you swing trade stocks like that? Just make sure you have cash. Go small, be patient. I mean, you got to kind of be stubborn a little bit. But yeah, kind of it. And then hopefully we just make sure we don't get clapped on earnings. DAL. You must be the only person who gets upset when his stocks won't drop. Like me? Or who? Or Reuters? Reuters says Altria back Cron explore sale. Oh yeah, it's weird. I haven't heard a Cron headline in so long. That's why I was like, But it's not what Altria should be selling. I'm kind of mad. Because even though they'll make a bag off of it, I'd be really pissed off if Altria now owns less weed assets and then owns more fucking Bud Light than not. That's the only thing I don't like. There's no money in weed. I think they shouldn't have invested in like a Cron. I feel you. But at the same time, like I want them to, I think they could build out weed. I think if anybody would be profitable at weed, it would be these companies. And if I think they have to kind of take that stand instead of making those earlier acquisitions that they did. OpenAI to retire older models and completions. And then SPY just literally wicked into a new high. We are above 4,400, I believe. Oh, wow, 4,414. So this is actually the latest level. You opened up higher. You fill the open at 4,422, but realistically, your gap fill is 4,446. Been a long morning. It has been an interesting morning. Time flies. Pabst Blue Ribbon cans. No, I didn't. They redid it. Crypto. Q it. TGTX keeps going. That one I keep seeing on the high ticker. PRAA. We are still down 3/4 on the NASDAQ. 3/4 SPY. 0.98 on the Dow. And then Russell's still murdered. Madasirot. Big pop on Bitcoin. So I haven't even looked at oil today. And then you're above a level. This is actually kind of big. Oil's even climbing up here too. Bitcoin a little bit. $100 pop. 4415. Houses via email if you could look at it. I think I saw it. Yeah, Florida, bro. It says your house is contingent. I like it. I like the area too, but it says you guys are pending. So, and then good work on the long term, baby. I love it, man. You know, surprising amount of you guys. Like, it's honestly, truly an honor. And I really hope I hope I've had a good impact on you, but I hope you know you've done good. You know, there's a lot of people just sent me long terms, and they're like, I sold my long term, I started it, but I sold it for a house. So it's good, man. It's good. They might back out a couple things wrong, but it seems like that went quick. But I don't know if you'd want to sell it to me. That one, again, your house looks turnkey as well. I don't know if I would be the buyer unless you want to give me that Josh Answers discount. But other than that, let's see. If MO is selling to pay dividend, isn't that bad news? No, because they're not doing it because they need to. That is always my assumption. So I've always said with Altria, people have always been worried. They're like, how can they keep paying out all of this? And I've always just said, even if they ever got into trouble, they own like fat assets that they do not need for their core business. Again, their weed company, it's worth at least $1 billion and they don't use it. AB InBev is like $5 or $6 billion for them. They make more money off of smokeless tobacco. So just stuff like that. And that's why I've always just said they kind of have a war chest is what I mean by that. So this news wasn't them selling because they need the money. But if you are a shareholder in Altria, if you're familiar with their assets and you're, ever thought about the sustainability of your dividend, you kind of think in terms of they own a lot more and they have steady cash flow just on top of all of it. So I've always thought, I've been expecting they're going to sell their AB InBev for a long time, and I think they should give a special dividend or raise the dividend too if they do that, but I guess we're hearing about Kron before any of that. Power Hour. NBC Universal shakeup elevates veteran studio chief. FIS flipped green, but they clapped us on the options. But yeah, Travis, bro, your house went pending quick, dude. Honestly, I think, you just bought it too. What the hell? Nice. Wait, why are you selling? Why not keep it? Can you keep it and rent it out? Oh, bro. Dude, you just bought it. You little fucker. So the house, he bought it for $173 in 2021, April. Were you watching the stream? But then no, he's selling it for $250. That's almost $100,000 in less than a year, or a little bit over a year. That's great on a property that's $173 to $250, and it looks nice. Interesting. Yeah, man, why not rent it out or turn it to an Airbnb? Shit, bro, I wouldn't even sell it. I don't know. I don't know if you have to or not. But if you just bought it, and if you already moved too. Tesla's starting to move a little bit. I know, man. If he lives in it till the 2-year mark, that's all tax-free gains. I would keep it. I wouldn't sell it if you don't have to. I would just rent it out. Like, that's all. I wouldn't sell it. You're doing it right. Especially you have the long term too. I know you sold out one of the long terms to get the house, and then you got to rebuild it back. Keep it. That's how you're gonna get rich, bro. I'm telling you, just keep the property, rent it out. Even if you break even on the rent, I don't care. Hold that property. You got 50% equity, good area. It's just, I'd hold it. I'd hold. There might be significant reasons for him to sell it. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It needs work that we don't have the money for, really. Well, like, what kind of work are we talking? Like $15K in repairs? That's where they'll get you. I don't know, maybe. I'll split it with you. You want to split it? I keep the house if you can, bro. I don't know, 15Ks, can you get it cheaper? Or is it like plumbing or foundation? Is it electrical? It's not anything serious, is it? Yeah, long-term tax instead of short-term. But if it is your primary residence, you get way better taxes. So if that was labeled as your primary residence and you lived in it for the 2 years, you get way more favorable tax treatment. SOL ripping. Would you rent to a family? Yeah, why wouldn't you? Families are great ideas. They usually stay in the house. I mean, kids destroy things, but it's fine. Have equity, why not borrow against it to pay for? I think you should repair it as cheap as possible and rent it out. Don't even take out equity, don't do anything. Just get somebody to pay for that property and hold it, because it's a good one. But again, if you don't have the money to do it, you don't want to deal with it, you sell that shit too. I could totally get behind that. I sell properties all the time, but it's still, you know, especially when building out, and like if you get a good first purchase, second purchase, and you're able to build off of it, and especially if it gains equity quick, and depending on what the mortgage rate would be, that may end up being, that's more of time in the market than timing the market. I think he means your family, like your cousins, etc. Oh, no, I'm not. I've never really rented to family. I've rented houses to friends of mine. It's worked out bad and it's worked out good. So it just depends. You made the mistake of renting the seller for the first 6 months before I lived there, and it messed up my property taxes. Yeah. A graduate student is the dream tenant out of state. I don't know. I think the dream tenant is kind of like the couple with a dog if they don't have a dog. But I don't know. Or the dentist. I've had very good dentist. I fuck with heavy. Every dentist I've ever had, like, as a renter, like, the dentist hella, like, yeah, I feel like if you floss, you gonna take care of my house. I don't know. Something about it. Like, if you really get down and dirty and, like, you flossing every day, you know, then, like, that's it. Travel nurse. So, I can make a video on this because I have a mini operation. I have one house that I do for just travel nurses. And it's a very, very weird rental because I don't know if you know that exists. Some of you can do this. I can make a video on it if you would like. But there's travel nurses, and they always need houses, and they usually pay more than extra because they just want short-term leases. So I have one house, and pretty much I just rent out every room to a random nurse in the area, right? And they pay almost double the rent, and they're only there for a short time. But here's the problem. Filling those is fucking difficult. It's very, very difficult. And then, like, all the nurses are so weird. Or they're so different. Like, you'll have one nurse who's like, I can't have any sound, noise, animals, this. And then the next nurse is like, I need an animal. I need a goat in the backyard. And, like, oh, I'm like, what? It's not. No. It has nothing to do with the money. The money has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with the rent of the property. It has to do with what they all require. So you could rent to nurses. If you rent them the whole house, it's easy. But if you try to get more than one person in there, it's like it's the hardest thing to find compatible travel nurses that are going to work at that area for that. It was a nightmare at first, and then we got it figured out, and then it's still not. It was definitely a way better idea until we realized how crazy they were. Just everybody has dogs, and then everyone hates dogs is pretty much the moral of the story. Josh doing side. Well, somebody approached me. I had a house. I needed to do something. I needed to either rent it out long term. I needed to either sell it or turn it to an Airbnb. I didn't want to sell it. I didn't want to furnish it for an Airbnb. And I was thinking long term rental. And somebody said, "Hey, I got an idea." And I said, "Well, here's a house." And it kind of worked. It's a little bit better now, but it's still not like. It's a side quest, I guess. Yeah, you could say, into real estate, but it's just a different market of rentals in short term. Sour hour. Ooh, it is power hour. We only got an hour left, man. It always creeps up on you. Hour. You have 2 townhouses that are walking distance from the hospital. Would love to hear more. How big are they? If they're smaller, it might work, because if you don't have to get more than 2 of them, you'll make a killing. If you could get it to 1 person, if it's small enough. But it's just search travel nurse leasing, and then there's companies for it, and then there's like platforms. But pretty much just work with any staffing company and work with people who do it. Who book these travel nurses, and then they'll set you up with it. I can't believe it's already power hour. Felt really slow at first, and now we're here. You have the nurses pay the rent or the travel agency? No, it's the nurses, but there's there's companies that staff them and send them places and do that. So we work with them. But then there's also there's Airbnb platforms for it too. It's cool. It's it's easy and difficult at the same time. It's it's hit or miss. It's either going to really work well for you, or it might be again, I had more of a headache trying it out than not. Are these near very large hospitals? No, they don't have to. It just has to be generally within the area. Just again, travel nurses, they come out for either 3-month, 6-month contracts, and they're going to go work in an area. They just want a place to live that's nice. Again, this is going to be their house for whenever they're there. So it doesn't have to be next to the hospital. It has to be accommodative of what they're looking for in terms of the lease, duration, and then everything else. It should be ideally furnished to a certain degree for them and have that. Travel nurses just go, they just travel and they work at hospitals it's like featuring on a rap song, I guess. They just go state to state, and then they show up and they do a set at another hospital, and then they go 3, 6 months, a year later and go to a different hospital. So other hospitals pay them to come help out. I know your uncle. Just saying you're a lyrical genius. Hey, man, I'm not going to deny any compliment, you know, especially if you're like, I know it, man. You know, I'll just take it. I'm down. But I think Uncle's pretty cool. There's something in the Churchill song. It's really funny. It's like it's a fucked up play on word. It's like I don't know if anybody noticed it yet. It's really weird, but it's not. It's like I got a good kick out of it. Origin down. I haven't checked. Oh, it's on SoundCloud. You'll see it. You'll see it. Origin. Yeah, what's up with Origin? Where we need our JOLT checkup. I think it just energy's even coming down too, but I feel like Origin just gets the SPAC treatment. ALNY on the high. The high ticker is surprisingly active if you look at the RPM bars. It seems really good. I mean, I know JOLT likes it. I feel like people who believe in Origin really believe in it, or you just don't know what it is. And then it's just kind of like this, you know, obscure energy company. But I feel like, I don't know, it's in a weird way, it kind of has like a cult following behind it, where it's just like anybody I've encountered, like even on, there's more than just JOLT. It's just like people really either believe in it or they just don't know about it. But I still think it's too early. I'm still not in it. Rivian tomorrow? I don't know. Sounds like, no, well, Palantir got the hype. Man, you had mother effers buy. You know how many people were buying Palantir in 2020 and had no idea what it was? I knew so many people who've randomly owned Palantir. I can't even say it right. So that should just give you an idea. And I bought it at IPO. The year before, but not. Oh, IHL. Wasn't that IHLX? Or just IHL? What was that one that had an H in the morning? Let me see. I think it was IHC. Please hold. Oh, no. HSTO. Again, that was the one, I think. Was it the earnings or the drug data? IXHL, there it is. That one, they were the phase 3 trial, I think. MO earnings, yeah. I'm just trying to flip that off of the Cron news. But honest, I thought the Cron news would have hit harder. It already faded. So again, Micron or Ultra didn't go down too much, but still. International Hair Restoration, IHRS. No, I think we said IXHL. Okay. What are they talking about here? All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. It's Power Hour. Only 40 minutes left in the day. Get ready.
18.82 or thereabouts. Let's bring Chris Murphy of Susquehanna into the conversation. And Chris, you know, out of nowhere, this VIX, as happens when volatility returns, it's just spiking higher. Do you see that trend continuing?
Well, yeah. I mean, I believe so. If we start to see correlation increase, like like it did today. We've been talking a lot about how we've seen some highly correlated up moves when you have 95% of the S&P higher. We haven't really seen those on the downside. It's usually more of a rotation, into the mega cap and out of the rest of the market, or vice versa. Today was one of the first days we saw a big spike in correlation all around, and you saw in response a big move higher in the VIX, a big move higher in the VVIX, a big move higher in correlation. There's a couple ways to track that to the higher to the basically the highest level since the end of May, the early June. So even though it's come in a fair amount on the buy the dip, it is interesting to see that there is some springiness in the VIX if the buy the dip doesn't show up one of these days.
And Romaine was absolutely correct. 1708 on 17.08 on the day, back above that 50-day moving average on those highs. And the chart, technically, it certainly looks like it's going to go back above 20, maybe even closer to 30. So talk to us about correlation, because the other day, one of our other guests was talking to us about the fact that there wasn't so much correlation. That would seem healthy, but now we have this correlation, macro correlation, so everybody's going in the same way, and it produces this volatility.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when some of the S&P components are selling off and some of them aren't, it just doesn't move that much. But when everything starts to move in one direction together, that's when you see that spike in correlation, and that's when you're going to see the VIX move a lot higher, and when you're going to see the VVIX and S&P hedges really start to be worth some money. So we've been talking about that. It's kind of historically low correlation that we saw at the end of the first half. We don't think that's going to last in any market. So we've been recommending, you can just keep it really simple and look at SPY options, whether you're looking to the upside or if you're looking to hedge, you're looking to buy some puts. You're getting to take advantage of, at least before today, some of the lowest correlations we've seen in a long time.
And very quickly, Chris, I know that you don't like the one-day VIX. It right now has a 12 handle, so I know that we had talked about this before, and again, that you don't like it, but you had mentioned the fact that it could, in fact, be a good tell on eco data tomorrow. We have non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Do you think it suggests that that report might be a little bit more tame than the ADP report?
Well, I mean, I think you already got a big move on the ADP. Also, I would always just stress, look at the VIX one day at the close. It's going to trend up all day, every day, because it's pricing in more of tomorrow and less of today, and today's kind of over. Yep. So look at that number at the close. That's going to give you more information.
Okay, very helpful as always. Chris Murphy of Susquehanna, thanks so much for joining us for Options Insight today. And from New York, this is Bloomberg.
We're pointing out Fidelity ads. We want you to invest. So we make advertisements so you give us your money. So we could charge you or not charge you and take all of your interest while we give you nothing. Thank you. Susquehanna. What is I heard it pronounced correctly. It was close. Not Susquehanna. That's what I call it. It was like Susquehanna. So it was like one syllable off. Not bad. Let's see. High ticker is going. SPB is moving up. You guys called that one out earlier. Or no, it was SPHR, but Spectrum was going up with some of the other value plays. Bowen made their moves. Again, there's only about like 30, a little bit more than 30 minutes. Susquehanna. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, see, not Susquehanna, Susquehanna. IHLX. So again, that was like the data from ARRL yesterday. They got drug data. Stock like makes a weird pop in the morning, and then it just like slowly does that weird melt. But there's no news on it. It's just totally continuing from the morning news. Heavy trading in Rovient. Other TL1A developers. So Tiva and AGLE. These are related to Rovient. So AGLE, this is another IBD drug, and then Tiva. ACAT is IBS, but they have very, very similar, biosimilar drugs. And then Merck paid $1 billion for Prometheus. Oh. So ROIV, actually, I don't know. Hold on. It's at 8 billion value. I forgot about that one. You guys remember, was it Prometheus? Wasn't that R? Was that R? What was it? I know there's like RX. That was another one. What was Prometheus? We just saw that one. SPY near the high. DD's on the high too. No, ROIV. Let me see it. Ticker. I think it was RXDX. Yeah. That's the one. And not RXRX. I was close. Yeah, that's the one. So look at this one. They paid a fat premium on it. This is the same type of drug. So they went from 35 to getting bought out at 190. Again, overnight they paid 117 to 190 on it. So I don't even know what their value was at that time, but again, I think it was only $1 billion comparatively. Is it not going to show? EDTX halted. Can I share my workspace? It's not. I think it's like a default one. They paid $11 billion for Prometheus. Then AGLE is the other one. Okay, I grabbed some ROIV. I want to see the other one. I don't know why I hate Tiva. Okay. Let's see. Little Raul. Okay. I bought both of them. AGLE's way riskier. And then I bought the ROIV. Rivian, where was it? Oh, Dev, I like it. So again, not a recommendation. You'll lose money. I grabbed 500 shares of ROIV, and then I got 2,000 shares of AGLE. This one's $1,000 for 2,000 shares. I'm taking the higher just off of the hype. But then ROIV, even though it's trading at the enterprise value, I'm just looking at literally every drug related to this. They went for a stupid premium. So it's not even like, again, even 8 billion would be almost 50% lower than the last drug purchase for this type of drug. So I think it's going to be a longer play. I don't think this is going to be, what's it called? I don't think it's going to be, like, we might get something immediate, but for the most part, I hope you understand the broader play with it relies in, if you do get one of these announcements there, you need, if that deal does develop or we hear about it, there's just a lot of premium upside. ROIV, not Rivian. ROIV and AGLE. I put 1,000 on AGLE, and then I put 500. This one's just a penny stock that's running in hype. So again, they develop, it's called a TL1A drug. So TL1A MAB, that's what RxDX Prometheus was purchased by Merck. It's the same type of drug. So that's it. The stream alert should be out. You got a stream alert there. That's why I was getting both of them at the same time. But that's the type of drug you're looking for. It's a MTA1 or TL1A M4B or MAB. My text is very small. But the AGLE I don't like as much. But ROIV, if they're already talking sale, the only problem with ROIV is that it's at enterprise value. So right here at $8 billion, if somebody offered them $8 billion, like there's no premium. That's just like giving everybody their money now. So I'm assuming there should be a premium, but either way, it's interesting. I know so many letters. I know I was even getting tripped up on it. The guy working out in skinny jeans, an LV belt, and a wife beater. Gym's a joke sometimes. I mean, I want to, bro. I've been seeing people like getting hella dressed up at the gym. I'm like, can I wear my chain? And like, should I show up like decked out? But then my girlfriend won't let me leave the house. I leave my house in a nice car. She's like, where are you going? She's like, you can't go to the gym in that car. I'm like, what the what's it, bro? EDTX? Oh, that was the one we called out. I don't even want to look at that shit. Bro, I got this to you on the first halt, like literally minutes before it. That's insane. So again, they like rejected a offer not too long ago. Oh, that was beautiful. I don't know if any of you hit that. Dudes dressing up to lift our clowns. But why do I see it so often? Dude, I've been telling you, I've been seeing dudes wear like 4 chains. I saw some dude wearing a Cuban link, and I was like, that's fly and all, but I was like, sir, I don't know. It's a fashion show. You looking too fly? I don't know. The Nike tag. That's fine if you wear like a little matching outfit. That's that's cute. But it's not like I've been seeing people wear like jewelry. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait a minute. Like I got jewelry. I ain't wearing it to the gym. Hold on. I'm like, wait, I did not get this memo. I did not know this was the thing. I ain't seeing it in a movie, TV, nothing, man. But it's very, very weird, bro. No, I'm this is like 24-hour fitness or I go to like 5 different gyms, bro. This was either 24 or LA. But I remember it was just, this was recently. It's just like I keep seeing like multiple different people doing that. They gonna have a VIP line soon. Bottle service pre-workout, gotta flex. It's a wild but golden rule. If you can't lift more than them, then shut up. Ooh! Just taking it back. He said, let's take it back to good old days. Very simple. All right, I see you. Mm-mm. 5 gyms, weird flex. Nah, man. I mean, I got no excuses not to work out. So make fun of me if I get fat. All right? Because I still be eating like shit, but that's it. I'm working out no matter what. Some gyms close earlier. Some deals you get at Costco. Some you just get grandfathered in. Like, bro, I think my 24-hour fitness membership is like $4.99 from like a decade ago. So that's it. But you got to do your thing, man. You got to do your thing. There's no excuse. CNBC, Krinsky REITs can outperform. If I was 20, I'd be staking out the gyms to get money. I'm not following, sir. I'm not understanding what you mean by this. So you just, if you were young, you go to the gym to make money, but what would you do? It's like, I'm confused. Oh, mugging people, the ultimate workout? Is that what you would pick the gym to go mug people? That's crazy. Yeah, wait, why would you rob gym? You're like, yo, let me go to the place where people specifically take less on them so they could work out. And then it's the people who are actually like mentally training to get into a weird fight situation. Like, why would you target those individuals? Motherfucker, I'd be waiting in front of a GameStop. What are you saying? I'll be like, this motherfucker, why is he still at GameStop? He ain't know he could download this shit. He wanted to support his little stock, huh? Just, what do you mean? Not fucking, you like, I'm gonna go to the fucking police academy gym. Like, what do you mean? That you don't know? The gym is like a baby police academy of just meatheads who have just different responsibilities, man. I don't know. Why would you pick there to try to, I don't know if that works. Oh, Disney. Damn it, Disney. Why are you moving, Disney? Hold on. Is that pre-Drake? Is President Drake? Yep, not saying that. Check this. Disney. Comic-Con, here's your Thursday schedule. That's it. Press release in the morning. Security fraud lawsuit. I'm not seeing anything now. Keep a look on the wire. People close to Disney and Fox likely seek a contract extension by his current one expiring December as the company giant faces hurdles in finding a successor. Oh, Robert Iger. Ooh, yeah. Oh, it's Gasparino. Bah humbug. What is it? Bob Iger. So Bob Iger, remember, Disney got all woke, went crazy, things went to shit. Then they put in Bob Iger. You got it again. That was just very, very recently. I think Bob Iger was right here. Or no, was that end of last year? I think Bob Iger was here. This was the Bob Iger move. And then he brought some things back, made a couple of changes, but it was only supposed to be temporary. Bob Iger was the former CEO that led him all the way over here. So they're saying that it's a rumor. It's Gasparino too. He'll not, just be very cautious with that. But the general idea is, I think people are talking about Iger staying or being replaced, which I think is good news. If Bob Iger stays on, that's it. Disney will come back easy. I like Bob Iger a lot. Again, Bob Iger was right when Bob Iger left, that's when the shit started getting like hella weird for Disney. And like the woke content and the poor box office numbers, all of that's after Bob Iger. Up until Bob Iger, though, they were pretty on fire, bro. I don't know why he left. I think it was for personal reasons, and he's pretty old. I don't think he's a young guy. Yeah, I think he retired. He's old. He still is old, but he's good. Is that Disney still? Walgreens started to pick up here. Wolf on the low. I think the target market for Disney has gotten very small, much smaller. It'll be tough to straighten that ship. I see it coming down more. It's not going to die. I'll just tell you that much. You know, I just, as hearing about like Disney, this sounds exactly the same as when we start talking about Netflix at the low, when we talk about Meta on the low. It was this, again, just remember how it was. It's like you have to kill Disney if you want this thing to die. You know, when it's all said and done. But I don't think it's going to be, I don't know if Disney will, it's not saying it's going to be the best company in the world, but just, it's easy to look at certain things negatively when it's been negative, but you know, you've seen how it's played out, and just be careful. Once you get into that narrative, it's just like, it sounds like all these other plays right before they were. And again, these are quality. It's not like we're saying this on like a LiDAR technology or something where it's like EV or who knows, but it's like this is Disney we're talking about, just like Meta, Netflix, and some of these names are huge. Meta executive for Threads says no one on the team is a former Twitter employee. Twitter letter says Meta hired Twitter and employees and assigned them to develop Threads. Twitter letter expresses possible concerns of possible violations of intellectual property. Twitter sends letter to Meta regarding the thread. Beef. Walgreens almost green, yeah. Where is it? And then what? 42? 8 more minutes till 10. 10-minute rigged. Disney has three of the top 6 box office movies this year, and owns the studio that made another. Really? Why do I find that hard to believe? But is it? What are the top movies? Avatar. That's all I got. I was waiting, bro. Everybody, I was like, all right, wait. I thought the chat was going to tell me. And then I saw Avatar. So it was like, they got Fox. And they like, that's all I got, bro. Avatar. I think they own Avatar, like the studio. Is it Spider-Man and Guardian? Are those like top releases though? Like, are they the top box office 2023? So Super Mario Bros. Was number 1. Who owns that? That's Universal. Number 2, Guardians of the Galaxy, Walt Disney. Spider-Man is Columbia. The Little Mermaid was number 4. No fucking way. Walt Disney. Avatar, 20th Century Studios, but owned by Disney. Wait, does Disney own Columbia? If they own Columbia, then they are right there. I don't know how Little Mermaid's number 4. Sony owns Columbia? Columbia is an American film that's a member of Sony Motion Pictures. So Universal is Super Mario Bros., but Galaxy, Disney. Number 4, Mermaid, Disney. Number 6, Ant-Man is Disney. So yeah. So out of the top 6 movies this year, almost, we're talking a couple, 2-3 billion in box office sales. Disney is half of them. Half, actually more than half, because again, Avatar is 20th century. That's them. And then Lionsgate is John Wick. And everything's Paramount, Universal. And then Disney shows up at 14th with Elemental. And then that's, I don't know. Yeah, so Disney has good ones, but after those, they start showing up really, really low. Damn, Black Panther did awful. That was, I thought, oh, that was November. That's why. But it wasn't like the release. But did they turn a profit? Oh, no. They lost, I think, on every single one of those movies, actually. On the movies, but I don't know. I mean, that's the thing people forget, though, is like there's licensing and then merchandise. So the box office does not go into that. And do you guys understand, too, that box office numbers are a scam? I don't know if you guys are. I've told you this before. My friend's mom used to work in movies, and she used to work with Warner. She used to tell me all of this actually, because I asked her about stuff for stocks one day about box office releases, but pretty much like how they they give them to you. All of it is projection. So like when you hear like, oh, this movie did 100 million in a week, it didn't really do that. They just project it, and then they put those numbers down for earnings, and then it's kind of like CPI. Once they get the numbers a couple months, 3 months later, they either add it or subtract it from their earnings, and it gets reflected like so. But pretty much most box office numbers are all projections. They're not actually real full-blown sales. So even then, that's why I'm saying your box office projections, it's different. Music, sometimes they'll count other stuff if you bundle it, but this is just like movie projections. So this is not including licensing. This is not including media or any other content beyond just theater goers and or streaming, if that's what they include. And then there's like the merch and all that's not counted. But even then, just the whole box, a lot of it is all about, it's like projections and then revise and then pull it forward or pull it back on your next earnings depending on how it really did. Yeah, it's really weird. It's just most people don't know it. It's like, this is how it's gone from the beginning of time. It's just like, it's all like a weird project. It's just like CPI data. Like I'm saying, like your CPI data is all 30 days delayed, and then 30 days later you get another revision on it. So it's very, very similar, because there's no way they figure out, they're like, this many people watch this movies. No, they go all based on like traffic, conversion rates, what they expect, even advertising dollars kind of factors into it as well too, but then it's just all a projection. Yeah, movie accounting is witchcraft. It really is. Like, if you guys know, that's actually a cool line of business. If any of you ever like money and you like Hollywood, you guys could get into movie financing. I don't know if you know it. I've been offered it. I've been offered to fund a movie before. But that, people, like, there's people out there who fund movies, and they do it based off of, like, they treat it like private equity. So, like, you can, like, it's straight up, like, you buy a stake in a movie, or you put money down, you fund a film, you get royalties, you get all of that, and then you're just pretty much, you invest in it. And then there's, again, you could do, someone just said they used to do accounting for Sony. You could do a lot of cool stuff. So you can invest in movies, but also, like, even just movie financing. There's people who do loans for this all the time, or certain backings of funding a media or motion picture. Elon Musk suing Zuckerberg. Yep. Meta responded. They said nobody on the team works for them, or nobody worked there. Suncor experienced cybersecurity incident, SU. And Disney's bouncing around. Again, like 30 seconds till 10-minute rigged. Get ready. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. So all these days so far, I think we're still kind of getting that holiday hangover. Today seemed like it moved so much more, but it really didn't. Or no, is that the chart for today? Why are my charts so messed up? My chart has no idea what day it is today. Yeah, because that was yesterday. This was today. It says we're already in Friday. I got a little pop on the 10-minute rig for now. Got ROIV. Where's that other one? Was it AGLE? That one's coming down now. Ready for the rip. See, Apple's in the green. I think Microsoft, Meta's going down here at the close. Everything's down on the day. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have anything on the Biogen thing. I don't even think they halted it. But everything's still red on the day. So let's get Dow Jones. Not one in. Healthcare is close to going green, but only two names, Microsoft and Apple. Those are the only things that are green on the Dow Jones. NASDAQ 100, consumer non-durables are barely up by 0.02, but communications and industrial stocks on the NASDAQ, they're kind of trying to come up here, but you only have 12 names green on the NASDAQ 100. 88 of them are red. And finally, for the S&P, 420 names red, 84 names in the green, not one industry even looking remotely green. So we are going to see. It's 0.81, so we gapped down about 1%. It went almost another 1% lower, about 0.5%. We bounced back up, and now we're right above where we gapped down. It's pattern on Disney. It kind of reminded me of young PayPal. But we'll see with our data tomorrow. Again, non-farms and then the 1-2 punch CPI Wednesday. But that'll get. But Disney's moving on that Gasparino shit, so be careful. It's a blessing and a curse. You'll get it to move, but then Gasparino, I don't think anything he has said has ever came true. Like, not once. So just, if it might end up hurting the stock a little bit too, depending. Mobileye, Arlo, Trapani, and again, a couple of other random names. Rivian's even on the high. And then Teva's going. So Teva, out of all of these, again, Teva's related to the drug ones. The only one I didn't get is the one going up. Teva, that's one. Again, SPY kind of coming down here a little bit. 2 minutes till final 5. CLSK, money markets see first weekly inflows in 4 weeks. Wow. He got you into Google, gonna buy Pinterest last year, never again. He's like Jim Cramer. No, he's not. At least, like, Jim Cramer believes what he says. I really think it sometimes. But, like, no, Gasparino will just, like, he just gives you tinfoil, and he doesn't tell you it's tinfoil. And then the stocks move. He's like, hey, yo, what if Amazon does a stock split and a special dividend? I've been hearing from people. And then that's it. So it's all tinfoil. That's it. He just works at Fox, so his tinfoil just gets the green light. That's it. That's all. It's just always tinfoil rumors, and then the stocks move on it. I'm like, dude, no. It's like, what? Jim is confidently wrong. But yeah, I could get behind that. I could respect that. Like I said, I think he believes what he says. But I think Gasparino is just I have not seen anything come true in a couple of years, and I know what he says because they're such powerful statements, and I'm like, wow, that's a big headline. But then I'm like, wow, that's not gonna happen ever. So we'll see. All right, final 5. Here it is. Tiva, come on. Just bought Meta. XLV's coming down. Again, Meta's even coming down into all of this. XLP as well. Tech fighting. I don't know. Maybe tech goes green. That'd be kind of crazy. That might be your only thing green here, but you're still down 0.8 on the NASDAQ. Again, not too much time left, so I hope you guys are ready to close this out. Rivian popping. I've heard. So I have heard. It's been continuing. Payrolls tomorrow. It's expected to come in hot. And again, after everything you've seen is saying it should come in hot. But like I said earlier, in a weird way, I do think it will cause big moves. But I don't think it's going to be the set-all, be-all. Just because whatever happens, if it's really good or really bad, I don't think it will move the Fed futures too much. Unless it's a really, 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 really bad print. But I doubt it. But Chad, softies, you got to put on your earmuffs right now. We're about to bring it home. The day is almost over. There is not much time left. If you have sensitive ears, I am about to start screaming. You have no idea. I am literally about to go crazy. You will judge and you will question my stability as an individual, but at the very least, I'm forward-looking and looking out for you. You need to mute your speakers right now because it's going to get loud in here. So earmuffs, baby. Earmuffs, baby. It's game time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought the market would stay in one direction, because that did not happen, and we absolutely did nothing over 7 hours. But the good news, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Chattadonia. Friday Junior is now coming to a close. You got some data in the morning, and the market has gone nowhere this week, I guess. I guess we're a little bit lower, but overall, these last couple of weeks, I mean, you're not anywhere new. This shouldn't really, we haven't even moved that much in 2 weeks, man. I don't know. So shout out to the long term, too. But Chattadonia, you got to wrap it up. You got to finalize your plays. You don't have much time remaining, but Chad, 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Finalize your plays, options, shares, futures. Are you playing the data in the morning? Even if you're doing a daily, you got to finalize that right now. You had strong jobs data in the morning. People are expecting more strong data tomorrow. What are you going to do? Wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. You got less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh my goodness. Chattadonia. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. Friday, Junior, in the Friday. Let's go. Good game, baby. I need a GG. It's that good sportsmanship, baby. It don't matter who you are. I need that GG in the chat right now. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Maybe you put a smile on your face. It don't matter. You made it to the bell. Hopefully you make it till tomorrow. But good game, baby. Everybody that contributed, all the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, everybody holding it down, all the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers, everybody liking the video, everybody coming with the energy, the contributions, the positive vibes, the great attitude. Let's go, baby. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. What's up, baby? Everybody. I hope you know we stronger as one. Good game. Good game. GG. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you play. All the donors, all the subscribers. Good game. Let's go. All the haters. You cleanse the sins. You a baby back bitch. I'll still GG, bro. I'll still give you a handshake. That's it. That's it. It's a game. We made it. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Ooh. I don't want to rock that. Pull up in a big body. I don't put the top back. Chattadonia. Woo! Chattadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's the day. Good game, man. We made it. We made it. I can't believe it. Another 7 hours in the books. Talk about a blessing, bro. I can't believe this week is already over. So I'm going to be seeing you guys tomorrow. Okay, so I hope I see you guys here. We're going to close it out. We got a little bit of data in the morning, but we made it. And thank you all for being here today. One point, look, I ain't even slanging the damn feet. That's what I'm talking about. Horn. Good job, Chad. I love you. See, thank you. Thank you. Honestly, you guys know what I like doing like the most. Like, I love it. I should do it a lot more because like I don't even give you like my soft voice all the time. But like I love going from like screaming to like super calm. I really like doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really, like, exciting. So, yeah, but, like, all I'm saying, Chad, thank you. And thank you for holding it down. Thank you guys for supporting, whether it was asked or not asked, whether you got a membership or not, whether you wanted to, whether you could or couldn't. But for real, man, y'all gave me your time. I really hope we made the most of it. I hope you guys have been able to learn from the long term all the way to all this stuff we got to deal with on a daily basis. But remember, you got to own something, and we're really going to see what happens in the long term, and that's where all the magic happens. But Chad, thank you guys for supporting. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you for contributing in the chat, especially if you made an impact, if you brought smiles, that beautiful piece of your personality we needed, and overall just brought the vibes, gave it the same commitment that all of us do here. Thank you for being you, and God bless Chattadonia, baby! But that's the day. That's it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's the day. That's all. So go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation. Why am I already there? I meant to tell, actually, okay, fuck it. Richest, go read the books. Here's all the links. So you got free shit, paid shit in the first link. Second link is the watch list. And there's a lot of gems. Third link for the membership badge, baby. Shout out the members. And then go get everything else. Follow me on Instagram or Threads. Fill out a prayer request wall because we're praying for you. And Chad, pray for everybody. You got your brothers and sisters and you want to do anything for me. You pray for me, baby. That's it. That's all I could ever ask. That's it, baby. And it goes a long way, man. That's all. It goes a long way, baby. So just hold it down, man. But for real, God bless all of you. I fucked up my outro, so I'm a more Fati, you know? That's it. So just check out what you need. I'm going to see you tomorrow for Friday. This is Friday Junior, and I think that's it. Go check it. Fill out the prayer request wall. I just want to play you uncle now. That's it. Now I'm just going to play you uncle. That's it. Now we're going to get you uncle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Meta is low-key dumping after hours. Where's my man? My man's was in the chat. It's right before close. He was like, I'm winging it on Meta puts. I don't know. And then now it's dumping, and then it's going to be down 10% tomorrow at 5:29 a.m. Pacific. Meta will be down 10%. And then right when the bell rings, it's going to open up 17%. And then the puts are going to be break even. And then down after the first 10 minutes. So either way, but I hope it works. I do hope it works. I've been scarred for life. So, you know, they hurt me. But Chad, that is the day. God bless all of you. Oh, the quantum. We already had it, man. We already had that yesterday. You know, that was part of the PHILO. And just like, you know, if I could even throw you a little PHILO, man, I don't know. I want to give you this feel. It just don't hit the same. It's not going to hit the same for you. I don't know if it would, but it's just like, dude, I say it like randomly throughout, but it's just like, dude, there's so many things that matter in life more than money. And now I understand because and I say this because somebody brought this up to me the other day. They said something about it, and I kind of snapped a little bit because I was like, okay, what about this? And I just started unloading all of the things that have just happened to me. I'm like, it's not all about money, okay? It is never all about there. And it's just something where, again, you look at it from one perspective, you're like, of course you say that, Joshua. And then on the vice versa. But it's just something to remind you guys, you know, you don't value things. The value when you have things and when it's gone are very, very different. And you have a task in this life, and it's your responsibility to show the love and appreciation for what you do care about before something makes you have to want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I hope all of you just take that responsibility upon yourself to realize, yes, are your financials part of that? And is your finance and all of that part of life? Of course it is. And that's where I really do hope I could help in that one instance. And I'll tell you that the answer is the long term. So don't tell me, you know what I'm saying? It's like, for real, it is the long term. And it's like money will be a part of it, but it's like, dude, if you get the money and everything else is lacking, I don't think you understand. It's like, it's just, you believe me, you could be lonely without money. You could have with money. You could have money and you could have poor health. You could have money and have nobody that wants to be around you. You could have money and have no family. You could get a lot of the things. And again, it's a weird game to play. And I know depending on what you have or don't have, a lot of those examples are going to hit different, right? So some of you are like, take my family, take my, you know, I just want the fucking money. And then vice versa. Some people would be like, take my money. I just want to see somebody in my family one more time. You know what I'm saying? So I just hope y'all get it. And I hope y'all just understand that this is why you got to have the balance. And this is why we work. So nothing about this means to change anything except for the fact, just like, you know, don't ever forget, you know what I'm saying? Like, just remind yourself why you're here. And that's why we got to take care of our finances. And that's what we do here. And that's what we put our effort towards. And that's why the long term is so important. But it's just like, there is more to it. And I hope you never get too gassed up off of the money. And I hope you never get too sad off of the money. Can I get an amen? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you hear what I'm telling? It's very simple. It's not even that deep. It's not even that crazy. It's no shade, no nothing. But, like, do you hear what I just said? Like, that's all. Like, just don't get so gassed up off the money and don't get so sad off the money. And then we're going to be good and find that balance, baby. Amen? Amen. Amen. All right, now you get it. I got you, bro. I got you. Now you get it. Now you get what you need. Now you get it. Run it.
don't wanna ride that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna ride that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery, and maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully, and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Listen up, Pluto. That's it. That's it, man. Give him another. I'll give him another one. Give him another one. Give him the uncle, Churchill uncle. Did y'all hit this during the last set yesterday? Little complex. This shit I gotta prove. They don't feel me. Chattadonia. God bless you. That's it, man. So I hope you enjoyed it. Oh yeah, I forgot. Levi has earnings. The jeans, they on the low. So you did get that. We're about to have earnings left and right, baby. I hope you're ready for it. But Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you're ready for Friday tomorrow. But that is everything, okay? Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World. And just don't forget why we're here and why we keep going, why that faith, hope, love ain't ever going out of style, and why we learn to take the contentment in both ways and not get tossed and turned by the wind to remain the balance, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Let's go, Chad. That's it. So let's go. Go ahead. Bring it home, man. Bring it home. Enjoy your day. So this is what I want. 100. Above 100. You have the rest of the day. Tomorrow is Friday. We barely did anything this week because it was short. So we are going to come in tomorrow psycho. Okay? So mute your mics tomorrow morning, okay? That's it. Y'all better, if you don't like loud, Josh, you better pray that I get a good workout and I wake up with a voice crack. Because if I'm going to try to take this energy into tomorrow morning, okay, Chad? But either way, you have the rest of the day. I need you to give whatever you're going to do here at the rest of the day over 100%. Do it with a smile. I want you to ask a mother effer should come up to you and say, why are you smiling? Why are you so loud? Why are you so happy? That's exactly the vibe you should... So let's go, baby. You got the rest of the day. Chad, you already made it a good one. You put in the work today. So let's get it tomorrow. I love you. God bless you. Enjoy it. And get a good workout in. You hit that one on the last set. Okay, I'm leaving. Goodbye. All right, I'll see you later. Bye. What about me? Nah, fuck. Listen, I know the election's coming up, so you're not gonna see a lot of me. I got somebody else to replace me. Hold on, here, let me get it. Let me get it. Here, hold on. Now, Joseph, what do you mean you're gonna take a replacement? Now, hold on. Before we talk replacement, substitution, my question: where did the powder come from? Can you tell me? What? I did not say that Hunter Biden is a crack-smoking, ignorant Uranus. I did not call him that. I did not say that. But I am wondering. How did it arrive? Can you tell? No. Was there? You told me the baby powder. Is there there's a shortage? Correctly? Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Is it Abbott? Did Abbott walk around the White House with baby powder? No, exactly. Nobody. It was hydrochloride cocaine. Okay, thank you. Okay, I yield my time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.